Section 18 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France in the 11th Century, Part 5, by Louis Halphen. Normandy. It has been useful, in order to give something like a lifelike conception of the great feudatories of the 11th century, to spend some time over one of the few personalities of the time which we are in a position to know at least in its main outlines. In dealing with the Dukes of Normandy, we may be the briefer, because many details concerning them belong to the chapters devoted to the history of England. More than any other feudal principality, Normandy had derived from the very nature of its history a real political unity. It was not the fact that the chief Norman counties were held as fiefs by members of the Duke's own family which secured to the Duke, as some continue to repeat, a power greater than was enjoyed elsewhere, for we have already seen that family feeling had no effect in preventing revolts. But the Duke had been able to keep a considerable domain in his own hands, and there were hardly any abbeys in his duchy to which he had not the right of nomination. Many were part of his property, and he freely imposed his own creatures upon them. His word was law throughout the ecclesiastical province of Rouen, and he disposed at his pleasure of all its episcopal sees. Without differing notably from what prevailed elsewhere, the administrative organization of the duchy was perhaps more stable and regular. The ducal domain was divided into a certain number of viscounties, with a castle in each of them, where a viscount had his seat, who was invested at once with administrative, judicial, and military functions. Military obligations were strictly regulated, each baronial estate owing a certain number of days' service in the field. In a word, Normandy constituted a real state, which was, besides, fortunate enough to have at its head, throughout the 11th century, with the exception of Robert Curthose, a succession of brilliant rulers. Brittany. As under the Carolingians, Brittany continued to form an isolated province, almost a nation apart. Having its own language, a religion more impregnated here than elsewhere with paganism, special customs of its own, and manners ruder and coarser than was usual elsewhere, Brittany, in the eyes even of contemporaries, seemed a foreign and barbarous land. A priest, called by his duties to these inhospitable regions, looked upon himself as a missionary going forth to evangelize savages, or as a banished man, while the idea of Ovid in his Pontic exile suggested itself readily to such minds as had given themselves to the cultivation of letters. But in spite of its well-marked characteristics, Brittany did not form a very strong political entity. Already a severe struggle was in progress between the Gallo-Roman population along the March of Rennes and the Celtic people of Armorica, each group representing its own distinct language. In other respects, the antagonism took the form of a rivalry between the great houses which contended for the dignity of Duke of Brittany. Which among the counts, he of Rennes, or of Nantes, or of Cornouailles, had the right to suzerainty? In the 11th century, it seemed for a moment as if the chances of inheritance were about to allow the unification of Brittany to become a fact, and as if the Duke might be able to add to the theoretical suzerainty which his title gave him, a direct control over all the Breton counties. Hoel, Count of Cornouailles, after inheriting in 1063 the county of Nantes on the death of his mother Judith of Cornouailles, found himself in 1066 inheritor of the counties of Rennes, and then, in the right of his wife Havois, sole heiress of her brother, the Breton Duke, Conan II. But in order to complete the unification of the duchy, it was necessary that the Duke should succeed in making himself obeyed, on the northern slope of the rocky mass of Brittany. Now the Lyon country escaped his control, and he was to exhaust himself in vain efforts to reduce the Aeon of Penthièvre and his descendants, who ruled over the dioceses of Dole, Alet, Saint-Broc, and Trégère, and even disputed the ducal dignity with the counts of Rennes. At a loss for money and forced to alienate their domains to meet their expenses, neither Hoel, 1066 to 1084, nor his son and successor, Alain Fergent, 1084 to 1112, succeeded in turning Brittany into a unified province. Aquitaine and Gascony, the destiny of the countries south of the Loire, has all the appearance of a striking paradox. While everywhere else the tendency is to the minutest subdivision, the Dukes of Aquitaine, by a policy almost miraculously skillful, succeeded not only in maintaining effective control over the unhomogeneous lands between the Loire and the Garonne, with the exception of Berry and the Bourbonnais, but in making good their hold on Gascony, which they never again lose, and even for a time, in occupying the county of Toulouse and extracting obedience from it. Direct rulers of Poitou, of which district they continue to style themselves counts, at the same time that they are known as Dukes of Aquitaine, rulers also of Saintonge, which was for a short time a fief of the Count of Anjou. The dynasty of the Williams, who succeeded one another in the 11th century on the Pontevin throne, successfully retained the Counts of Angoulême and La Marche and the Viscount of Limoges in the strictest vassalage, while they compelled obedience from the other counts and viscounts in their dominions. Everywhere, or almost everywhere, thanks to perpetual expeditions from one end of his state to the other, the Duke presents himself as the real suzerain, ever ready for action or intervention in case of need. In episcopal elections, he has contrived to preserve his rights, at Limoges, for instance, as at Poitiers and Saintes, or at Bordeaux, after he has taken possession of that town. In the greater part of the episcopal cities, he plays an active, sometimes decisive part, often having the last word in the election of bishops. Few of the rulers of the feudal chiefs at this time knew as they did how to act as the real heads of state, or could maneuver more cleverly to extend and maintain their authority. Although praised by a contemporary chronicler, Adhemar of Chabannes, for having succeeded in reducing all his vassals to complete obedience, William V, 995 or 996 to 1030, appears to have been, above all things, a peaceful prince, a lover of learning and belles lettres, for which indeed Adhemar eulogizes him in a hyperbolical strain, comparing him to Augustus and Theodosius, and at the same time to Charlemagne and Louis the Pious. But among his successors, Guy Geoffrey, also called William VIII, 1058 to 1086, and William IX, 1086 to 1126, were born politicians, unburdened with scruples, moreover, and ready to use all means to attain their ends. By naked usurpation, helped out by a sudden stroke of arms, and by astute diplomacy, Guy Geoffrey succeeded in obtaining possession of the Duchy of Gascony, which had fallen vacant in 1039 by the death of his half-brother, Otto, and so ably was his undertaking carried out that Gascony was subdued almost on the spot. His son, William IX, nearly succeeded in doing as much with regard to the county of Toulouse some 60 years later, in 1097 or 1098. Profiting by the absence of the Count Raymond of St. Gilles on crusade, he claimed the county in the name of his wife, Philippa, the daughter of a former Count of Toulouse, William IV, and notwithstanding that the possessions of crusaders were placed under the guardianship of the Church and accounted sacred, he invaded his neighbor's territory and immediately took possession of the lands that he coveted. In 1100, on the return of Raymond of St. Gilles, he was forced to restore his conquest. The struggle was only postponed on the death of Bertrand, son of Raymond, In 1112, he was again to conquer the county of Toulouse, and this time refused to surrender his prey. It took Alphonse Jourdan, the rightful heir, 10 years of desperate strife to gain his point and tear the booty from his terrible neighbor. This same William IX is, besides, the very type of a feudal bel esprit, possessed of a pretty wit and apt at celebrating his endless amours and intrigues in graceful, profligate verse, but he was shameless and brazen, trampling the principles of morality underfoot as old-fashioned prejudices, provided that he could indulge his passions. The carrying off of Maubergeon, the beautiful wife of the Viscount of Châtellerault, whom he claimed to marry without further formalities, in the lifetime of his lawful wife, Philippa, and of the Viscount himself, gives one the measure of the man. If we may believe the chronicler William of Malmesbury, he replied with jests to the prelates who exhorted him to change his manner of living. "I will repudiate the Viscountess as soon as your hair requires a comb," he said to the Bishop of Angoulême, Gerard, who was bald. Being excommunicated for his evil courses, he one day met Peter, Bishop of Poitiers. "Give me absolution, or I will kill you," he cried, raising his sword. "Strike," replied the bishop, offering his neck. "No," replied William, "I do not love you well enough to send you straight to paradise." And he contented himself with exiling him. Languedoc. Less fortunate and much less skilful than the Dukes of Aquitaine, the Counts of Toulouse nevertheless succeeded in the 11th century in collecting in their own hands a considerable group of fiefs, all contiguous. They included fiefs within the empire as well as in France, and stretched from the Garonne to the Alps from the day when Raymond of Saint-Gilles, Marquess of Gothia, had succeeded both his brother William IV in the county of Toulouse in 1088 and Bertrand of Arles in the Marquisate of Provence in 1094. But even taking Languedoc alone, the county of Toulouse and the Marquisate of Gothia, the unity of the state was only personal and weak, and was always on the point of breaking down. A law of succession which prescribed division between the direct heirs male necessarily involved the division of the component fiefs. Besides this, the chiefs of the House of Toulouse had not the continuity of policy necessary if the counts, barons, and citizens, who, within the confines of the principality, were ever seeking to secure a more and more complete independence, were to be held in subjection. They also had to reckon with the rivalry and ambition of two neighbors, the Dukes of Aquitaine, who, as we have seen, sought to lay hands upon the county of Toulouse, and the Counts of Barcelona, who, rulers of Roussillon, and in theory vassals of the French crown, were ever ready to contend with the House of Saint-Gilles for the possession of the March of Gothia. To sum up, if the strength of the feudal tie and the energy or diplomacy of some of the great feudatories prevented France from crumbling into a mere dust heap of fiefs, contiguous but unconnected, the evil from which the nation was suffering was none the less dangerous and deep-seated. The realm was frittered away into principalities which seemed every day to grow further and further apart. From this general disintegration of the kingdom, the clergy, and especially the bishops, escaped only with the greatest difficulty. Too many members of the episcopate belonged both by birth and tendencies to the feudal classes for them to furnish the elements of a reaction, or even to desire it. But there were a few among the mass who were in a position, either through greater openness of mind or more genuine culture, to see things from a higher point of view, who succeeded in imposing their ideas above all local divisions, and, while the royal authority seemed bankrupt, were able to exercise in the kingdom some sort of preponderating moral influence. The most illustrious examples are those of two bishops of Chartres, Bishop Fulbert, in the time of King Robert, and Bishop Ivo in the time of Philip I. With Fulbert, the whole kingdom seems to have been in perpetual consultation on all manner of questions, even those in appearance most trivial. Does a point in feudal law need clearing up? Is there a canonical difficulty to be solved? Or a feeling of curiosity to be satisfied? Recourse is had to him. About 1020, the Duke of Aquitaine, William the Great, asks him to expound the mutual obligations of suzerain and vassal, and the bishop at once sends him a precise and clear reply, which he says at the end he would like to have drawn out further, quote, if he had not been absorbed by 1,000 other occupations, and by his anxiety about the rebuilding of his city and his church, which had just been destroyed by a terrible fire. End quote. Some years later, the public mind throughout the kingdom had been much exercised by a rain of blood on the coast of Poitou. King Robert, at the request of the Duke of Aquitaine, that he should seek enlightenment from his clergy as to this terrifying miracle, at once writes off to Fulbert, and at the same time to the Bishop of Bourges, seeking an explanation and details concerning the previous occurrences of the phenomenon. Without delay, Fulbert undertakes the search, rereads Livy, Valerius, Maximus, Orosius, and Gregory of Tours, and sends off a letter with full particulars. Next comes the Scholasticus of St. Hilary of Poitiers, his former pupil, who overwhelms him with questions of every kind, and demands with special insistence whether bishops may serve in the army. In reply, his kind master sends him a regular dissertation. But these are only his lighter cares. He has to guide the king in his policy and warn him of the blunders he makes. About 1010, Robert was on the point of convoking a great assembly to proclaim the peace of God at Orleans, which at that time was under an interdict. Immediately Fulbert takes up his pen and writes to the king, quote, amidst the numerous occupations which demand my attention, my anxiety touching thy person, my lord, holds an important place. Thus, when I learn that thou dost act wisely, I rejoice. When I learn that thou dost ill, I am grieved and in fear. End quote. He is glad that the king should be thinking on peace, but that with this object he should convoke an assembly at Orleans, quote, a city ravaged by fire, profaned by sacrilege, and, above all, condemned to excommunication, end quote. This astonishes and confounds him. To hold an assembly in a town where, legally, neither the king nor the bishops could communicate was at that time nothing short of a scandal. And the pious bishop concludes his letter with wise and firm advice. A few years earlier, in 1008, the Count of the Palace, Hugh of Beauvais, the bosom friend of King Robert, had been killed, as we have related, under the very eyes of the sovereign, by assassins placed in ambush by Fulk Nera, Count of Anjou, who immediately gave them asylum in his dominions. Such was the scandal that Fulk was near being proceeded against for high treason, while a synod of bishops sitting at Chelles wished at all events to pronounce him excommunicate on the spot. Here again Fulbert intervenes. He enjoins clemency upon all, obtains a delay of 3 weeks, and of his own accord writes to Fulk, though he is neither his diocesan nor his relation, a letter full of kindness, but also of firmness, summoning him to give up the assassins within a fixed time, and to come himself at once and make humble submission. In the days of Ivo, the good understanding between the king and the Bishop of Chartres was broken. But amidst all the religious and political difficulties in which Philip was involved, and with him the whole kingdom, the bishop's influence is only the more evident. In personal correspondence with the popes who consult him, or to whom, on his own initiative, he sends opinions, always listened to with deference. In correspondence with the papal legates, whom he informs by his counsels, Ivo seems the real head of the Church in France. In the question so hotly debated on both sides as to the king's marriage with Bertrada of Montfort, Ivo did not hesitate to speak his mind to the king without circumlocution. He sharply rebuked the over-complacent bishops, acted as leader of the rest, and personally came to an agreement with the Pope and his legates as to the course to be pursued. He writes in 1092 to the king who had summoned him to be present at the solemnization of his marriage with Bertrada, quote, "I neither can nor will go, so long as no general council has pronounced a divorce between you and your lawful wife, and declared the marriage which you wish to contract canonical." End quote. The king succeeded in getting this adulterous union celebrated, and in spite of warnings, he refused to put an end to it. Pope Urban II addressed to the bishops and archbishops a letter enjoining them to excommunicate this impious man if he refused to repent. Ivo then appeared as arbiter of the situation. Quote, "These pontifical letters," he writes to the king's seneschal, "ought to have been published already, but out of love for the king I have had them kept back, because I am determined, as far as in my power, to prevent a rising of the kingdom against him." End quote. He was fully informed of all that was said or done of any importance. In 1094, he knew that the king meant to deceive the pope, and had sent messengers to Rome. He warned Urban II, putting him on his guard against the lies which they were charged to convey to him. Later on, in the time of Pope Paschal II, it was he who finally preached moderation with success, who arranged everything with the Pope for the reconciliation of the king. There is no ecclesiastical business in the kingdom of which he does not carefully keep abreast, ready, if it be useful, to intervene to support his candidate for a post, and to give advice to bishop or lord. Not only does he denounce to the Pope the impious audacity of Ranulph Flambert, Bishop of Durham, who in 1102 had seized on the bishopric of Lisieux in the name of one of his sons, but he calls on the Archbishop of Rouen and the other bishops of the province to put an end to these disorders. He does even more. He writes to the Count of Moulins to urge him to make representations without delay on his behalf to the King of England, whose duty it is not to tolerate such a scandal. At a period when religion, though ordinarily of a very rude type, was spreading in all directions, and when the gravest political questions which came up were those of church polity, a prelate who, like Ivo of Chartres, knew how to speak out and to gain the ear of popes, kings, bishops, and lords, certainly exercised in France a power of action stronger and more pregnant with results than the obscure ministers of a weak, discredited king. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Kingdom of Burgundy. Part 1 by Louis Halphen. A. The Kingdom of Burgundy down to the annexation of the Kingdom of Provence. The unity of the empire momentarily restored under Charles the Fat had, as we have seen, been once more and finally started in 888, as in 843 the long strip of territory laying between the Scheldt, the mouth of the Meuse, the Saône, and the Cevennes on one hand, and the Rhine and the Alps on the other, was not re-included in France, but the German king was no more capable than his neighbor of keeping it as a whole under his authority. The entire district south of the Vosges slipped from his grasp, and for a moment he was even in danger of seeing a rival put in possession of the whole of the former kingdom of Lothar I. In fact, very shortly after the Emperor Charles the Fat abandoned all hands and deposed Etribor, had made a wretched end at Nijmegen, several of the great lay lords and churchmen of the ancient duchy of Touraine, Burgundy, assembled in the Basilica of St. Maurice d'Argens, probably about the end of January 888, and proclaimed the Count and Marquess Rodolphe king. Rodolphe was a person of no small importance. His grandfather, Conrad the Elder, brother of the Empress Judith, Count and Duke in Alemannia, and his uncle Hugh the Abbot, had played a prominent part in the time of Charles the Bald, while his father Conrad, originally Count of Auxerre, had taken service with the sons of the Emperor Lothar about 861, and had received from the Emperor Louis II the government of the three Transjorane dioceses of Geneva, Lucerne, and Sion, as well as the Abbey of St. Maurice d'Argens. Rodolphe had succeeded to this Touraine duchy, which now chose and proclaimed him king. The significance of the declaration was at first far from clear. Still, in the minds of Rodolphe and his supporters, it must necessarily have been involved more than a mere change of style. The empire, momentarily united, was once more falling apart into its earlier divisions, and there being no one capable of assuming the Carolingian heritage in its entirety, a state of things was being reproduced which had formerly resulted from the Treaty of Verdun in 843. Such seems to have been the idea which actuated the electors assembled at St. Maurice d'Argens, and Rodolphe, without forming a very precise estimate of the situation, left the western kingdom to Otto and the eastern to Arnulf, and set to work at once to secure for himself the former kingdom of Lothar II in its integrity. At first it seemed that circumstances were in the new king's favor, accepted without difficulty in the counties of the Diocese of Besancon. Rodolphe proceeded to occupy Alsace and a large part of Lorraine. In an assembly which met at Toth, the bishop of that town crowned him king of Lorraine. But all his supporters fell away on the appearance in the country of Arnulf, the new king of Germany, and Rodolphe, after in vain attempting to resist his army, had no choice but to treat with his rival. He went to seek Arnulf at Ratisbon, and after lengthy negotiations obtained from him the recognition of his kingship over the Touraine duchy and the Diocese of Besancon, on condition of his surrendering all claims to Alsace and Lorraine, October 888. Thus, by force of circumstances, the earlier conception of Rodolphe's kingship was taking a new form. The restoration of the kingdom of Lorraine was no longer thought of. A new kingdom, the kingdom of Burgundy, had come into being. It was only with reluctance that Arnulf had recognized the existence of this new kingdom. A Caroling, though illegitimate, he might seem to have inherited from Charles the Fat a claim to rule over the whole of the former empire of Charlemagne. Not satisfied that Rodolphe should have been forced to humble himself before him by journeying to Ratisbon to seek the confirmation of his royal dignity, he attempted to go back upon the recognition that he had granted. In 894, as he was returning from an expedition to Lombardy, he made a hostile eruption into the Valais, ravaging the country and vainly attempting to come to close quarters with Rodolphe, who, a few weeks earlier, had sent assistance to the citizens of Ivrea, a town which the King of Germany had been unsuccessfully besieging. Rodolphe took refuge in the mountains and evaded all pursuit. Nor could Svendbold, Arnulf's illegitimate son, who was sent against him at the head of a fresh army, succeed in reaching him. The dispossession of the King of Burgundy was then resolved on, and in 895 in an assembly held at Worms, Arnulf created Svendbold king in Burgundy and in the whole of the kingdom formerly held by Lothar II. But these claims were not prosecuted. Rodolph maintained his position, and on his death, 25th October 911 or 912, his son Rodolph II succeeded unchallenged to his kingdom. Germany, indeed, since the death of Arnulf in 899, had been struggling in the grip of terrible anarchy. Conrad of Franconia, who in 911 had succeeded Louis the Child, was too busy defending himself against the revolted nobles to dream of intervention in Burgundy. Not only had Rodolph II nothing to fear from this quarter, but he saw a favorable opportunity for retaliation. On the side of Lorraine, it was too late. The King of Burgundy had been forestalled by the King of France, Charles the Simple, who as early as November 911 had effected its conquest. Rodolph II indemnified himself, it would appear, by attempting to lay hands on the two Alemannic counties of Thurgau and Aargau, the districts lying on the eastern frontier of his kingdom, between the Aar, the Rhine, the Lake of Constance, and the Reuss. He was indeed repulsed by the Duke of Swaben at Winterthur in 919, but nonetheless succeeded in preserving a substantial part of his conquest. Other events, however, called his attention and diverted his energies to new quarters. The state of affairs in Italy was then extremely disturbed. After many rivalries and struggles, both the Lombard crown and the imperial diadem had been placed in 915 upon the head of Berengar of Friuli. But Berengar was far from having conciliated all sections, and at the end of 921 or the beginning of 922, a number of the disaffected offered the Lombard crown to Rodolph. The offer was a tempting one. Though separated from Lombardy by the wall of the Alps, Touraine Burgundy was still naturally brought into constant relations with it. The high road, which from St. Maurice to Combe, led by the great St. Bernard to Aosta and Vercelli, was habitually followed by pilgrims journeying from the northwest into Italy. Besides, owing to their origin, many nobles of weight in the Lombard plain, notably the Marquess of Ivrea, were in personal communication with King Rodolph. Finally, memories of the Emperor Lothar, who had been in possession of Italy as well as Burgundy, could not but survive and necessarily produced an effect upon men's minds. Rodolph listened favorably to the overtures made him. He marched straight upon Pavia, the capital of the Lombard kingdom, entered the city and induced the majority of the lay lords and bishops to recognize him as king. February 922. Berengar was defeated in a great battle fought at Fiorenzolo, not far from the Piacenza, on 17th of July 923, and forced to fly with all speed to Verona, where he was murdered a few months later, 7 April 924. Yet before long, Rodolph was forced to change his tone. With their usual instability, the Italian barons lost no time in deserting him to call in a new claimant, Hugh of Arles, Marquess of Provence. Rodolph asked help of the Duke of Swabia, Burchard, whose daughter he had married a few years before, but the Duke fell into an ambuscade and was killed, April 926, and Rodolph, disheartened, had no choice but to retrace his steps disconsolately across the great St. Bernard. Events, however, was soon to convince him that his true interest lay in renouncing the Lombard crown and coming to an understanding with his rival in order to seek the satisfaction of his ambition in another direction. B. The kingdom of Provence down to its annexation to the kingdom of Burgundy. The wide region lying to the south of Burgundy between the Alps, the Mediterranean, and the Cevennes had been for several years without a ruler, and was in such a state of confusion and uncertainty as likely to tempt King Rodolph to seek his advantage there. In the middle of the 9th century, 855, a kingdom had been formed there for the benefit of Charles, third son of the Emperor Lothar. On the death of the young king, 863, the inheritance had been divided between his two brothers, and was soon after occupied by Charles the Bald, who entrusted its administration to his vassal Boso, 870. The latter, who was of Frankish origin, was among the most influential personages of the Western Kingdom. His sister Rakilda had been first the mistress and later the wife of the king. He himself, apparently, was an ambitious man, energetic, skillful, and unscrupulous. In 876 he married Ermengarde, daughter of the Emperor Louis II, and secured the favor of Pope John VIII, who, on the death of Charles the Bald in October 877, even thought for a moment of drawing him to Italy. Later, on the death of Louis the Stammerer, Boso openly revolted and ventured on having himself crowned king at Mantai, 15 October 879. Before this date, Boso had been in possession of Provence and of the counties of Vienne and Lyon, and he now obtained recognition as king in the Tarentaise, as well as in the Uzeg and Vivarais districts, and even in the dioceses of Besançon and Autun. But his attempt was premature. The United Carolingians, Louis III and Carloman, supported by an army promptly dispatched by Charles the Fat, invaded the country in 880. The war was a tedious one, but at last in September 882, Vienne yielded, and Boso, driven from the Viennois, remained in obscurity till his death 11 January 887. For more than 3 years, the fate of the Kingdom of Provence remained in suspense. From the beginning of 888, the public records are dated in such a year after the death of Boso, or after the death of Charles the Fat. The Kingdom of Burgundy had been formed, yet neither Rodolph as king nor Otto, king of France, nor Arnulf, king of Germany, all too fully engaged elsewhere, ever thought of laying claim to the vacant throne of Provence. But if Arnulf were unable to undertake the occupation of the Kingdom of Provence, at least it was plainly his interest to further the setting up of a king who would recognize his overlordship and might also serve as a counterpoise to the ambitious and encroaching Rodolph. Now Boso had left a son, still quite young, named Louis, who, having been protected and even adopted by Charles the Fat, might be looked upon as the rightful heir of the Provençal throne. His mother Ermengarde set herself energetically to bring about his coronation. In May 889 she repaired to Arnulf's court, and by means of rich gifts secured his help. Louis's claims, supported also by the Pope Stephen V, were generally recognized, and towards the end of 890, he was proclaimed king in an assembly held at Valence, and brought under his rule the greater part of the territory lying to the south of Rodolph's dominions. But the exact nature of his kingship can hardly even be conjectured from contemporary records. We hear of him only as having journeyed about his kingdom and granted privileges to churches. Moreover, from the year 900 his energies are diverted to the other side of the Alps, whither he is invited by the lords of Italy, who, weary of their king, Berengar, offer him the crown. Louis closed with their proposals, as later on Rodolph II was to do, marched at once upon Pavia, and there assumed the crown as king of Italy, about the beginning of October 900. Then, continuing his march, he entered Piacenza and Bologna, and, February 901, received the imperial crown at Rome from the hands of Pope Benedict IV. Some few engagements with Berengar's troops were enough to secure to him the adhesion of the majority of the nobles. But if Italy was quickly won, it was quickly lost. Driven from Pavia, which Berengar succeeded in re-entering 902, Louis in 905 made a fresh attempt to thrust out his rival, but he was surprised at Verona on 21 July 905 and made prisoner by Berengar, who put out his eyes and sent him back beyond the Alps. Thenceforward the unhappy Louis the Blind drags out a wretched existence within his own dominions, while continuing to bear the empty title of emperor. He remained shut up in his town and palace of Vienne, leaving the business of government to his cousin Hugh of Arles, Marquess of Provence, who, holding both the March of Provence and the county of Vienne, acts as master throughout the kingdom. We find him, for instance, interfering in the affairs of the Lyonnese, although this district had a count of its own, and again in the business of the Church of Valence, the bishop of which see is described as his vassal. Again, if any question of alliance with the neighboring king arises, it is he who intervenes. At the beginning of 924, he has an interview with Rothwell, king of France, in the Artois, in the banks of the Loire. In the same year, the Hungarians, who for some time had been devastating the Lombard plain, crossed the Alps and threatened at once the kingdoms of Rodolph II and Louis the Blind. Again, it is Hugh of Arles who opens communications with Rodolph and concerts with him a common plan of action against the dreaded barbarians. The two princes joined their forces to stay the course of the robber bands by penning them up in a defile, whence, however, they escaped. Hugh and Rodolph together pursued them to the Rhone and drove them into Gauthia. This concord between Hugh of Arles and King Rodolph was not to be lasting. We have already seen how Rodolph, called in by the lords of Lombardy and crowned king of Italy in 922, had the very next year been abandoned by a large number of his supporters, who had offered the kingdom to the Marquess of Provence. The latter had then come into collision with Berengar's troops, and had been obliged to pledge himself to attempt nothing further against him. But when in 926 Rodolph definitely withdrew from Italy, Hugh embarked from Provence and landed near Pisa. In the beginning of July 926 at Pavia, he received in his turn the crown which he was to succeed in retaining for 20 years without encountering any rival of importance. About a year later, Louis the Blind died. Of his children, only one seemed capable of reigning, Charles Constantine, often held illegitimate. He was the Count of Vienne, a district which he had been virtually ruling since his departure of Hugh. But the new king of Italy, who was still all-powerful in the kingdom of Provence, was not disposed to favor him. For several years, the state of uncertainty prevailed, and charters were again dated either by the regnal year of the dead sovereign, or according to a formula widely used in times of interregnum, God reigning and a king being awaited. About 933, events occurred which cleared up the situation. At this time, says the Lombard historian Lienhart, the Italian sent into Burgundy to Rodolph's court to recall him. When King Hugh heard of it, he dispatched envoys to him and gave him all the lands that he had held in Gaul before he ascended the throne, taking an oath of King Rodolph that he would never return to Italy. This obscure passage is our only source of information as to the agreement arrived at between the two sovereigns. What was its exact purport, it is impossible to say, but the whole history of the succeeding years goes to prove that the cession then made consisted of the sovereign rights which Hugh had practically exercised for many long years in the dominions of Louis the Blind. It amounted, in fact, to the union of the kingdom of Provence with that of Burgundy. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Kingdom of Burgundy, Part 2, by Louis Halphen. C. The Kingdom of Burgundy and its annexation to the Empire. Rudolph II did not long survive this treaty. He died on 12 or 13 July 937, leaving the government to his young son Conrad, in after years called the Peaceful, and then aged about 15 at most. The youth and weakness of the new king were sure to be a temptation to his neighbors. Apparently Hugh of Arles, king of Italy, planned how he might turn the situation to account. For as early as 12 December 937, we find him on the shores of the Lake of Geneva, where he took to wife Bertha, mother of young Conrad and widow of Rodolph II. Soon afterwards he married his son Lothar to Bertha's daughter, Adelaide. The new king of Germany, Otto I, who in 937 had just succeeded his father Henry I, could not look unmoved on these maneuvers. Without loss of time he set out for Burgundy, and as his biographer tells us, received into his possession the king and the kingdom. In reality, it was a bold and sudden stroke. Otto, cutting matters short, had simply made young Conrad prisoner. For about 4 years he kept him under a strong guard, taking him about with him on all his journeys and expeditions, and when he released him, at about the end of 942, he had made sure of his fidelity. Thenceforward, the king of Burgundy seems to be no more than a vassal of the German king. When in 946 Otto went to the help of Louis IV, Dortmund, against the aggressions of Hugh the Great, Conrad with his contingent of troops accompanied him. In May 960, we find him at Otto's court at Kloppen in the neighborhood of Mannheim. Gradually the bonds that unite the king of Germany and the king of Burgundy were drawn closer. In 951, Otto married Adelaide, sister of Conrad, and widow of Lothar, king of Italy. 10 years later, he was crowned king of Italy at Pavia, and 2 February 962, received the imperial crown at Rome. From this time onward, apparently, he looks upon the kingdom of Burgundy as a sort of appendage to his own dominions. Not only does he continue to keep Conrad always in his train, we find him, for instance, in 967 at Verona, but he makes it his business to expel the Saracens settled at Le Fernet, Fraxentum, in the district of Saint-Tropez, and in January 968 makes known his intention of going in person to fight with them in Provence. Under Rodolph III, son and successor of Conrad, the dependent position of the king of Burgundy in relation to the emperor becomes more and more marked. Rodolph III, on whom even during his lifetime his contemporaries chose to bestow the title of the sluggard, Ignavus, does not seem, at least in the early part of his career, to have been lacking in either energy or decision. Aged about 25 at the time of his succession, 993, he attempted to re-establish in his kingdom an authority which, owing to the increasing strength of the nobles, was becoming daily more precarious. A terrible rebellion was the result, against which all the king's efforts broke helplessly. Incapable of subduing the revolt, he was obliged to have recourse to the German sovereign. The aged Empress Adelaide, widow of Otto I and aunt of young Rodolph III, hastened to him in 999 and journeyed with him through the country, endeavoring to pacify the nobles. At the end of the same year, 999, she died, and hardly had 2 years passed when the Emperor Otto III followed her to the grave, 23 January 1002. Under his successor Henry II of Bavaria, German policy soon showed itself aggressive and encroaching. In 1006, Henry seized the town of Basel, which he kept for several years. Soon afterwards, he exacted from Rodolph an oath that before he died he would name him his heir, and 10 years later events occurred which placed the King of Burgundy completely at his mercy. For reasons which are still to some extent obscure, the Count of Burgundy, Otto William, and a large group of the lords had just broken out into revolt against Rodolph. In his character of Count of Burgundy, Otto William was master of the whole district corresponding to the diocese of Besancon, and as he held at the same time the county of Macon, in the kingdom of France, and was brother-in-law of the powerful Bishop Bruno of Langres, and father-in-law of Landry, Count of Nevers, of William the Great, Duke of Aquitaine, and of William II, Count of Provence. He was the most important person in the kingdom of Burgundy. As a contemporary chronicler, Dietmar, Bishop of Mersburg, says while the events were yet recent, Otto William, though nominally a vassal of the king, had a mind to live as the sovereign master of his own territories. The dispute broke out on the occasion of the nomination of a new archbishop to the see of Basicon. Archbishop Hector had just died, and immediately rival claimants had appeared, Rodolph seeking to have Bertrand, a clerk of his chapel, nominated, and Count Otto William opposing this candidate in the interest of a certain Walter. The real question was, who was to be the master in the episcopal city, the king or his vassal? Ostensibly the king won the day. Bertrand was elected, perhaps even consecrated, but Otto William did not submit. He drove Bertrand out of Basicon, installed Walter by force, and as the same Bishop Dietmar relates, carried his insolence so far as to have Bertrand hunted by his hounds in order to mark the deep contempt with which this intruder inspired him. And, adds the chronicler, as the prelate, worn out with fatigue, heard them baying at his heels, he turned round, and making the sign of the cross in the direction in which he had just left the print of his foot, let himself fall to the ground, expecting to be torn to pieces by the pack. But those savage dogs, on sniffing the ground, thus hallowed by the sign of the cross, felt themselves suddenly stopped, as if by an irresistible force, and turning back, left God's true servant to find his way through the woods to a more hospitable region. Otto William was triumphant. Rodolph, having exhausted all his resources, was obliged to ask help of Henry II. An interview took place at Strasbourg in the early summer of 1016. Rodolph made his appearance with his wife Ermengarde and two of her sons who did homage to the emperor. Rodolph himself, not satisfied with renewing the engagement to which he had already sworn to have his kingdom on his death to Henry, recognized him even then as his successor and swore not to undertake any business of importance without first consulting him. As to Otto William, he was declared to have incurred forfeiture, and his feasts were granted by the emperor to some of the lords about his court. Next came the carrying out of this program, a matter which bristled with difficulties. The emperor himself undertook the despoiling of the Count of Burgundy, but entrenched within their fortresses, Otto William and his partisans successfully resisted capture. Henry could only ravage the country, and being recalled by other events to the northern part of his dominions, was obliged to retreat without having accomplished anything. Thus the imperial intervention had not availed to restore Rodolph's authority. Again abandoned to his own resources, and incapable of making head against the rebels, the King of Burgundy gave ear to the proposals of the latter, who offered to submit on condition that the engagements of the Treaty of Strasbourg were annulled. Just at first, Rodolph appeared to yield, but the emperor certainly lent no countenance to the expedient, the result of which would be disastrous to himself. As early as February 1018, he compelled the King of Burgundy, his wife, his stepsons, and the chief nobles of the kingdom solemnly to renew the arrangements of Strasbourg. He then directed a fresh expedition against the county of Burgundy. It is not known, however, whether its results were any better than those of the expedition of 1016. A few years later, when Henry II died, 13 July 1024, Rodolph attempted to shake off the Germanic suzerainty by claiming that former agreements were ipso facto invalidated by Henry's death. The latter's successor, Conrad II of Franconia, at once made it his business peremptorily to demand what he looked upon as his rights, and Rodolph was forced to submit. He even went as a docile vassal to Rome to be present at the imperial coronation of the new prince, 26 March 1027, and a few months later at Pasley, he solemnly renewed the conventions of Strasbourg and Mayence. Rodolph III himself only survived this new treaty a few years. On 5 or 6 September 1032, he died, without legitimate children, after having sent the insignia of his authority to the emperor. It seemed as though the Emperor Conrad had nothing to do but come and take possession of his new kingdom. The chief opponent of his policy in Rodolph's lifetime, Otto William, Count of Burgundy, had died several years before in 1026, and the principal nobles of the kingdom had, in 1027, come with their heir to Basel to ratify the conventions of Strasbourg and Mayence. The course of events, however, was not to be so smooth. Already for some time, Otto II, Count of Chartres, Blois, Tours, Troyes, Meaux, and Provence, the most formidable and turbulent of the King of France's vassals, had been intriguing with the Burgundian lords to be recognized as the successor of King Rodolph. He had even attempted, though without success, to inveigle the latter into naming him as his heir, to the exclusion of his imperial rival. He put himself forward in his character of nephew of the King of Burgundy, his mother being Rodolph's sister, whereas the Emperor Conrad was only the husband of that king's niece. Footnote: for the sake of greater clearness, a short table of the family of the kings of Burgundy, so far as they concern our narrative, is subjoined. Rodolph I, King of Burgundy 888 to 911 or 912, begat Rodolph II, King of Burgundy 911 or 912 to 937, begat Conrad the Pacific and Adelaide. Conrad the Pacific, King of Burgundy 937 to 993, begat Gisela, Rodolph III, Bertha I, and Gerberger. Gisela married Henry, Duke of Bavaria, begat Henry II, Emperor. Rodolph III, King of Burgundy 993 to 1032. Bertha I married Otto I, Count of Blois, begat Otto II, Count of Blois. Gerberga married Hermann, Duke of Swabia, begat Gisela, who married Conrad II, Emperor. Adelaide, daughter of Rodolph II, married Otto I, King of Germany and Emperor, begat Otto II, Emperor, begat Otto III, Emperor. End of footnote. No sooner had Rodolph closed his eyes than Otto II, profiting by the Emperor's detention at the other end of his dominions, owing to a war against the Poles, promptly crossed the Burgundian frontier, seized upon several fortresses in the very heart of the kingdom, such as Murat and Neuchâtel, and thence, marching upon Vienne, forced the Archbishop Leger to open the gates and, with a view to being crowned, made sure of his adhesion. The expedition thus rapidly carried out with a decision all the more remarkable, as Otto II had at that very moment to reckon with the hostility of the King of France against whom he had rebelled, certainly had the result of deciding a large number of the Burgundian lords, whether willingly or unwillingly, to declare for the Count of Blois. The Archbishop of Lyon and the Count of Geneva pronounced against the Emperor. It was high time for the latter to intervene. Having secured the submission of the Polish Duke, Mesco II, Conrad hastened back and in the depth of winter marched without stopping upon Basley, January 1033. From thence he quickly reached Solier, and then the monastery of Péon, to the east of Lake Neuchâtel. He took advantage of the feast of Candlemas, 2 February, to have himself solemnly elected and crowned there as King of Burgundy by the nobles who favored his cause and had come to meet him. From thence he advanced to lay siege to Murat, which was held by the partisans of the Count of Blois. But the cold was so intense and the resistance of the besieged so determined that Conrad was forced to abandon the enterprise and fall back upon Zurich, and from thence return to Swabia until the season should be more favorable. Luckily for the Emperor, Otto was obliged during the spring of 1033 to make head against Henry I, King of France, who for the second time had made an attempt upon Sens, and he was for several months quite unable to follow up his early successes in Burgundy. Some months later, hostilities were resumed between Conrad and his rival, but already the latter had begun to cherish new projects, and instead of entering Burgundy, he invaded Lorraine and threatened Toul. Conrad replied by an invasion of Champagne. Both parties, having grown weary of the fruitless struggle, decided on opening negotiations. A meeting took place. According to the German chroniclers, Otto took an oath to abandon all claims upon Burgundy, to evacuate fortresses he still held there, and to give hostages for the fulfillment of these promises. Finally, he undertook to give the nobles of Lorraine, who had suffered by his ravages, every satisfaction which the imperial court should require. These promises, if they were really made, were too specious to be sincere. As soon as the emperor had withdrawn in order to suppress a revolt of the Lowitzi on the borders of Pomerania, Otto renewed his destructive expeditions through Lorraine. Conrad realized that he must first of all make a good ending of his work in Burgundy. He gained the help of Humbert Whitehands, Count of Aosta. He was therefore able in May 1034 to make a junction at Geneva with some Italian troops brought to him by Boniface, Marquess of Tuscany. Without difficulty, he reduced most of the strongholds in the northern part of the Burgundian kingdom, forced the Count of Geneva and the Archbishop of Lyon to acknowledge his authority, and again caused the crown to be placed solemnly upon his head at a curia coronata held at Geneva. Murat still held out for the Count of Blois. It was taken by storm and given up to pillage. The cause of the Count of Blois was now lost beyond redemption in Burgundy, and Conrad, recognized by all, or practically all, could promise himself secure possession of his new kingdom. Meanwhile, Otto, no more successful in his enterprise against Lorraine than in his Burgundian expedition, was soon to meet his death before the walls of Bar, 15 November 1037. From the day that the submission of the kingdom of Burgundy to the Emperor Conrad became an accomplished fact, the history of the kingdom may be said to come to an end. Yet it is not well to take literally the assertions of late chroniclers, who sum up the course of events in such terms as these. The Burgundians, not departing from their habitual insolence towards their king Rodolph, delivered up to the Emperor Conrad the kingdom of Burgundy, which kingdom had, from the time of the Emperor Arnulf, for more than 130 years, been governed by its own kings, and thus Burgundy was again reduced to a province. But there was really a short period of transition. In fact, at an assembly held 1038 at Soleure, Conrad, doubtless feeling the need of having a permanent representative in the kingdom, decided on handing it over to his son Henry. Whatever may have been said on the subject, it appears that Henry was in fact recognized as King of Burgundy. The great lords took a direct oath of fealty to him, and the emperor doubtless granted him the dignity of an under-kingship, with which the Carolingian sovereigns had so often invested their sons. But this form of administration did not last long. As early as 4 June 1039, King Conrad died, and now Henry III, the young king of Burgundy, found the kingdoms of Germany and Italy added to his first realm. The title of King of Burgundy was now, however, only an empty form. The domains which the sovereign had at his disposal in Burgundy were so insignificant that during the latter years of Rodolph III, the chronicler Thietmar of Merseburg could write in reference to him, "There is no other king who governs thus. He possesses nothing but his title and his crown, and gives away bishoprics to those who are selected by the nobles. What he possesses for his own use is of small account. He lives at the expense of the prelates, and cannot even defend them or others who are in any way oppressed by their neighbors. Thus they have no resource, if they are to live in peace, but to come and commend themselves to lords and serve them as if they were kings." The very name of Kingdom of Burgundy covered a whole series of territories without unity, without mutual ties, and over which the king's control was quite illusory. Rudolph III, in his latter years, hardly ever so much as shewed himself outside the districts bounded by the valleys of the Saône and the Doubs, and between the Jura and the upper course of the Rhone. The greater part of the lords, shutting themselves up within their own domains, made a show of ignoring the king's authority, or else merely deferred their revolt because, Knowing the king near at hand, they might fear being constrained by him. "O king," exclaimed the Chancellor Whippo to Henry III a few years later, "Burgundy demands thee. Arise and come quickly. When the master tarries long absent, the fidelity of no subject is apt to waver. The old proverb is profoundly true. Out of sight, out of mind. Although Burgundy is now, thanks to thee, at peace, she desires to view in thy person the author of this peace, and to feast arise upon the countenance of her king. Appear, and let thy presence bring back serenity to this kingdom. Formerly thou didst with difficulty subdue it. Profit now by the readiness to serve thee." As a matter of fact, Burgundy could spare a king very well, and the efforts made by Henry III to render his government in these parts a little more effective were to be unavailing. Despite his frequent visits and the attempts that he made to reduce to obedience his rebellious vassals, notably the Counts of Burgundy and Genevois, Henry III accomplished nothing lasting. On his death, 1056, his widow, the Empress Agnes, tried as fruitlessly to restore the royal power by sending Rudolph of Rheinfelden, Duke of Swabia, to represent her in the kingdom. Later on, Henry IV, when he had attained his majority, and after him Henry V in his struggle with the papacy, met with hardly anything but indifference or hostility in Burgundy as a whole. Henry V's successor, Lothar of Supplenburg, himself supplies the proof of the purely nominal character of his authority in these distant provinces, when, on summoning the lords of Burgundy and Provence to join an expedition which he was preparing for Italy, he exclaims, "At sundry times we have written to you to demand the tribute of your homage and submission, but you paid no heed, thus emphasizing in an indecorous manner your contempt for our supreme power. We intend to labor henceforward to restore in your country our authority, which has been so much diminished among you as to be almost completely forgotten. Thus, we command you to appear at Piacenza on the feast of St. Michael with your contingent of armed men." This summons was to produce no result. The emperors tried by every means to make their power a reality, following the example of the Empress Agnes, who had sent Rudolph of Rheinfelden to represent her. Lothar of Supplenburg and afterwards Frederick Barbarossa were to try the experiment of delegating their authority to various princes of the Swiss house of Zähringen, whom they appointed rectors or viceroys. This rectorate, soon to be called the Duchy of Burgundy Minor, Lesser Burgundy, was, however, only effective to the east of Jura, that is, practically over modern Switzerland, and it disappeared in 1217 on the extinction of the elder line of Zähringen. In 1215, Frederick II was to try a return to the same policy, making choice of William of Boves, Prince of Orange, then in 1220 of William Marquess of Montferrat. From 1237 onwards, he was to be represented by imperial vicars. We shall see the emperors make an appearance in an intermittent fashion in the kingdom, and sometimes seeming to repossess themselves of a more or less real authority in this or that district. Frederick Barbarossa, in particular after his marriage with Beatrice, the heiress of the county of Burgundy, will appear as unquestioned master in the diocese of Besançon, and be crowned king of Arles in 1178. Frederick II will for a time recover a real power of action in Provence and the Lyonnese, and again in the 14th century, Henry VII, strong in the support of the princes of Savoy, will rally to his standard large numbers of the nobles of the kingdom. Charles IV will characteristically go through the empty form of coronation in 1365, but these will be isolated exceptions leading to nothing. Incapable of enforcing their authority, the emperors, from the latter part of the 12th century onwards, more than once will even meditate restoring the kingdom of Arles, as it is now most frequently called, to its former independence, reserving the right to exact from its new king the recognition of the suzerainty. Henry VI will offer it to his prisoner, Richard Coeur de Lion, in 1193. Philip of Swabia to his competitor Otto of Brunswick in 1207. Rodolph of Habsburg will consider entrusting it in 1274 to a prince of his family, and later on to an Angevin prince, an idea to be revived by Henry VII in 1310. But all these efforts prove vain. For long centuries the kingdom of Arles remains in theory attached to the empire, but little by little, this kingdom, over which the German sovereigns could never secure effective control, will crumble to pieces in their hands. Out of its eastern portion, the Swiss Confederation and the Duchy of Savoy will be formed. The kings of France, in the course of the 14th century, will succeed in regaining their authority over the Vivarais, the Lyonnais, the Villenois and Depois, and Dauphiné successfully. To these, a century later, will be added Provence, which had already been long in French hands. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Italy in the 10th Century, Part 1, by C.W. Previté-Orton. The death of the Emperor Lambert in October 898 dealt a blow to the royal power in North Italy, the Regnum Italicum of the 10th century. In place of the born ruler who had mastered his own vassals and made himself protector of the papacy, there succeeded Berengar, mild and cheatable. Berengar, too, was weak in resources. His own domains lay awkwardly in the extreme northeast, in Friuli and the modern Veneto, not like Lambert's in the center, and he had not, like Lambert, the support of a large group of the great nobles and bishops who formed the real source of power in Italy. Two magnates in especial were equally faithless and formidable, Adalbert the Rich, Marquess of Tuscany, in the center, and Adalbert, Marquess of Ivrea, on the western frontier. In vain did Berengar marry his daughter Gisela to Adalbert of Ivrea and give the Tuscan his freedom from the prison to which Lambert had consigned him for revolt. A plot was hatching when disaster befell king and kingdom. Already in 898, the Hungarians, or Magyars, had raided the present Veneto from their newly won settlements on the river Theiss. In 899, a larger swarm made its way from Aquileia to Pavia. Berengar, always a gallant warrior, strove to rise to the occasion. From the whole Regnum Italicum his vassals came to the number of 15,000 men-at-arms. Before them the outnumbered Magyars fled back, but were overtaken at the river Brenta. Their horses were worn out, they could not escape, and the tradition, perhaps influenced by a sense of tragedy, tells of their proffers refused by the haughty Christians. Yet on 24 September they surprised their heedless foes and scattered them with fearful slaughter. For nearly a year the Bombard plain lay at their mercy, though few fortified cities were taken, and they did not cross the Apennines. Amid his faithless vassals, with his land desolated, Berengar submitted to pay blackmail, which at least kept the Magyars his friends if it did not save Lombardy from occasional incursions. The only mitigation of the calamity was the defeat of the Hungarians on the water when in 900 they assaulted Venice under her doge Pietro Tribuno. Berengar had lost men, wealth, and prestige. He was too clearly profitless for his subjects, and the death at Hungarian hands of many bishops and counts left the greatest magnates greater than ever. The plot against him, already begun, gathered strength. It was headed by Adalbert II, the Rich of Tuscany, whose wife Bertha, the widow of a Provençal count, was daughter of Lothar II of Lorraine and thus granddaughter of the Emperor Lothar I. and its object was to restore Lothar I's line to Italy in the person of Louis of Provence, grandson of the Emperor Louis II. The Spolitan party, the Empress Agiltrude, and Pope John IX, the old partisan of Lambert, were, it seems, won to the plan, and the hand of the Byzantine Princess Anna, daughter of Leo VI, was obtained for the pretender. When Louis came to Italy in September 900, Berengar, faced by a general defection, could only retreat beyond the Mincio, while his rival, surrounded by the magnates, proceeded to Rome to receive the imperial crown in February 901 from the new Pope Benedict IV. But Louis had no great capacity, and the magnates were fickle of set purpose, for, says the chronicler Ludeprand in a classic passage, they preferred two kings to play off one against the other. In 902, a counter-change was brought about. Berengar advanced to Pavia, and Louis, who had been unable to get away quickly enough, was allowed to withdraw on taking an oath never to return. Within 3 years, 905, however, Bertha once more tempted her kinsman to invade Italy. He was to be furnished, perhaps, with a Byzantine subsidy. Once more Berengar fled east, this time to Bavaria, for Adelard, Bishop of Verona, his chief stronghold, called in his rival. Louis heedlessly thought himself secure and was surprised and captured, 21 July, by Berengar, to whom the Veronese citizens, though not their bishop, were always loyal. No risks were taken by the victor, and Louis was sent back to Provence, blind and helpless. By an atrocity unlike his usual dealings, Berengar at last secured an undisputed throne. Real control over great nobles and bishops he was never to obtain. While the regnum Italicum lay invertebrate in the hands of the magnates, South Italy was even more disordered and tormented. For 60 years the land had suffered from the intolerable scourge of Saracen ravages, while a robber colony, established almost impregnably on the river Garigliano, spread desolation in the heart of Italy over the Terra di Lavoro and the Roman Campagna. The true base of the Muslims lay in Sicily. There the mixed Berber and Arab population, who had swarmed in under the Owlivia dynasty of Kairouan, were on the point of completing the conquest of the Christian and Greek eastern portion of the island, and the brief cessation of their direct raids on the mainland, which began circa 889, did not last long. Subdivision and intestine wars for independence and predominance paralyzed South Italy in its struggle against the Saracens. The greatest power there was the Byzantine Empire, after Basil I and his general Nicephorus Phocas had revived its power in the west. Two themes were set up in Italy, each under its strategos, or general, that of Langobardia, with its capital at Bari, which included Apulia and Lucania from the river Trigno on the Adriatic to the Gulf of Taranto, and that of Calabria, with its capital at Reggio, which represented the vanished theme of Sicily. These detached and frontier provinces, usually scantily supplied with troops and money, owing to the greater needs of the core of the empire, were beset with difficulties occasioned by the hostility of the Italians to the corrupt and foreign Greek officials. The Lombard subjects in Apulia were actively or potentially disloyal, and a long strip of debatable land formed the western part of the Langobardic theme, which was always claimed by the Lombard Principality of Benevento, its ancient possessor. Then there were the native Italian states, all considered as its vassals by Byzantium in spite of the competing pretensions of the Western Empire. 3 of these, Gaeto, Naples, and Amalfi, were coast towns, never conquered by the Lombards, and like Venice, had long enjoyed a complete autonomy without formally denying their allegiance to East Rome. They were all now monarchies, all trading, and all inclined to ally with the Saracens, who were at once their customers and their principal dread. The 3 remaining states were Lombard, the principalities of Benevento and Salerno, and the county of Capua. The Prince of Salerno acknowledged Byzantine suzerainty. Benevento had been conquered by the Greeks in 891, only to be recovered by the native dynasty under the auspices of the Spolitan emperors of the West, and then conquered by Atenulf I of Capua in 899. This union of Capua and Benevento was the beginning of some kind of order in a troubled land, hitherto torn by the struggle of furious competitors. It was the Saracen plague, however, which at length brought the petty states to act together. If the invasion of Calabria by the half-mad Aghlabid Ibrahim, who had conquered Taormina, the last Byzantine stronghold of Sicily, and threatened to destroy in his holy war Rome itself, the city of the dotard Peter, ended in his death before Cosenza in 902, and civil wars distracted Sicily till she submitted to the new Fatimite Caliphate at Kairouan. The Muslims of the Garigliano still ate like an ulcer into the land. The countryside was depopulated. The great abbeys, Monte Cassino, Farfa, Subiaco, and Volturno, were destroyed and deserted. At last, the warring Christians were so dismayed as to be reconciled, and Atenulf of Capua turned to the one strong power which could intervene and professed himself a Byzantine vassal. Help was long in coming when a warrior pope stepped in to consolidate and enlarge the Christian League. Rome had undergone strange vicissitudes since the death of Emperor Lambert, but they had had a clear outcome, the victory of the landowning barbarized aristocracy over the bureaucratic priestly elements of the Curia. After the death of Benedict IV, 903, the revolutions of a year brought to the papal throne its old claimant, the fierce anti-Formosan Sergius III, 904-11, over two imprisoned and perhaps murdered predecessors. Sergius owed his victory to Frankish help, possibly that of Adalbert the Rich of Tuscany, but he was also the ally of the strongest Roman faction. Theophylact, Vesturarius of the Sacred Palace and senator of the Romans, was the founder of a dynasty. He was chief of the Roman nobles. To his wife, the senatrix Theodora, tradition attributed both the influence of an empress Adultrude and, without real ground, the vices of a Messalina. His daughter Marozia was only too probably the mistress of Pope Sergius, and by him the mother of a future pontiff, John the 11th, and finally married the new Marquis of Spoleto, the adventurer Alberic. The power of these and of other great ladies, which is a characteristic of the 10th century, and sometimes their vices too, won for them the hatred of opposing factions, whose virulent report of them has fixed the name of the pornocracy on the debased papal government of that unhallowed day. Two inconspicuous successors of Sergius III were followed, doubtless through Theophylact's and Theodora's choice, by the elevation of the Archbishop of Ravenna to the papal see as John X, 914-28. This much-hated pontiff, who, like Formosus, had been translated to the indignation of the strict canonists, was no mere instrument in his maker's hands. He at once took the lead in the war with the Saracens. The Byzantine regent Zoe was sending a new strategos, the patrician Nicholas Pasingli, with reinforcements to Bari. From the south, Pasingli marched in 915 up to Campania, adding the troops of Atenulf's successor at Capua, Landulf I, and of Guaimar of Salerno to his army. Even the rulers of the seaports, Gaeta and Naples, appeared in his camp decorated with Byzantine titles. From the north came Pope John and his Romans, accompanied by the Spoletan levies under Marcus Alberic. A Byzantine fleet occupied the mouth of the Garigliano, and after a 3 months' blockade, the starving Saracens burst out to be hunted down by the victors among the mountains. This decisive victory began an era of revival in southern Italy. Though Calabria and even Apulia remained open to Saracen raids, which recommenced when the Fatimite Caliph Mahdi conquered Sicily in 917, though from circa 922 onwards, Hungarian bands now and again worked their way south, a comparative security was restored. The deserted Champagne could be slowly repopulated. The monasteries could claim once more their ravaged possessions, and as the century wore on, be rebuilt. Not a little of this wanly dawning prosperity was due to the stability which was at last acquired by the princely houses. The rulers of Capua, Benevento, Salerno, and the rest reigned long and transmitted an assured, if not unharassed, dominion to their heirs. Their thriving was soon shown in hostility to their Byzantine suzerain. Pisingli's victory had not ameliorated the government of the Italian themes. Calabria, the Greek character of which was being accentuated by the inrush of refugees from Sicily, might only be restive at exactions due to blackmail paid to the Fatimite Caliph for respite from his subjects' raids, but the Lombards, who were predominant in Apulia, hankered for autonomy, and in spite of bribes in cash and titles, were inclined to side with the aggressive prince of Capua. Landulf I took advantage of the Apulians' discontent and the weakness of the Strategoi, with their insufficient means and their coast harried by Saracen and Slav pirates. In concert with Guaimar II of Salerno and the Marquis Theobald I of Spoleto, he overran, circa 927, the greater part of Longobardia and held it some 7 years. Not till the Eastern Empire could ally with a strong king of the Regnum Italicum was it possible to oust Landulf and his allies. The strong king was long in coming. Berengar indeed received in December 915 the imperial crown from John X, in disregard of Louis the Blind's rights, perhaps in reward for his concurrence in Alberic's assistance at the Garigliano, perhaps to counterbalance the then dangerous might of the Eastern Emperor in the south. But Berengar was no whit more powerful thereby. Hungarian raids still occurred, and a more persistent enemy began to trouble western Lombardy. At the close of the 9th century, bands of Saracen pirates coming from Spain had established themselves in a fortified settlement on the coast of Provence, on the Gulf du Saint-Tropez, called Fraxinetum, the name of which is preserved in Garde Frenet. Thence, as their numbers grew, they conducted terrible raids on the surrounding territory. Provence was the worst sufferer, but since the Saracens made the Alps their favorite plundering center, Italy too was a victim. The Alpine valleys were desolated. The great roadside abbeys, such as Novalesa, were destroyed. Bands of pilgrims to the graves of the apostles at Rome were robbed and massacred, till the intercourse of Italy with the northwest was in danger of ceasing. Here again the magnates fought in isolation, when only a combined effort could root out the evil. Berengar seems to have done nothing. Perhaps he could do nothing, but his discredit naturally increased. The fickle magnates, meanwhile, were looking out for another rival king. Bertha of Tuscany, whose husband Adalbert II was dead, again worked for the restoration of the line of Lothar I and brought in her son by her first marriage, Hugh, Duke of Provence, who ruled his native country during Louis the Blind's incapacity. This first attempt failed, circa 920, and then a group of northern magnates, headed by Adalbert of Ivrea, now husband of Bertha's Tuscan daughter Ermengarde, invited Rudolf II, king of Geraint Burgundy. The accustomed tragicomedy followed. Rudolf came in 922 and was recognized north of the Apennines, while Berengar held out in Verona and won infamy by letting in his Hungarian allies, who this time penetrated to Campania. Next year, the rivals fought one of the rare pitched battles of the time at Fiorenzuelo near Piacenza, where Berengar had the worse, and the death of 1,500 men depleted the scanty ranks of the kingdom's military caste. Thenceforth, Berengar vegetated, seemingly under truce, at Verona till his murder by one of his vassals on 7 April 924. He had watched, rather than caused, the anarchy of the realm, just as his lavish grants to the prelates registered rather than caused the cessation of a central government. Rodolph was not more fortunate. He had 2 kingdoms, and while he was in Burgundy, the Magyars laid Lombardy waste. They burnt Pavia itself in 924, and only left Italy to pass over the Alps and be exterminated by pestilence in Languedoc. The hopes of the house of Lothar revived. Adalbert of Ivrea was dead, and his widow Ermengarde joined with her brother Guido of Tuscany and Lampert, Archbishop of Milan, in calling in once more her half-brother Hugh of Provence. In 925 they revolted, twice repelled Rodolph's efforts at reconquest, and on 6 July 926 elevated Hugh to the throne. In him a strong king had come. Hugh, wily and voluptuous, had his domains and vassals and Provence behind him and a group of magnates in his favor in Italy. He set himself to increase the latter by endowing his Provençal kindred. One nephew, Theobald I, was given the March of Spoleto. Another, Manas, Archbishop of Arles, was later put in charge of 3 sees in Commendum. A Provençal immigration set in to the disgust of the Italian nobles. Hugh, who no more than his contemporaries ventured to reconstitute the ancient royal government or to recall the alienations of revenue and administrative functions, did succeed in making the great vassals, as well as the bishops, his nominees. To be crowned emperor was the natural goal of Hugh's ambition. Without the protectorate over the papacy, an Italian king had but a maimed dominion in central Italy, and to a mere protection of the papacy, the functions of the emperor had been reduced since the time of Lambert. Indeed, it seems that Hugh came into Italy with the Pope's approval and struck a bargain with him at Mantua in 926. John X was in a dangerous plight. Theophylact was dead. Marcus Alberic was dead. Their daughter and widow, the sinister Marozia, led the Roman faction and had become hostile to the self-willed Pope. If John X probably strengthened himself by obtaining the Spolitan March, which Alberic had held for his own brother Peter, perhaps in return for Berengar I's coronation, Marozia gained far more power by her marriage to Marcus Guido of Tuscany. In the faction fighting, Marcus Peter was driven from Rome circa 927, but a terrible Hungarian raid, which lacerated Italy from Friuli to Campania, enabled him to re-enter the city. Tradition charged on him an alliance with the raiders. In any case, he was slaughtered by the Romans in 928, and his brother the Pope was thrust into prison to die or be murdered without much delay. Marozia now was supreme. Rome was subdued by might under a woman's hand, says the wrathful local chronicler. 2 popes, so shadowy that they were forgotten in a few years, wore the tiara in turn till in 931 she raised her own son, probably by Sergius III, to the pontificate as John XI. But Marozia was weakened by the death of Guido and looked around her for a potent consort. She found one in Guido's half-brother, Hugh of Italy, then a widower. King Hugh may have been baffled in his original scheme of becoming emperor by the fall of John X. He had also been drawn off by the Hungarians in a revolt at Pavia. Now, however, he was so firm on his throne as to secure the election of his boy's son Lothar II as co-regent. His contract with Marozia is the ugliest episode of the time. He feared his half-brother Marcus Lambert of Tuscany, himself a descendant of Lothar I and a possible rival, and he could not marry his half-brother Guido's widow. Therefore he seized and blinded Lambert and announced that his 2 half-brothers were not true sons of Bertha. With the way thus cleared, he entered Rome in 932 and married Marozia. But the senatrix and her husband miscalculated and did no more than garrison the castle of St. Angelo. Before Hugh was crowned, the Romans rose against the hated Burgundian foreigner. Their leader was Marozia's own son, Alberic, whom she had borne to Alberic of Spoleto, a youth who knew Hugh's treatment of inconvenient relatives. St. Angelo was besieged and taken, and although Hugh made his escape, Marozia and John XI were imprisoned. Of Marozia, no more is said. The rule of Alberic marks the open and complete triumph of the Roman landed aristocracy over the bureaucratic clerical government of the papacy. His state resembled the city monarchies of Naples or Gaeta. On him, as prince and senator of all the Romans, was conferred, it seems by popular election, the exercise of the Pope's secular power in Rome and its duchy. Though the act was revolutionary and ultra vires, no denial of the Pope's sovereignty was made. It was enough that John the 11th and his 4 successors were docile instruments of the prince. Perhaps Alberic dreamed of further change, of reviving a miniature Western Empire, for he tried to win a Byzantine bride, and even when baffled, surnamed his son Octavian. His face was bright like his father's, and he had old-time worth, for he was exceedingly terrible, and his yoke was heavy on the Romans and on the Holy Apostolic See. His stern domination seems to have been a blessing to Rome and its duchy, which he secured while King Hugh, about 938, seized on Ravenna and the Pentapolis, which had indeed been ruled by the Italian emperors since the days of Guido. The turbulent Roman nobles and his own treacherous kindred were kept in order, the submissive churchman protected by a pious usurper who favored monastic reform and was the friend of St. Otto of Cluny. It was all Alberic could do, however, to maintain himself against the persistent efforts of King Hugh to conquer Rome. A first siege of the city in 933 was a failure. A second in 936 ended in a treaty by which Alberic married Hugh's legitimate daughter Ulda. This pacification did not last, although negotiated by St. Otto, and in 941 Hugh, by bribes and warfare, was so successful as just to enter Rome. Somehow he was expelled by the hidden judgment of God, according to our only narrator. Yet he would not give up the war until 946, when he had become a king under tutelage. Alberic thenceforth ruled unchallenged till his death in August 954. Hugh and Alberic had been rival suitors for the alliance of the Eastern Emperor Romanus I, Lecapenus, and in 935 Hugh had won the prize, partly through the pressure he could exercise in the south, partly, no doubt, through an eligibility to which the isolated prince of the Romans could lay no claim. Hugh, by calling off Theobald I of Spoleto, enabled the Byzantines to recover the lost districts of Apulia, and eventually the alliance was sealed by the marriage of Hugh's illegitimate daughter to a Byzantine prince, the future Emperor Romanus II. The two powers suffered in common from the Hungarians and Saracens. Against the Magyars, little was done save to pay blackmail, although in 938 some raiding bands, as they retreated from Campania, were exterminated by the Abruzans. Common action was, however, attempted against the Saracens of Fraxinetum, who, besides their formidable brigandage on the West Alpine passes, raided even as far as Swabia, and by sea must have troubled the Byzantines. In 931, the Greeks attacked them, and landing at Fraxinetum, made a slaughter, while it may be that at the same time Hugh's vassals revenged the destruction of Aki by cutting to pieces the Saracen raiders and occupying for a moment the passes. But no permanent result was obtained. Rather, the ravage of the Fraxinetan Saracens grew worse, and in 935 the Fatimites sent a fleet from Africa, which stormed Genoa. At last, Hugh and Romanus I were roused to a joint campaign. In 942, a Byzantine fleet burnt the Saracen ships with Greek fire and blockaded Fraxinetum by sea, while Hugh with his army invested it by land. The Saracens could have been rooted out when Hugh made a treaty with them. They were to hold the Swabian passes against any attempted invasion by Hugh's exiled nephew Berengar of Ivrea. Perhaps Italy was somewhat spared in consequence, but the Alps continued the scene of their brigandage. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire, Section 22. Italy in the 10th Century, Part 2, by C. W. Previté-Orton. The fear of invasion had been with Hugh since the beginning of his reign, and in his western policy it was obscurely entangled with his desire to retain Provence. He evidently wished to consider the kingdom of Provence as annexed to his Italian crown after the death of the Emperor Louis the Blind in 928. But in spite of his wide lands and numerous relatives there, he could not obtain recognition as sovereign. King Raoul of France also nourished ambitions to rule on the Rhone, and it may be that Hugh hoped to block his way, as well as to buy off an invasion threatened by Rudolph II of Geraint Burgundy, when, in about 931, he made, on the evidence of Luitprand, a treaty with Rodolph II by which there was ceded to Rodolph II all the territory Hugh had held in Gaul before he became king of Italy. We may doubt whether this ineffective treaty referred to more than one or two districts. In any case, Rodolph II lost them again, and his death in 937 opened out a new prospect. Footnote. See Previté-Orton, Italy and Provence, EHR, 1917, page 335. End of footnote. Hugh contrived to marry Rodolph II's widow Bertha himself, and to betroth Rodolph's daughter Adelaide to his own son Lothar II. Though the rights of Rodolph's young son Conrad were not disputed, Hugh probably hoped to be the real ruler of Geraint Burgundy when a greater competitor appeared on the scene. The German princes had by no means abandoned hopes of Italian conquest since the Emperor Arnulf's death, although the internal troubles of Germany, seconded by Hugh's gifts and embassies, precluded a royal campaign. Duke Burchard of Swabia had aided his son-in-law Rodolph II. In 934, Duke Arnulf of Bavaria suffered defeat in an invasion of the Veneto. But now the German king, Otto the Great, was strong. He was determined to secure his southwestern frontier, and perhaps already dreamed of reasserting Arnulf's position and taking the imperial crown. In some way he gained possession of young Conrad and controlled the government of Geraint Burgundy. All that Hugh seems to have kept was the valley of Aosta and his lands in Provence. The perpetual danger of an invasion was increased by the readiness of the magnates to call in a foreign king at any discontent. Although national consciousness was present in Italy, and in a strongly localized form was marked in Rome, the great vassals were still, as their ancestors of the 9th century had been, members of the mainly Frankish noble houses, which were scattered and endowed throughout Charlemagne's empire. In Italy, they were mostly newcomers, only Italian in their objection to fresh magnates from beyond the Alps. Hugh's safety, on the other hand, lay in the introduction of new men from Provence, his kinsmen and allies, which he could the more readily effect as the magnates he found in possession had struck but short roots since the days of the Emperor Guy. Even so, he could not much depend on his nominees. The instinct and the opportunity for feudal turbulence were too strong. Among the bishops, the saintly Frank Rotary of Verona had to be deposed for adherence to Duke Arnulf's invasion. In central Italy, he could root out the ancient dynasts, but could not implant loyalty to himself. On Lambert's deposition, he had given the March of Tuscany to his full brother Boso, once a count in Provence, who in turn vanished in his prisons in 936. Soon after Theobald I of Spoleto died and was replaced by Ansgar, son of Adalbert of Ivrea, and Hugh's half-sister Ermengarde of Tuscany. This was such a risky appointment, in view of the wrongs which Hugh had done to Ermengarde's family, that the chronicler Liutbrand explains it as intended to remove Ansgar from his powerful friends in the north. In any case, rumor said that the king stirred up against the new Marquess of Spoleto a Provençal, Sarlio, count of the palace, who had married Theobald I's widow. In 940 Ansgar was slain in battle, and Hugh then turned on Sarlio, whom he forced to take the cowl. The king by now seemed to be finding surer instruments in his own bastard children, of whom the eldest, Hubert, Marquess of Tuscany in 936, Marquess of Spoleto, and Count of the Palace at about 942, kept a firm hand on central Italy, while others were designed for ecclesiastical preferments. Hugh's astute perfidy alarmed the Italian nobles more and more, and especially their greatest remaining chief, Ansgari's half-brother, Berengar, Marquess of Ivrea. Everything conspired to make Berengar dangerous and alarmed. He was heir through his mother of the Emperor Berengar I. His wife, Villa, was daughter of the fallen Boso of Tuscany. His March of Ivrea gave him command of the western gates of the kingdom, and its extent and Ansgari's fate pointed him out as Hugh's next destined victim. The story goes that Hugh intended to seize and blind him, but that the Marquess was forewarned by the young co-regent, Lothar II, and with his wife fled to Duke Hermann of Swabia, by whom they were conducted to the German king, Otto the Great. Otto, while he did not actively assist the exile, would not give him up in spite of the redoubled presence of King Hugh, and Berengar was able to plot with the malcontents of Italy for a rebellion. In the meantime, Hugh, feeling his throne shake under him, made feverish efforts to recover his vassals' loyalty. Berengar's great domains were distributed among leading nobles. The Counts Ardouin Glabrio of Turin, Otbert, and Alaram are henceforward in the first rank of magnates, and an unusual number of royal diplomas were issued in 943. But Saracen and Hungarian marauding did not increase Hugh's hold on his subjects. It is clear that besides lay plotters, the great prelates and his own kin were ready to revolt. When Berengar saw the time was come, in the midwinter of 944-5, he made his venture over the Brenner towards Verona, the count of which, Milo, an old adherent of Berengar I, was in his favor. The decisive moment came when Manas of Arles, who was in charge of the frontier bishopric of Trent, deserted his uncle. A general defection was headed by Archbishop Arderic of Milan, and Hugh at Pavia could do nothing better than send in April the unhated Lothar II to Milan to appeal to the rebels. The assembly was moved and declared the youth sole king, but when Hugh tried to escape to Provence with his treasure, Berengar, in fear of a new invasion, had him intercepted and reinstated in August as nominal joint king. In this humiliating position Hugh remained till April 947, when somehow he gained leave to abdicate and retired to Provence with the treasure with which he still hoped to engineer a fresh invasion. But he died on 10 April 948. Meanwhile, Berengar was ruling, in the name of Lothar II, as chief counselor of the realm. He seems to have done his best to promote his clerical partisans, but his main reliance was on his fellow magnates. Although no doubt he recovered much of his own domains, he was evidently obliged to buy support by consenting to alienations like that of Turin to Ardouin Glabrio. Even Hubert was left unmolested in Tuscany if a new marquess was appointed to Spoleto. How little Berengar was master of the kingdom was shown when he nominated Manas of Arles to the see of Milan. The Milanese townsmen elected a rival adelman, Manas obtained adherents in the countryside, and the two competitors fought for 5 years without decisive result. It was, however, in foreign affairs that Berengar's weakness was most obvious. Hugh had been in relations with all his neighbors. Berengar shrank into isolation. Byzantium neglected him. Provence submitted to Conrad of Geraint Burgundy, the protégé of Otto the Great. Germany loomed ever more formidably in the north. The Hungarians, under their chief Taxis, proved in 947 by ravages which reached Apulia that Italy was no better defended than before. Weakness and the greed of wealth, which belonged to Berengar's own character, brought unpopularity, which was exemplified in the accusations that he made a large profit out of the tax levied for blackmail to the Magyars, and that he was the deviser of the sudden death of Lothar II in November 950. Berengar still had sufficient following to secure the election of himself and his son Adalbert as joint kings on 15 December 950, but the disaffected were numerous. Lothar left no son, and his widow Adelaide of Burgundy, with her rich dower, was the center of an opposition in which the bishops, who had suffered under Berengar's exactions, took the leading part. Berengar II's expedient was to ride roughshod over the ex-queen's rights. Her dower was seized on, she was ill-used and imprisoned. If we may trust later tradition, she was required to marry the young King Adalbert. She only gained safety by an adventurous escape to the protection of Bishop Adelard of Reggio, who, according to a credible later story, consigned her to the impregnable castle of his vassal Adalbertato at Canossa. This was in August 951, but a champion was already near at hand, whose advent shows that Adelaide's persecution at the hands of Berengar II was not unprovoked. Germany, the most powerful of the kingdoms which arose from the shattered Carolingian Empire, had prospered under the Saxon dynasty, and neither her king Otto the Great, nor the dukes of her southern duchies, Bavaria and Swabia, were inclined to let slip the opportunity of conquering their wealthy and weak neighbor of Italy. These princes were all near kinsmen, for Henry of Bavaria was Otto's brother, and Liudolf of Swabia was Otto's eldest son. But while Henry and Liudolf, who were bitter rivals, were imitating the local ambitions of the dukes their predecessors, Otto probably had a greater model in his mind. He would revive the empire as Arnulf had held it, and be suzerain of western Christendom. That he would so win the hand of the beautiful queen he rescued would give an additional attraction to the enterprise. The two dukes, being near at hand, made hasty invasions for their own ends first of all, Henry with some success, Liudolf with failure. Then came Otto at the head of an imposing force, to which both dukes brought contingents. He crossed the Brenner Pass and reached Pavia at the end of September 951, without any resistance being offered him. The churchmen, in fact, were on his side, led by the versatile Archbishop Manas, and Berengar II could only flee to one of his castles. But the adhesion of the bishops of the Lombard plain was not enough, and in his triumph Otto's difficulties began. Pope Agapetus, at Alberic's instigation, refused his request to be crowned emperor, for the Roman prince had no mind to nullify his life's work by introducing a foreign Roman emperor, and the king's marriage to the rescued Adelaide roused against him a domestic enemy. His son Liudolf, in thorough discontent at the influence of his stepmother and her ally Henry of Bavaria, departed for Germany to scheme revolt. Otto himself followed in February 952, having, after all, acquired only some half of the kingdom of which he assumed the title. He left his son-in-law, Duke Conrad of Lorraine, with troops to hold Pavia and continue the war. The king had scarcely gone, however, before Conrad and Berengar II came to terms, both perhaps being well aware how little trust could be placed in the Lombard magnates. Together they came to Otto at Magdeburg in April, but Otto's terms were not so lenient as Conrad imagined. Berengar was received with haughty discourtesy, and dismissed to attend a diet at Augsburg in August, whither he was accompanied by the chief Lombard prelates. There he and Adalbert became Otto's vassals for the Regnum Italicum, from which they were compelled to cede the marches of Verona, Friuli, and Istria to Duke Henry of Bavaria. Thus Otto, although withdrawing from Italy, kept its eastern gateway in German hands. Berengar II returned to Italy, burning with wrath against the bishops and nobles who had caused his disasters and the mutilation of his kingdom. He and his queen Willa earned an evil name for greed and cruelty, since they needed wealth to enrich the enfeebled kingship, and were hungry for revenge. Among their lay foes, Adalbert Otto underwent a long vain siege in his castle of Canossa, but the chief sufferers were the churchmen. The series of grants to them, which had continued so persistently under former kings, almost ceases under Berengar. At Milan, Manasse's rival Adelman was induced to resign, and he himself was disposed in favor of a new archbishop, Walpert. Exiles began to make their way to Otto's court. Among them our chief informant about these Italian kings, the chronicler Liutprand, who thereby became the bitter enemy of Berengar II with his house and wreaked his revenge in his historical writings. If there had survived another business-like Italian chronicle, like that of Flodoard for France, Liutprand would have earned more gratitude from posterity than he does for his vivid narrative, his pointed character sketches, and the brush-like abundance of local color with which he overlays his scanty facts. As it is, in his Antipodosis, or Retribution, we have a difficulty in obtaining a firm foothold for history amid the crumbling and quaking mass of rancorous, if often contemporary, gossip which Liutprand loves to heap up. Of noble birth, bred at King Hugh's court, and once Berengar II's secretary, he was in the best position to give accurate and full information. But he had a soul above documents. It is hardly his fault that he depended on oral tradition for all events before his own time, for there seems to have been no Italian chronicle for him to use. But he evidently made no record at the time, and when he wrote, rested wholly on a memory which rejected dates and political circumstances, and was singularly retentive of amorous scandal, however devoid of probability. He does not even tell in his unfinished work the cause and events of his persecution by Berengar, to which he frequently alludes, while sketching with fine precision the diary of his reception at Constantinople, whither he first went as Berengar's envoy. For what interested him he could remember and tell to the life. To his credit, be it said, he was no liar, though he may be found suppressing an unpleasant fact. What he heard he told, and perhaps we may grant him that he gave a ready and sometimes a determined belief to the gossip of anterooms and the tradition of wrathful factions. It is unfortunate, for he was a practical statesman, and knew and sometimes reveals the motives of his times. Berengar had had a free hand in Italy, and had even recovered Verona, because Otto was occupied in German revolts and frontier wars, but in 955 occurred the decisive victory of the Lechfeld, in which Otto put an end once for all to Hungarian raids. He had succeeded where all the Italian kings had failed. He had rescued Central Europe, and was therefore, with little doubt, its destined ruler. His intervention in Italy, Henry of Bavaria being now dead, was renewed by the agency of his reconciled rebel son Liudolf. In 957 the Duke made his invasion with the usual rapid success. Berengar II fled, Adalbert was defeated in battle, and all Lombardy had submitted when Liudolf died of fever at Pombia near Lake Maggiore, the first German victor to lose his gains owing to the alien climate of Italy. The death of Liudolf was followed by the immediate recovery of his lost ground by Berengar. He came back with a new series of bitter feuds to pursue. Walpert of Milan and other prelates fled to Otto, and Manas became once more a pluralist by returning to Milan as Berengar's partisan. Among the lay magnates, Marquess Otbert went into exile. A general disaffection existed among those who retained their possessions. The king was still eager, as Hugh had been before him, to amass an imposing royal demesne and to create trusty great vassals. Hitherto central Italy had been faithful to him. Now, however, Spoleto seems an enemy, perhaps owing to the new turn of affairs at Rome. On his deathbed in 954, Prince Alberic had bound the Romans by oath to elect his son and heir by Alda, John Octavian, Pope, when Agapetus should die. In December 955 the promise was kept, and the boy became Pope as John XII. Thus the Pope recovered control of Rome by uniting with the papacy the chiefship of the strong faction of Alberic. Any design of a permanent principate must have been given up. It was perhaps too anomalous, and it is significant that John renewed the long-forgotten habit of dating by the years of the Byzantine emperors. But the Roman nobles remained in power to the continued subjection of the ecclesiastical bureaucracy. John XII himself was a dissolute boy whose pontificate was a glaring scandal. No gleam of competence redeemed his debauchery, though he was not without secular ambitions. About 959 he made war on the co-regent princes of Capua Benevento, Pandulf Ironhead, and Landulf III, with the aid of Marquess Theobald II of Spoleto. He failed and gave way, for Prince Gisulf of Salerno assisted his neighbors, and then Berengar attacked Spoleto on an unknown pretext. Theobald was driven out, and Spoleto taken over by the king, possibly to be conferred on his own son Guido. Did Berengar demand the imperial crown? In any case, King Adalbert ravaged Roman territory, and John XII was in such straits as to appeal for German intervention, thus strangely showing how the ancient policy of the popes could recur in the unclerical son of Alberic. It was in the summer of 960 that the pope's envoys, the Cardinal Deacon John and the Scriniarius Azo, reached Otto the Great in Saxony. The pope's prayer for help was seconded by the Lombard exiles and by the messages of numerous magnates. Otto was now unembarrassed in other directions, and could resume his old schemes with the knowledge that he would have, at last, allies and support south of the Apennines. He was not ready to move, however, till August 961, when he crossed the Brenner Pass in force. Adalbert may have attempted to gather troops to bar the defiles north of Verona, but the universal defection of counts and bishops made resistance impossible, and the German king entered Pavia, whence Berengar had fled after spitefully burning the royal palace. Otto and the infant son Otto II, whom he had left in Germany, were at once acknowledged as co-regent kings of Italy without further ceremony. All their deserted rivals could do was to hold out in strong castles on the spurs of the Alps and in the Apennines, where one magnate, at least, Marquess Hubert of Tuscany, remained true to them. Otto was able to disregard his enemies while he proceeded through Ravenna, thus avoiding the Tuscan route, to receive the promised imperial crown. On 31 January 962 he encamped on the Monte Mario outside Rome, and according to custom certain of his vassals took, on his behalf, an oath to respect the Pope's rights. The custom was old, but the terms of the oath were new. Footnote: unless the lost charter of Charles the Bald to John VIII really formed a precedent, see Libellus de Imperatora Potestate in Urbe Romana, MGH script 3, page 722. End of footnote. For John XII wished for an ally, not a suzerain, and the German king promised not to hold Placita or intervene in Rome without the Pope's assent, to restore such alienated papal lands as he should become master of, and to bind whomever he should appoint to rule the Regnum Italicum to be the Pope's protector. The Romans disliked a foreigner, and Otto bought his way by elusive promises and fallacious expectations. On 2 February he entered the Leonine city, and was crowned with Adelaide in St. Peter's by the Pope. A Roman emperor of the West, successor of Charlemagne, once more existed. It was of evil omen that Otto's sword-bearer stood on guard against his assassination, while the sacring was enacted. On their side, Pope John and the Romans swore fealty to the emperor with an express promise not to aid or receive Berengar and Adalbert. They found that Otto considered the situation changed by his new dignity. It is true that the privilege he granted to the papacy on 13 February was even more generous than the old Carolingian donations in the matter of territory, for it added a large strip of Spolitan land to Rome and its duchy, the Exarchate, the Pentapolis, the Tuscan territory, the Sabina, and the southern patrimonies, not to mention the vaguer supposed donation of 774, which was now confirmed without any clear idea of its meaning. But the Pact of 824 was also expressly revived, by which the election of the Pope was submitted to imperial confirmation, and the emperor's suzerainty in the papal lands was reserved and exercised in Rome itself by his missus. The scheme of setting up a vassal king of Italy, if ever really entertained, was abandoned. Although the terms of Otto's oath were not precisely infringed, the change in the spirit of the new treaty was manifest. Pope John had become a subject. There was still Berengar II to conquer, and the emperor returned to Pavia, driving Hubert of Tuscany into exile on the way. Berengar was holding out in the impregnable castle of St. Leo in the Apennines, Queen Willa and her sons in strongholds near the lakes in the north. Willa was now compelled to surrender on terms which allowed her to rejoin her husband. Their sons were pressed hard, and Adalbert made his escape to the Saracens of Fraxinetum and Corsica. There he entered into relations with Pope John, who was heartily weary of his new subordination. Meantime, Otto was secure in the north. His partisans were placed in power. Liutprand was Bishop of Cremona, Adalbert Otto, Count of Modena, and Reggio, Otto's nephew, Henry of Bavaria, in firm possession of the March of Verona. So the news of the Pope's dubious loyalty only urged the emperor to finish with Berengar by blockading him in St. Leo in May 963, while he still negotiated with John. The Pope, on his side, had grounds of complaint, for the exarchate had not been restored to the Apostolic See on the ground that Berengar must first be conquered. On the other hand, Otto had documentary proof that John was trying to rouse the Hungarians against him, and when he heard that Adalbert had been welcomed by John at Civitavecchia, he seems to have decided to take the extreme measure of deposing his quondam ally. It was a hazardous course, for in the general belief the Pope could be brought to no man's judgment, and the Romans, even those not of Alberic's faction, resented any diminution of their autonomy. But Otto knew that John XII's scandalous life and government had made men inclined to admit even a pope's deposition, and were driving his Roman opponents even to alliance with the foreign emperor. Accordingly, in October, Otto left a blockading force at St. Leo and marched on Rome, where his partisans rose. John XII and Adalbert fled to Tivoli, laden with much church treasure, and the Romans surrendered. They gave hostages and swore never to elect a pope save by the choice of Otto and his son. The engagement was novel, going far beyond the Carolingian right to confirm an election and receive the pope's fealty, but Alberic had already exercised the same power, and Otto's imperial crown was unsafe without it. Canonical form was as nearly as possible observed in John's deposition. A synod, in which the Pope's central Italian suffragans predominated, was presided over by the emperor and attended by the Roman clergy and nobles. John was accused of gross misconduct and was summoned by emperor and synod to clear himself in person. A brief letter in reply merely threatened with excommunication and suspension any bishops who should elect a new pope. The synod sent a second summons, retorting the threat and criticizing the illiteracy of John, whose Latin smacked of the vernacular, but John was not to be found by the messengers. It was clear that the 3 canonical summonses could not be delivered to the culprit, and Otto now came forward in his own person and denounced John for his breach of fealty to himself. Thereupon, on 4 December, emperor and synod declared John deposed and elected the Protoscriniarius, a layman, pope as Leo VIII. Otto was in the full tide of success. Just after Christmas, St. Leo at last surrendered, and Berengar II and his wife were sent captive to Bamberg, where they both died in 966. So Otto confidently dismissed much of his army. But John XII was stronger than he seemed, for his uncanonical deposition and a layman's uncanonical election had roused qualms among a section of the churchmen, and the Romans were fretting under their subjugation. A sudden rising failed before the swords of Otto's tried warriors, yet when Otto went eastwards to take possession of the Spoletan duchy, John XII had only to appear before Rome with troops for the gates to be opened. Pope Leo just escaped with his life, and John was reinstated. After mutilating his former envoys to Otto, John and Azo, presumably on a charge of forgery, a synod of the nearest bishops in February 964 annulled Otto's synod, in which most of them had participated, and declared Leo an intruder. Otto, whose missus had been ill-treated, naturally refused to change his policy. While his army was collecting, however, John XII died on 14 May of paralysis, and the Romans made a bid for independence by electing a learned and virtuous pope, Benedict V. It was a vain maneuver. Otto starved out the city, mutilating all who tried to pass his blockading lines. On the 23rd of June, the surrender was made, and Leo VIII reinstated. Benedict was deposed and sent to a saintly exile at Hamburg. By now, at any rate, it was agreed that Otto's grants to the popes were only for show, for of all the lands bestowed by his charter, the Duchy of Rome and the Sabina alone were left to the papacy. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire, Italy in the 10th Century, Part 3, by C. W. Previté-Orton. In this way, Otto the Great brought into existence the Romano-Germanic Empire of the West, or, to give it its later and convenient name, the Holy Roman Empire, compounded by a union of the German kingdom with the Regnum Italicum and with the dignity of Roman Emperor. It was intended and supposed to be a revival of the empire of Charlemagne, which had broken up on the deposition of Charles the Fat, although its title had remained until the fall of Berengar I to express a protectorate of the papacy. It was also a reassertion of that claim to preeminence in Western Europe which had been made by Otto's predecessor Arnulf as chief of the Carolingian house. Arnulf's empire, indeed, furnishes the transitional form between that of Otto and that of Charlemagne, for Otto's title implied less than Charlemagne's had. Otto was considered the lay chief of Western Christendom, its defender from heathen and barbarians, the supreme maintainer of justice and peace. But, whereas Charlemagne was ruler of church and state, Otto's power over the church was protective in its character. The Pope was unquestioned spiritual chief of Christendom. Otto was at the same time his suzerain with regard to the papal lands, and his subject as a member of the Church. The arrangement was only workable because the papacy was weak. In secular matters, Otto's empire lacked the universality of Charlemagne's. Not only were France and Christian Spain outside its frontiers, but within it the nascent force of nationality was beginning to make itself felt. The German monarch was a foreigner in subject Italy, disguised as the fact might be by the absence of national feeling among the Italian magnates. Quote, "He had with him peoples and tribes whose tongues the people did not know." Close quote. This meant constant disaffection, constant suppression. The popular hatred burnt most fiercely at Rome and found utterance in a Roman monk. Footnote: Benedict S. Andrii, Cron. C. 39. End footnote. Quote, "Woe to thee, Rome, that thou art crushed and trodden down by so many peoples, who hast been seized by a Saxon king, and thy folk slaughtered, and thy strength reduced to naught." Close quote. Subheading: The Government of Italy. In the details of government also, Otto had not the control which Charlemagne exercised. Although the decline of the royal power must not be overrated, especially in Germany, even there feudalism, seigneurial independence, and state disorganization had made great strides. In Italy, where he was too often an absentee, the royal domain was depleted and the lay vassals were out of hand. Otto met this difficulty by a clever balancing of the two groups by whom he had been called in, the great secular magnates and the bishops. Of these, the first were the marquises, a title given in Italy to the ruler of several counties. Towards them Otto was conciliatory. Even Hubert, in the end, was restored to Tuscany, and the Lombards, some 4 or 5 in number, were the emperor's faithful vassals. They were survivors in the struggle for existence among the counts which had raged in the dissolution of the Carolingian order. Under the pressure of civil war, of Hungarian and Saracen ravage, old dynasts had vanished. New had come and had either vanished too, or had remained weakened. In their place, or by their side, ruled the bishops in the Lombard plain. Since 876 they had been permanent royal missi in their dioceses, and thus had at least in name supervision over the counts. Like other magnates, the bishops during the years of anarchy had increased their, quote, immunity, close quote, inside their domains by increase of exemptions and jurisdictions, and by grants of the profitable royal rights of market and toll and the like, while those domains also grew through the piety or competitive bribery of the kings and nobles. Not least among the sources of the bishops' power was their influence over their cities, inherited from Roman times. In anarchy and disaster, they stepped into the breach at the head of their fellow citizens. Whatever civic feeling existed gathered round them, and fragment by fragment, they were acquiring in their cathedral cities the, quote, public functions, close quote, whether of count or king. In its completed form, this piecemeal process resulted in the city and a radius of land round it being excised from its county and removed from the count's jurisdiction. Thus Bergamo, Parma, Cremona, Modena, Reggio, and Trieste were at Otto's accession under the rule of their bishops. Otto came as the ally of the bishops and deliverer of the church. He exercised, whether by pressure on the electors or by mere nomination, the appointment to vacant sees and great abbeys, and thus gained non-hereditary vassals of his own choice, who were the safest supports of his monarchy. He favored of set policy these instruments of his power as counterweights to the feudal magnates. Fresh cities, Asti, Novara, and Penne in the Abruzzi, were wholly given over to their bishops, and the immunities on episcopal lands steadily grew, so that they too were in process of being excised from the counties in which they lay. The work was slowly done by Otto and his successors, both in Italy and Germany, but there was no countering tendency. The functions granted were either those of the hereditary counts or those which the kings had been unable to perform. By transference of these to the churchmen, Otto and his heirs recovered control of much local government by seeming to give it away, and secured faithful, powerful adherents selected for capacity. Their monarchy came to rest, especially in Italy, on their control of the Church. All the more essential to them, therefore, became the subjection or the firm alliance of the papacy. Subheading: Otto's attempt to annex South Italy. Scarcely had Otto left Italy when the death of his nominee, Pope Leo VIII, early in 965, endangered his new empire. The Romans, with a show of duty, sent an embassy to beg for the exile Benedict as pope, and Adalbert appeared in Lombardy to raise a revolt. Duke Burchard of Swabia, indeed, defeated Adalbert, and the Romans elected the Bishop of Narni as Pope John XIII at the emperor's command, but, though John was of Alberic's kindred, the mere fact that he represented German domination enabled rival nobles to raise the populace and drive him into exile. He was not restored till in 966 the news of Otto's descent into Italy with an army provoked a reaction. Punishment was dealt out to the rebels, severer for the Roman enemies of the Pope than for the Lombard rebels against Otto. John XIII's exile seems to have occasioned fresh schemes of the emperor. Pandolf I, Ironhead of Capua Benevento, with whom the Pope had found an asylum, appeared in Rome in January 967 and was there invested by Otto with the March of Spoleto, at the same time becoming Otto's vassal for his native principality. Otto thus created a central Italian vassal of the first rank and enlarged his empire. One motive, no doubt, was the wish to give peace and security to the Spoletan March, but the main purpose was clearly to begin the annexation of South Italy to the Regnum Italicum. This design, which was in pursuance of old Carolingian claims, was bound to find resistance in the Eastern Empire. The Byzantines looked on Otto's imperial title as a barbaric impertinence. They considered Capua Benevento as part of the Longobardic thema, and they were determined to maintain their dominion in Italy. The Eastern Roman emperors were always handicapped in their dealings in Italy. Their province there was too important to be let go, too remote to be the object of their chief energies. The fall of King Hugh had been followed by outbreaks in Apulia, and at the same time the Saracen raids became a grave danger when the Fatimite Caliph Mansur once again recovered the revolted colony of Sicily in 947. Calabria was overrun by his troops, even Naples was besieged, and although in 956 the patrician Marianus Argurus restored Byzantine authority over subjects and vassals, the peace which suspended, rather than closed, the Saracen war was no more conclusive than the fighting. When a celebrated general, Nicephorus Phocas, became emperor in 963, his vigorous effort to succor the last semi-autonomous Greeks of Sicily ended in disaster and an ignominious peace. Now he found himself on the defensive against the aggression of the new Romano-Germanic Empire and the Latin West. John XIII was trying to revive the decadent Latin Church in South Italy by carving out new archbishoprics for Capua and Benevento from his own Roman province. Otto the Great was acquiring Capua Benevento as a vassal state. At first it seemed as if an arrangement were possible, for Otto asked for a Byzantine bride, Theophano, daughter of Romanus II, for his son Otto II, whom at Christmas 967 he had caused the Pope to crown co-regent emperor, and his Venetian envoy promised that Otto would respect the Byzantine dominions in Italy. But in 968, the German monarch made a surprise attack on Apulia, and, only after failing to take Bari, did he send Liutprand of Cremona to Constantinople to conclude the marriage treaty. Otto must have thought it easier to fix the frontier with the territory he claimed already in his possession. The natural effect on the rude and soldierly Nicephorus was to make him badger Liutprand and prepare an expedition. The war was indecisive. The exiled King Adalbert, Nicephorus's Italian ally, could do nothing and eventually fled to French Burgundy, where in 975 he died, while his brother Conrad submitted to Otto and received the March of Ivrea. Otto, on his side, when he warred in person, could take no Apulian town, and Pandolf Ironhead was captured by the Greeks, who yet were soon defeated again. It was the murder of Nicephorus in December 969 which brought a solution. The new Byzantine emperor, John Tzimiskes had his hands full in the east. Otto saw the design of conquering Greek Italy was hopeless. By the intervention of Pandulf, released for the purpose, they came to terms, and in April 972 Theophano was married at Rome to Otto II. Events make it clear that Otto kept the suzerainty of Capua Benevento and abandoned further schemes. Pandulf Ironhead's wide central Italian dominion, after all, formed a convenient buffer state for both empires, no matter to which he was a vassal. Otto the Great did not long survive the settlement with eastern Rome, and he died in Thuringia on 7 May 973. His character belongs to German history, but his work affected all Europe. He had created the Holy Roman Empire, and in so doing had revived the conception of Charlemagne, which molded the thought and the development of Western Europe. The union of Germany and North Italy was his doing, and the fate of both for centuries derives from the bias he gave their history. So, too, in the immediate results, he closes one era and begins another. For the times of anarchy and moral collapse following the wreck of Charlemagne's empire come to an end, and a period of revival in government, in commerce, and in civilization is ushered in by the comparative peace he gave. Subheading: Reduction of Fraxinetum. The problem of defense against the barbarian invader, which had baffled the fleeting Italian kings and had contributed to their ruin, was solved. Otto himself crushed the Hungarian hordes for good and all. It was fitting that in his reign the Saracens of Fraxinetum also, who so long preyed on the routes between Italy and France, should be abolished. The impulse to this deliverance was given by a crowning outrage. St. Magillus, abbot of Cluny, revered throughout the West, was captured in July 972 while crossing the Great St. Bernard Pass with a numerous caravan of fellow travelers. The Cluniac monks at once raised the enormous ransom demanded by the Saracens, but the indignation roused by the event, and perhaps a hope of so great a booty, at length moved the great barons on either side of the Alps to act in concert. The Saracens who had seized St. Magillus were cut off and destroyed, and a federation of nobles, led by the Counts of Provence and Ardoin of Turin, closed in on Fraxinetum itself. The Saracen colony was extirpated. Once more the Alpine passes were free to travelers, save for exactions by the nobles and occasional brigandage. Footnote. The county of Aosta appears to have become again a part of Juran Burgundy as a result of this war. End footnote. The regnum Italicum could now rest under the shadow of the strong monarchy, untroubled save by the violence of the nobles and the unappeased strife of Roman factions. Otto the Great had nominated in 973 Benedict VI to succeed to the papacy, but a relative of John XIII and of Alberic, Crescentius, son of a Theodora, thrust in a usurper, the deacon Franco, as Boniface VII in 974. Yet a reaction, perhaps provoked by the true pope's murder, soon came, and the imperial missus, Count Sico, was able to install the Bishop of Sutri as Benedict VII, although Franco contrived to escape to Constantinople with a quantity of church treasure. The revolution had not even required a German army, much less an imperial campaign. Not till December 980 did Otto II, the Red, find leisure or occasion to proceed to Italy. He came to be reconciled with his mother Adelaida, and perhaps to give her some voice in affairs. The young emperor, then aged 25, was not eminently gifted with a ruler's wisdom, but he was ambitious and energetic, and his ambitions now were directed to that conquest of the south which his father had abandoned. There was much that was tempting in the situation of Byzantine Italy, much that seemed to call for intervention. In answer to the proceedings of Otto the Great, an attempt had been made by the Byzantines to unify the administration by transmuting the Strategos of Longobardia into the Catapan or Viceroy of Italy with a superior authority over the Strategos of Calabria. This new system was soon put to hard proof. In 969, the Fatimite caliphs conquered Egypt, and thus became hostile neighbors to the East Romans in Syria. War broke out and spread to the western provinces of both powers. Once more Calabria was ravaged by the Muslims under the Sicilian emir Abul Qasim in 976, and Apulia suffered in the next year. The only relief given was due to the local payment of blackmail, for the Byzantines, who had begun the war in spirited fashion by the momentary capture of Messina, were paralyzed by the campaigns in Syria, by the civil wars which followed Zimisce's death, and by the disaffection of the Apulians. Subheading: Otto II's failure in South Italy. Otto the Red succumbed to the temptation. The Saracen danger under Abul Qasim grew ever more menacing and might affect his own dominions. Civil war in the east and disaffection in Italy made the Byzantines weak. He might at one and the same time repel the Muslims and bring the regnum Italicum to its natural limits. In September 981, he had reached Lucera on the Apulian frontier when he was recalled to secure his rear. Pandolf Ironhead had soon extended his central state. When Prince Gisulf of Salerno was dethroned in 973 by a complot of rebellious nobles and his jealous neighbors of Amalfi and Naples, it was Pandolf who overthrew the usurper Landolf, his own kinsman, and restored the old, childless prince as his client. In 977 he succeeded as prince in Salerno. On Ironhead's death, however, in March 981, his great dominion dissolved. One son, Landolf IV, inherited Capua Benevento, and another, Pandolf, ruled Salerno. Now revolutions broke out. The Beneventans were restive under Capuan rule and declared Ironhead's nephew Pandolf II their prince, while Landolf IV retained Capua. The Salernitans drove out their Pandolf and introduced the Byzantine ally, Duke Manso III of Amalfi. Otto accepted the separation of Capua and Benevento, but he besieged Salerno and obtained its submission at the price of recognizing Manso. He seemed to have secured a new vassal. He had lost the benefit of surprise and the halo of irresistible success. When, with large reinforcements from Germany, he marched through Apulia in 982, the towns did not join him, although Bari rebelled on its own account. Footnote: It was recaptured by the Byzantines June 983. Lupus Protospath is a year too early in his dates here. End footnote. And Taranto surrendered after a long siege. There he heard of the coming of the Saracen foe from whom he claimed to deliver his intended conquest. Abul Qasim had proclaimed a holy war and crossed to Calabria. Otto advanced to meet him. At Rossano he left the Empress Theophano and, moving south, captured the Saracens' advance guard in an unnamed town. Footnote: Perhaps Cotrone. Sigue l'Italie méridionale et l'Empire byzantin, page 337. End footnote. He met the main body on the east coast, perhaps near Stilo, footnote, or else the Capo della Colonne, end footnote. Headlong courage and no generalship marked his conduct of the battle, for he charged and broke the Saracen center without perceiving their reserves amid the hills on his flank. Abul Qasim had been killed, but meanwhile the exhausted Germans were attacked by the fresh troops on their flank and overwhelmed. Some 4,000 were slain, including the flower of the German nobles. Many were made prisoners. The emperor himself only eluded capture by swimming to a Byzantine vessel, from which in turn he had to escape by leaping overboard when it brought him near Rossano. Subheading: Growth and Danger of Venice. With the remnants of his army, Otto beat a retreat to Salerno and Rome. As the news spread over the empire, his prestige waned, and a mutinous spirit arose in Italy, which was, however, kept in check by the steady adherence of marquises and bishops to the German monarchy. Otto did his best to re-establish his position. In May 983, he held a German diet at Verona, and there obtained the election as King of Germany of his infant son Otto, whom he thereupon sent north to be crowned. At the same time, he made an effort to bring the independent sea power of Venice to subjection. Venice had prospered exceedingly during the century. Exempt from Hungarian ravage, she had contrived to hold the piracy of the distant Saracens and of the Slavs of Dalmatia in check. She had shaken off Byzantine suzerainty and maintained a privileged intercourse with the Regnum Italicum. She had already become the chief intermediary between Constantinople and the West. Her wealth, derived partly from her questionable exports of iron, wood, and slaves to the Saracens, was growing rapidly. Even when she was obliged to surrender the extraterritoriality of her citizens within the Western Empire to Otto the Great, she obtained in return the perpetuity of her treaty with him. But she had her special dangers. One was the effort of the Doges to erect an hereditary monarchy like that of Amalfi. The other, caused largely by this effort, was the rise of two embittered factions among the mercantile nobles who held the chief influence in the state. These troubles affected her relations with Otto II, for the aspiring doge Pietro Candiano IV, who had been murdered in 976, had married Gualdrada of Tuscany, niece of the Empress Adelaida. The efforts of Doge Tribuno Menio did indeed result in a hollow reconciliation at Verona in June 983. Otto II restored Venice her privileges with the airs of a suzerain, while Venice tacitly maintained her independence. Hardly was the bargain struck, however, before Otto broke it. The civil discord of Venice had ended in the bitter hatred of the rival families of Caloprini and Morosini. Now Stephen Caloprini fled to Verona and offered to be the emperor's genuine vassal if restored to Venice as doge. Otto characteristically seized the chance of conquest. Venice was strictly blockaded by land and might have been forced to yield had not the emperor, enfeebled by a foreign climate, died of an overdose of medicine (4 drachms of aloes), on 7 December 983. End of section 23. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, June 6, 2024. Section 24 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Italy in the 10th Century, Part 4, by C. W. Previté-Orton. Otto had been preparing for new aggression towards the south, where Transimund, the new Marquess of Spoleto, and Aloara of Capua, Pandulf Ironhead's widow, might be relied on. His impatient policy had just been shown in the promotion of a foreign pope to succeed Benedict VII. For John XIV had been Peter, Bishop of Pavia and Arch-Chancellor of Italy. The restive Romans, still mindful of the old prohibition of translations, rose against the Lombard Pope at Easter 984. Their leader was that Franco, now once more Boniface VII, who had been let loose with his treasure by the incensed Byzantines. He disgraced himself once more by causing the death of his imprisoned rival, and made himself so hated in his brief and tyrannous pontificate that on his death in 985 the mob outraged his corpse through the streets. He had really bought the papacy from those who could sell it, the faction led by the house of the Crescentii. By them, Alberic's rule of Rome was revived in the person of the, quote, patrician, close quote, Crescentius II, son of Crescentius de Theodora. There was, however, a difference. While preserving his autonomous power, Crescentius II avoided a breach with the empire. Subheading: The minority of Otto III. He could take this anomalous position all the more easily because the empire and the regnum Italicum were in some sort vacant. The child Otto III of Germany was acknowledged as rightful heir, but not as sovereign in Italy, where the interregnum was filled by admitting the claim of the two crowned Augustas, Theophano and Adelaida, to act for the future emperor. This constitutional subtlety being made acceptable by the loyalty of marquesses and bishops to the German connection. Otto II's aggressions against Venice and the Byzantines were promptly abandoned, and the peace of the empire, tempered by the never wholly quiescent local broils, continued its beneficent work. Adelaida was soon thrust aside by Theophano, who, Greek though she was, troubled with unruly German magnates, and hampered by Slav revolt beyond the Elbe, yet contrived to rule. In 989 she came to Rome, partly to reaffirm the empire, partly perhaps in rivalry with Adelaida. Crescentius II evidently came to terms, which preserved his patriciate, and she exercised without hindrance all the functions of sovereignty, even being styled emperor by her puzzled chancery, unused to a female reign. It was not, however, all by merit of the adroit and firm-willed lady, for, when a year after her return to Germany she died in June 991, and Adelaida took her place, the fabric of the empire continued unshaken. The idea of the Ottonian monarchy had captivated men's imagination. The benefits it conferred on lands so recently wretched were indisputable, and the Italian magnates knew their own interests well enough to be persistently loyal. At the head of the magnates stood Hugh of Tuscany, who for some years had ruled Spoleto as well, thus once more forming a mid-Italian buffer fief like that of his father Hubert or of Pandulf Ironhead. It was Hugh who, when a revolution broke out at Capua on Aloara's death, set up a second son of Pandulf Ironhead's, Laedulf, as prince, and maintained the suzerainty of the Western Empire. At Rome, however, Crescentius II exercised unchallenged sway. Pope John XV had not even the support of the stricter clergy against his lay oppressor, for he himself had a bad name for avarice and nepotism. But intervention by the German monarch became certain. Otto III was now 15 and of age. His advisers were anxious to put an end to the anomalous formal vacancy of the empire, and in response to Pope John's invitation, the king crossed the Brenner Pass with an army in February 996. No one resisted him, although the inevitable riot between Germans and Italians took place at Verona. At Pavia, where he received the fealty of the magnates, he heard of John XV's death. At the next stage, Ravenna, he was met by a Roman embassy, which submissively requested him to name a new pope. His choice was as bold as possible. Otto II had only promoted a Lombard. Otto III selected his own cousin Bruno of Carinthia, a youth of 24, who styled himself Gregory V. Thus, for the first time, a German ascended the papal throne. It must have been gall and wormwood to the Romans, but they made no resistance. On 21 May, Otto III was crowned emperor by his nominee. Subheading: Otto III reduces Rome. Neither pope nor emperor was disposed to allow the patriciate to continue. Crescentius II was tried for his offenses against John XV, condemned to exile, and then pardoned at the pope's request. The victory had been so easy that Otto speedily left Italy. Gregory, however, was already in difficulties. He was a rash young man who was also open to bribes, and the Romans hated their German pope. In September, he escaped from their hands, and Crescentius resumed power. Gregory, safe in Pavia, might excommunicate the usurper and act as the admitted head of the church. Crescentius did not hesitate to set up an anti-pope. His choice was cunning, if hopeless. Otto III, following the steps of his predecessors, had sent to Constantinople to demand the hand of a Greek princess. One envoy died on the mission. The other, John Philogathus, Archbishop of Piacenza, had recently returned with a Byzantine embassy to continue negotiations. This prelate was a Greek of Calabria, who had been the trusted adviser of Theophano and had obtained the independence of his see from Ravenna owing to her influence. Being the tutor and godfather of the emperor, he might seem a persona grata to him. Perhaps he shared Theophano's policy of alliance with the Roman patrician. In any case, he accepted Crescentius's offer. But he was everywhere unpopular, a foreigner at Rome, an ingrate further north, and Otto III was resolved. Late in 997, the emperor returned to Italy with imposing forces. By the usual route of Ravenna, he reached Rome with Pope Gregory in February 998. There was no real resistance. John XVI fled to the Campagna to be captured, blinded, and mutilated by his pursuers, and then made a public spectacle by the revengeful pope. Crescentius, who held out in the castle of Sant'Angelo, the ancient tomb of Hadrian, soon was taken and executed. Otto and Gregory hoped thus to crush the indomitable independence of the Romans. They only added an injured hero to the traditions of medieval Rome, for Crescentius was widely believed, possibly with truth, to have surrendered upon assurances of safety. Subheading: Schemes of Otto III. Otto was still in Italy, alternately employed in affairs of church and state, and in the pilgrimage and penance dear to his unbalanced character, when Pope Gregory died in February 999. True to his imperial policy, the emperor selected another non-Roman, Gerbert of Aurillac, the first French, as Gregory had been the first German pope. Gerbert, now Sylvester II, was the most learned man of his age, so learned that legend made him a magician. Bred in the Aquitanian Abbey of Aurillac, he knew both Spain and Italy, but the best of his life had been spent at the metropolitan city of Reims. There he was renowned as a teacher and had taken eager part in the events which led to the substitution of Hugh Capet for the Carolingian dynasty of France. His reward had been his elevation to the See of Reims, but this being consequent on the deposition of his predecessor had brought him into collision with the papacy, and in 997 he gave up the attempt to maintain himself. He had, however, a sure refuge. For long he had stood in close relations to the Saxon emperors. Known to Otto the Great, he had been given the famous Abbey of Bobbio in 982 by Otto II, although the indiscreet zeal he displayed led to his retreat to Reims again on his patron's death. Nonetheless, he had worked in France in the interests of Otto III in the troublous times of the latter's infancy, and as his hold on Reims grew weaker, he had attached himself in 995 to Otto's court. There he speedily became the favored tutor of the boy emperor, partly sharing, partly humoring, and partly inspiring the visionary schemes of his pupil. In 998 he became again an archbishop, this time of Ravenna, whence he was called to fill the papal chair. Sylvester II was far too practical a statesman to share in all the dreams of Otto, yet even he seems to have thought of a renovated Roman Empire, very different from the workaday creation of Otto the Great, of an empire as wide as Charlemagne's, which should be truly ecumenic and no longer an appendage to the German monarchy. Otto's schemes were far stranger, the offspring of his wayward and perfervid nature. Half Greek, half Saxon in birth and training, bred by Theophano and Philogathus, and under northern prelates and nobles as well, he not only blended the traditions of Charlemagne's lay theocracy with those of the ancient Roman Empire seen through a long Byzantine perspective, but he also oscillated between the ambitious energy of an aspiring monarch and the ascetic renunciation of a fervent monk. The contradiction, not unexampled at the time, was glaring in an unripe boy, whose head was turned by his dignity and his power. He had his ascetic mentors who fired his enthusiasms, St. Adalbert of Prague, St. Romuald of Ravenna, St. Nilus of Calabria. As the fit seized him, he went on pilgrimage or withdrew for austerities to hermitage or monastery. This visionary ruler lacked neither ability nor a policy, however fantastic his aims might be. He believed most fully in his theocracy. He was the ruler of church and state. The popes were his lieutenants in ecclesiastical matters. As time went on, he emphasized his position by strange titles. He was, quote, servant of Jesus Christ, close quote, servant of the apostles, close quote, in rivalry with the servus servorum Dei of the popes. Content with the practical support they received from him in ruling both Church and Rome, Gregory V tolerated the beginnings of this, and Sylvester II submitted at a price to its full development. In a strange, scolding, argumentative diploma, Otto III denounced the donation of Constantine and that of Charles the Bald, the one as a forgery, the other as invalid, and proceeded to grant the Pope 8 counties of the Pentapolis, hitherto ruled by Hugh of Tuscany. It was a considerable gift, somewhat modified by the fact that Otto intended to make Rome itself his chief capital and treated the Pope as his vassal. He perhaps saw the revival of the Lombard nobles. He was carried away by the ancient splendors of the empire, and, proud of his Greek extraction, he hoped to recall the past by a gaudy imitation of its outer forms. Those forms he saw in Byzantium, the continuously Roman. Titles and ceremonies were rudely borrowed. His dignitaries became logothetes, protospathares, and the like. Once and again their names were written in the Greek alphabet as an evidence of culture. To gain centralization and emphasize unity, the German and Italian chanceries were fused together to the muddling of their formal and perhaps of their practical business. Semi-barbarism had a puerile side in the court of the German Augustus held at Rome in his palace on the Aventine. And well might the loyal German nobles look askance at the freaks of the emperor. Quote, "He would not see delightful Germany, the land of his birth, so great a love possessed him of dwelling in Italy." Close quote. Subheading: Social Changes and Troubles. In January 1000, Otto paid his last visit to Germany, whither the deaths of two great ladies, his aunt Abbess Matilda and the aged Empress Adelaida, who had guided the German government, called him. In July he returned to Italy, for a storm which had long been brewing had burst. It had its principal origin in the prosperity which the Ottonian peace had brought to North Italy. The population had increased, waste and forest were brought under cultivation, trade thrived in the cities. True to Italian tradition, the unrest appeared in two separate groups of persons, among the countryside nobles and among the citizens. But, since the individuals who made up these two groups were largely identical, it was as yet seldom that the effects of their discontents were sharply separated. Under the greater vassals of the countryside, the bishops, abbots, marquises, and counts, were ranked the now numerous greater and lesser vavassores or capitanae. Footnote: The secundi milites were generally after vassals without jurisdiction. The capitanae included the smaller tenants-in-chief and the greater vavassores. They were possessed of jurisdiction. The same noble might easily hold both of the crown and of another tenant-in-chief. C.F. Schupfer, F. La Città Milanese all'epoca del Risorgimento del Comune, parenthesis, Archivo Giuridico 3, close parenthesis, pages 259 to 60, 263-4. And Mayer, E. Italienische Verfassungsgeschichte 1, pages 447, 450-1. End footnote. And secundi milites, who were distinguished not so much by their position in the feudal chain as by the extent of their lands and privileges, but who in general were vassals of the magnates, not of the emperor. The continued predominance of city life in Italy and the terrors of the recent barbarian ravages had turned large numbers of the capitanae and the secundi milites into inhabitants, either partially or solely, of the cities, where they formed the most powerful class of citizens. Under them were the traders who led the non-noble city population. All three classes, capitanae, secundi milites, and plebeians, tended to be at odds with one another. There were also signs of a resentment at the bishop's rule, which had once been welcomed. Berengar II, at enmity with the bishops, had shown signs of courting the townsmen when he granted privileges to the men of Genoa collectively. The Milanese, in Otto III's minority, had waged war on their Archbishop Landulf II and the great family to which he belonged. The Cremonese obtained from Otto III a diploma which infringed their bishop's fiscal rights and was soon quashed on that account. The movement was contrary to the imperial policy by which the bishops, sometimes of German extraction, were the emperor's best agents and counterweights to the restless nobles. Fresh towns, Lodi, Acqui, Piacenza, and Tortona, had been placed completely under episcopal rule. The whole province of Ravenna was made subject to its archbishop's authority by Otto III. Lesser privileges in town and country had been continually given piecemeal to the prelates. Yet in the countryside, the expedient was losing its value. Prelates in difficulties, prelates of the local noble families, were steadily granting church land by the leases known as libellariae to the nobles, thereby impoverishing their churches and strengthening the noble class. And the consequent feudal disorder was only increased by the growing divergence in interest between the magnates, the capitanei, and the secundi milites. The vast and increasing church estates were being consumed by nominal leases and over-enfeoffment. Subheading: Revolt of Ardoin of Ivrea. Disorder from this cause was already marked under Otto II. Pope Sylvester, as abbot of Bobbio, had vainly striven to check the system in his abbey. It now led to civil war. Ardoin, Marquess of Ivrea, was probably a relative of Berengar II, but his sympathies lay with the lesser nobles. He and they had profited by spendthrift episcopal grants, and came to bitter feud with Bishop Peter of Vercelli, possibly because he endeavored to recall them. Footnote: This is conjecture. Peter's long captivity among the Saracens after the Battle of Stilo (see supra, page 169), must have facilitated usurpations, and Ingo, Peter's predecessor, had certainly dilapidated his see. But Ardoin's immediate grievance may have been owing to his claims on the curtis of Caresana, given by Empress Adelaida to the canons of Vercelli. End footnote. In 997 they murdered the bishop and burnt the cathedral. Peter's fellow bishops were up in arms against Ardoin, and Otto III took stringent action. In 998 he enacted that no church libellaria should outlast the grantor's life. In 999, in concert with the Pope, he confiscated Ardoin's lands and condemned him to a life of penitent wandering. At the same time he appointed a stout-hearted German, Leo, to the see of Vercelli, and granted him the counties of Vercelli and Santia. It was the first grant of entire counties to a bishopric in Lombardy, although parallel to the powers conferred on the see of Ravenna. But Ardoin resisted in his castles, and next year, supported by his accomplices, seems even to have taken the title of king. Otto returned, but was content to drive Ardoin back and to entrust his uprooting to the local magnates. The embers of the revolt against the Romano-Germanic Empire were left to glow. Otto's wishes at this time seem to have been turned to the reassertion of the claims of the Holy Roman Empire in the south. Since Abul Qasim's death in his victory over Otto II, the Saracen raids, although they inflicted misery on Calabria and South Apulia, had not been in sufficient force to endanger the Byzantine rule. The Catapan Callicuros Delphinas in 983-4 had subdued the Apulian rebels, nor did Otto III show any disposition to intervene. But the petty frontier states were a different matter. In 983, the Salernitans had driven out Manso of Amalfi, and under their new prince John II, a Lombard from Spoleto remained henceforth neutral and disregarded. Their neighbors, however, Capua, Benevento, Naples, and Gaeta, were more important for Otto. After a romantic pilgrimage to the famous shrine of Monte Gargano, he sent in 999 the Capuan Adhemar, new-made Marquis of Spoleto, to Capua, where Liudolf was deposed and Adhemar made prince. At the same time, Naples was seized, its Duke John taken captive, and the Duke of Gaeta was bribed into vassalage. These successes, which once more effectively enlarged the empire, did not last, for in 1000 the Capuans drove out Adhemar, substituting Landulf V of the old dynasty, and John of Naples recovered his state and independence. A short campaign of Otto himself next year against Benevento gained at most a formal submission from the Lombard princes. The fact was that the emperors could never devote enough energy or men to the subjugation of the south, divergent as it was in soil, in organization, in habits of life from the Frank-ruled, feudalized, and more fertile north. Subheading: Revolt of the Romans. At the time, indeed, Otto's throne was rocking under him. He had offended the Romans by sparing revolted Tivoli, for which too independent neighbor they nourished a passionate hatred. Nor were their desires for their old autonomy and dislike of the Saxon stranger diminished by his imperial masquerade. In February 1001, they broke into revolt and blockaded Otto in his palace on the Aventine, at the same time closing the gates against his troops who were encamped outside the walls under his cousin, Duke Henry of Bavaria, and Hugh of Tuscany. After 3 days, Otto prepared a desperate sortie, but at the same time Hugh and Henry entered by treaty with the Romans. Once more they swore fealty and listened to the emperor's reproaches, the best proof of the strong illusion under which he labored. Quote, "Are you my Romans? For your sake I have left my country and my kindred. For love of you have I abandoned my Saxons and all the Germans, my own blood. I have led you to the most distant parts of the empire, where your fathers, lords of the world, never set foot, so as to spread your name and fame to the ends of the earth." Close quote. Footnote: Thangmar, Vita S. Bernvardi, c. 25. But these German accounts gloze events. Was the hailing of the Roman leaders before Otto a mere piece of ceremonial, suitable to a treaty with the emperor? End footnote. And the crowd half believed in the dream. They dragged their leaders out and threw them before the emperor. His nobles were cooler, and under their persuasions he left the Eternal City, where his escort still remained. It could not be concealed that he had really been driven out by the rebels. Subheading: Otto III's death. His case was nearly desperate. The German magnates were ready to revolt against the dreamer. St. Romuald counseled him to take the cowl. Yet Otto, though a visionary, was resourceful and resolute. He summoned fresh forces from Germany, where Henry of Bavaria kept the princes loyal. He asked once more, and with success, for a Byzantine bride. He vexed Rome, whence his men were extracted, and prepared for a siege. But his strength was exhausted. On 23 January 1002, he died at Paterno on the Tiber just as his reinforcements reached him. All Italy was in confusion. The Germans were obliged to fight their way northwards with the corpse. King Arduin seized the Italian crown. John Crescentius, son of Crescentius II, ruled Rome as patrician, and Pope Sylvester, who had loyally followed his pupil, was content to return thither despoiled of secular power and soon to die. Hugh of Tuscany was already dead, to the joy of the ungrateful Otto. But the basis of the Holy Roman Empire was still firm. Bishops and marquises, as a rule, were faithful to the Saxon house. If Otto's dreams were over, German supremacy, the fact, remained. Subheading: Revival and Permanent Division of Italy. It was not only in the Lombard troubles under Otto III that signs were apparent of the medieval evolution of Italy. His contemporary and friend, Doge Pietro Orseolo II of Venice, was making a city-state a first-rate power at sea. Within a few years, Orseolo curbed and appeased the feuds of the nobles. He effected a reconciliation with Germany. He reinstated Venice in her favorable position in the Eastern Empire and contrived to keep on fair terms with the Muslim world. In 1000, Venice made her first effort to dominate the upper Adriatic, and it was successful for the time. The Doge led a fleet to Dalmatia, checking the Slav tribes and giving Venice a temporary protectorate over the Roman towns of the coast. Byzantium was busied in war nearer home and glad to rely on a powerful friend. She soon had occasion for Venice's active help, for the Saracen raids grew once again to dangerous dimensions. In 1002, the Qaid Safi came from Sicily and besieged Bari by land and sea. The Catapan Gregory Tracaniotus was rescued by Venice. Orseolo II arrived with his fleet, revictualled the town, and fought a 3-day battle with the Muslims. In the end, worsted on both elements, they retreated by night. They still wasted Calabria and the whole west coast of Italy, yet here too they received a severe check in a naval battle near Reggio in 1006, in which the fleet of the Tuscan trading town of Pisa played the decisive part. Thus, even before the Holy Roman Empire reached its apogee, the future city-states of North Italy had made their first entry into international politics. In the security of the frontiers, in the rebirth of civic life, in the resettlement of the countryside, in the renewal of intercourse and commerce, the success of the Ottonian rule was manifest. Nor were the omens inauspicious in the church. During the wretched times of anarchy and demoralization, analogous to that of which the career of King Hugh bears witness among the magnates, had invaded cathedral and cloister. The papacy could be the bone of contention for lawless nobles. A great abbey like Farfa could be a nest of murder and luxury in the mid-10th century. Now, at any rate, in the north under Alberic and the Ottos, in the Byzantine south, an improvement, slow and checkered as it might be, had set in. But in one aim the Ottos had failed: the extension of the regnum Italicum over all Italy. Sardinia, which vegetated apart, ruled by her native, quote, judges, close quote, under an all but forgotten Byzantine suzerainty, might be disregarded, but the separation of the south of the peninsula from the north left the Holy Roman Empire imperfect. It was a case where geographical and climatic influences interacted on historical events and made them, so to say, their accomplices in molding the future. South Italy as a whole was always a more barren land than the north, more sunburnt, less well-watered, a land of pasture rather than of agriculture or of intense cultivation, a land of great estates and sparse inhabitants. long separated from the main Lombard kingdom by Roman territory and protected by their mountain defiles, the Lombards of Benevento had fallen apart from their northern kinsmen. Charlemagne had not subdued them. Eastern Rome, by direct conquest and through her client seaports, had exercised a potent influence upon them. The Saracens held Sicily. Throughout the 2 centuries from 800 to 1000, the schism of the 2 halves of Italy, which nature had half prescribed, steadily widened. Even what they had most in common, the tendency to autonomous city-states, took different embodiment and met a different destiny. The Norman conquest only concluded and intensified a probable evolution. End of section 24. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, June 14, 2024.
Section 25 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Germany, Henry I and Otto the Great, Part 1, by Austen Lane Poole. Quote, "The future of the realm," Conrad is said to have declared with his dying words, "lies with the Saxons," end quote, and he bade his brother Everard to bear the royal insignia to Henry, the Saxon duke, as the one man capable of restoring the glory of the German name. The union of Frank and Saxon had given the throne to Conrad on the death of Louis the Child. The same alliance was responsible for the ascendancy of the Saxon dynasty in 919. Everard carried out the last injunctions of the late king, waived his own claim, and caused Henry the Saxon to assume the royal dignity. The election was a purely secular function, for either from a genuine feeling of his unworthiness or from his dislike of the higher clergy and their secular influence, a dislike which he undoubtedly possessed in the earlier years of his reign, he dispensed with the solemn ceremonials of anointing and coronation offered him by Archbishop Herriger of Mayence. It took place at Fritzlar on the borders of Franconia and Saxony in May 919. The position of Henry the Fowler was a difficult one. As king he was scarcely more powerful than he was as duke. Saxon and Franconian princes had been present at the election, but there is little reason to believe that the princes of the southern duchies were present or that they acquiesced in the result. Everard, Duke of Franconia, had been chiefly instrumental in raising Henry to the throne, but he had previously been an inveterate enemy to the Saxon house, and his loyalty was only purchased at the price of almost complete independence in his own dukedom. The new king did not at first aspire very high. He had no scheme of governing the whole realm, as the Carolings before him, from one center through his own officials. He had no choice but to allow the tribes to manage their own affairs according to their own customs and their own traditions. Even his modest ambition to be regarded as the head of a confederate Germany was not yet accepted. Bavaria and Swabia were outside his sphere of authority. Burchard, quote, "no duke but tyrant, despoiler and ravager of the land," end quote, his unscrupulous disposal of church property had given him a bad reputation among monastic writers, was ruling in Swabia. He had just rid himself of the aggressions of Rodolph II, king of Upper, Geraint, Burgundy, who had attempted to add Swabia to his dominions by defeating him at Winterthur. At the news of Henry's approach, for it is uncertain whether the king actually entered Swabia, he surrendered unconditionally. Henry allowed him to retain his dukedom, only reserving to himself the right of appointing to bishoprics in the loyal domain lying within the limits of the duchy. Bavaria offered a more difficult task. Arnulf the Bad, though, like Burchard, he had gained the ill will of the clergy owing to his habit of appropriating the revenue and property of the church, was exceedingly popular with the secular nobles. He had been urged, not against his will, to put forward a claim to the throne of Germany, and was only prevented by the antagonism of the clergy from making an immediate attempt to win this end. According to one account, Henry was obliged to make 2 campaigns before he was able to bring Arnulf to terms. However that may be, in 921 he approached Ratisbon, Regensburg. Perhaps, as Wittichen records, he actually besieged the town, and by granting particularly favorable conditions obtained Arnulf's submission. The Duke retained the coveted right of appointing to bishoprics within his duchy, a privilege confined to Bavaria alone. In other ways also, Bavaria secured a larger measure of independence than was enjoyed by any other German tribe. Almost sovereign powers were given to its duke. Arnulf struck coins, directed his own foreign policy, and dated documents according to the year of his reign. Henry was not satisfied with the limits prescribed by the Treaty of Verdun. He aimed at the inclusion of Lorraine in the German realm. It was not an easy matter, and was only accomplished by untiring patience and by taking advantage of opportunities offered by the ceaseless disturbances in the western kingdom. Giselbert, the reigning duke, a versatile and unscrupulous man, sought and obtained the help of the German king when his dominions were overrun by the West Franks. He was reinstated and remained on friendly terms with Henry until, in 920, hostilities broke out between the eastern and western kingdoms. Charles the Simple pushed his way into Germany as far as Federsheim, near Worms, but retired on hearing that Henry was arming against him. Gilbert, at this juncture, threw off his allegiance to Henry and assisted Charles in the campaign of the following year. Fighting was, however, averted. On 7 November 921, the 2 kings met in a boat anchored in the middle of the Rhine at Bonn. There a treaty was concluded. Henry was formally recognized as King of the East Franks, but Lorraine remained dependent on the Western Kingdom. During the next years, France was immersed in the throes of civil war. First Robert, the younger son of Robert the Strong, and on his death his son-in-law Raoul, Rudolph, Duke of Burgundy, was set up as rival king to the helpless caroling Charles the Simple, who spent most of the remainder of his life in close captivity at Péronne. In the midst of this anarchy, Henry sought his opportunity to wrest Lorraine from the Western Kingdom. Twice in the year 923 he crossed the Rhine. In the spring he met Robert and entered into some compact of friendship with him, probably at Jülich on the Ruhr. Later in the year, at the call of Duke Gilbert, who had again changed sides, he entered Lorraine with an army, captured a large part of the country, and was only checked by the appearance of Raoul. Robert had been killed at Soissons in the previous June, with considerable forces. No battle took place, but an armistice was arranged to last until October of the next year, and the eastern part of Lorraine was left in Henry's possession. The state of affairs in Lorraine was less favorable to Henry when, in 925, he once more crossed the Rhine. Raoul had won a large measure of recognition among the inhabitants, and Gilbert, always to be found on what appeared to be the winning side, had come to terms with him. Henry, however, met with surprisingly little opposition on his way. He besieged Gilbert at Zuplich, captured the town, and soon made himself master of a large portion of the land. Gilbert had no choice but to accept the overlordship of the Saxon king. He was reinstated and was attached more closely to Henry's interests in 928 by receiving his daughter Gerberga in marriage. Raoul bowed to the inevitable. Henceforward Lorraine was an integral part of the East Frankish dominion. In the first 6 years of his reign, Henry had achieved much. He had succeeded in making his authority recognized in the southern duchies, and added Lorraine to his kingdom. Content with this recognition, he did not seek to interfere further in the affairs of the duchies. It was his policy throughout to leave the administration in the hands of the dukes. Bavaria, as far as we know, he never so much as revisited. Swabia was less isolated, for after the death of Burkhard, Hermann, a cousin of the Franconian Everard, married his widow and succeeded to the dukedom. The family connection inevitably brought Swabia into closer relations with the central power. Henry's own activities were confined almost entirely to Saxony and Thuringia. The weakness of his predecessors had encouraged the audacity of the restless and barbarous neighbors to the north and east of Germany. The Danes ravaged the coast of Frisia. The Wends, inhabiting the land between the Elbe and the Oder, engaged the Saxon nobles in ceaseless and devastating border warfare. Since the accession of Louis the Child, a new and still greater peril hung over Germany in the violent inroads of the Magyars. These barbarians lived for war alone. Though they were addicted to hunting and fishing, They chiefly relied for their subsistence on the spoils of their victories. Their appearance, made more grotesque and sinister by artificial means, their outlandish war cries, their dashing onslaught, and their ruthless cruelty combined to strike terror upon those they encountered. Their unrivaled skill in archery and horsemanship gave them a reputation of invincibility. For the early years of Henry's reign, the Hungarians had remained quiet, but in 924 they once more poured westward into Germany and Italy. The lack of military organization and system of defense in Saxony was laid bare. With fire and sword they overran the whole of the province. The people fled before them and hid themselves in the forests. Henry, helpless and unable to offer any resistance, shut himself up in the fortress of Werle at the foot of the Harz Mountains. By an amazing stroke of luck, a Hungarian chief, apparently a person of considerable importance, fell into Henry's hands. Ransom was refused. The king would only surrender his prize on condition that the invaders would withdraw from Saxony and refrain from molesting him for a period of 9 years. For his part, he was prepared to pay a yearly tribute. The terms were accepted, the Hungarian noble was given up, and for 9 years Saxony was rid of the aggressions of her formidable neighbor. The 9 years Henry turned to good account. He was enabled to carry out his schemes of defense undisturbed. The Saxons were unaccustomed to town life. They lived still, like the Germans of Tacitus, apart in scattered villages and hamlets. A royal fortress or a monastery, the seat of a spiritual or secular prince, alone served as places of meeting for social purposes or the transactions of business. Fortified towns were all but unknown. Henry saw the necessity not only of strengthening the existing fortresses, but of building and fortifying towns. Merseburg and Hersfeld, Goslar and Gandersheim were secured within wall and moat. Quedlinburg and Fulda are lasting memorials of his constructive activity and prove him not unworthy of the name of builder of cities, Städte-Erbauer, given him by later writers. The town was to be the center of all economic and judicial, military and social activity, the position of defense, the place of refuge in time of invasion. To promote the prosperity of the towns, it was ordained that all councils and social gatherings should be held there, and that no substantial or valuable buildings should be erected outside the walls. The country conquered from the Wends, Henry divided into military fiefs which he granted out to his ministeriales. They were formed into groups of 9 tenants, one of whom lived in the city to maintain the walls and dwellings in good repair, and to take charge of 1/3 of the total produce of the tenement to provide against an emergency. The remaining 8 worked in the fields, but in the event of an attack withdrew to the city to defend it against the invader. The establishment of a colony of robbers and bandits on the outskirts of Merseburg is an interesting experiment. It was the condition of their tenure that they should only employ their craft of larceny and plunder against their Slavonic neighbors. In many of these reforms, it is thought, Henry had the example of England before his eyes. England had been alike defenseless and open to the attacks of the Danish invaders until Alfred and his son Edward the Elder adopted measures which not only checked their forward movement, but even drove them back and kept them within prescribed limits. In 929, Henry asked his English contemporary Ethelstan for an English princess for his son Otto. The negotiations, which ended in Otto's marriage with Edith, brought Henry into close touch with England and English policy, and it is not difficult to believe that through this connection he found the pattern on which to model his plans for the defense of his kingdom. The army, no less than the system of defense, required radical reform. The Heerban, corresponding to the Anglo-Saxon fyrd, composed of the freemen, a class of which in course of years had considerably diminished in numbers, was untrained and difficult to mobilize. Being an infantry force, it was moreover wholly inadequate to cope with the Hungarian horsemen. Hence it was essential for the Saxons to learn to fight on horseback. The ministeriales established on the Wendish marches became the nucleus of the new army, but Henry seemed to have exacted knight service whenever possible throughout Saxony, and even in the Heerban, which continued often to be summoned in times of national danger, the cavalry element gradually became predominant. Henry tested the mettle of his reorganized army in the campaigns against the Slavs. These restless people, dwelling in the forest and swamplands between the Elbe and the Oder, had been intermittently at war with the Germans since the time of Charles the Great. But the warfare had been conducted by the Saxon nobles for private ends and with a view to enriching themselves by the plunder of their neighbors. Henry the Fowler made the subjection of the Wends a matter of national concern. 4 years, 928 to 932, were occupied in their conquest, but every enterprise Henry undertook was crowned with success. First, in a campaign against the Slavs of the Havel country in the depths of winter, he besieged and captured the ice-bound city of Brandenburg and brought the tribe to submission. Thence, turning his energies against the Dalaminsi on the lower Elbe, after a siege of 20 days, he took by storm their city of Jana and planted the stronghold of Meissen as a base for further operations in that district. The subjection of Bohemia was a more serious undertaking. For this campaign he sought the help of Duke Arnulf, and for the first time Bavarian and Saxon marched together in the royal army. Wenceslas, the reigning Duke of Bohemia, had entered upon his inheritance at an early age, and during a long minority his mother Drahomina, a Lusatian by birth, acted as regent. It was her policy of assisting the Wends in their wars against the Germans that brought about the enmity of the German king. When, however, in 929 Henry and Arnulf entered Bohemia, Wenceslas had assumed the government. He had been brought up to the Christian faith by his grandmother, Saint Ludmila, who by her influence over the young duke had earned the hatred and jealousy of her daughter-in-law, and at the latter's instigation had suffered the death of a martyr. Wenceslas, whose pious life and terrible end was to gain for him the reward of canonization, was prepared to make amends for the imprudent policy of his regent mother. When, therefore, the German army approached Prague, he promptly entered into negotiations. He surrendered his lands, received them back as a fief of the German crown, and agreed to pay a yearly tribute of 600 marks of silver and 120 head of cattle. But no sooner was peace restored than the Wends, chafing under the German yoke, broke out into revolt. The Redarii were the first to take up arms. They captured the town of Vasleben and massacred the inhabitants. The success was the signal for a general rising. The Counts Bernard and Tietmar, Henry's lieutenants in that district, took prompt action, marched against the fortress of Lenzen on the right bank of the Elbe, and, after fierce fighting, completely routed the enemy on 4 September 929. Many fell by the sword, many, in attempting flight, were drowned in the neighboring lakes. There were but few survivors of that bloody encounter. Widukind reckons the enemy's losses at the incredible figure of 200,000. Yearly tribute and the acceptance of Christianity was the price they paid for their insurrection. In 932 the Lusatians and in 934 the Ukraini on the lower Oder were subdued and made tributary. With these, Henry's work among the Wendish tribes is completed. Much still remained to be done, but he had laid the foundation for the work of his son Otto, the civilizing and the conversion of the people on the eastern frontier. Even more important were the results of his Hungarian conflict. This warfare was to prove the soundness of his measures of defense and protection, the strength of his new towns, the supreme test of his reorganized army. Cavalry would meet cavalry, not as in the battles with the Wends, horse against foot. In 933 the 9 years' truce was at an end. Henry refused the accustomed tribute. The Hungarians lost no time. They swarmed into the west in 3 armies, one to ravage Italy, another France and Burgundy, and a third to punish Henry for his audacious refusal of tribute. On their way they sought the help of the Dalaminsi, but instead of the expected submissiveness, they were received with scorn and derision, and were presented with a mongrel dog as a token of their contempt. In Thuringia they divided their forces. One army pushed on westward into Saxony. Henry at once took the initiative, fell on them, slew their leaders, and dispersed the remainder in panic to die from hunger or cold, to be slain by the sword or taken into captivity. He then lost no time in coming up with the other host, while still overwhelmed by the fate of their comrades. The battle took place at Riada, perhaps Rittberg on the Unstrut or Reed, near Merseburg, on 15 March 933. The seemingly impenetrable masses were broken at the onslaught of the Saxon army. The camp was taken, the remnant of the once feared and invincible army of the Magyans fled back to their own land in panic and confusion. The Danes alone remained unsubdued. They had long pushed beyond the river Eider, the limit fixed by Charles the Great. They had encroached upon Holstein and plundered continually the coast of Frisia. In 934 Henry entered Denmark. Gorm the Old, not venturing to risk a battle, sued for peace, which he obtained at the price of the old Eider boundary and the establishment of the March of Schleswig. Towards the end of his life, Henry, largely no doubt owing to the influence of his wife Matilda, became more active in works of piety and in advancing the interests of the Christian Church. He was always a serious churchman, and there is evidence that his early hostility to the ecclesiastical power grew less intense in his later years. The Synod of Erfurt in June 932 testifies to his interest in church matters. At his favorite home of Quedlinburg he founded a church and a nunnery. He contemplated, says the Saxon historian Widukind, a visit to Rome, not indeed to seek the imperial crown, for he had declined the honor of coronation even in Germany, but as a pilgrim. Acceptance of Christianity was often imposed by him as a condition of peace on his conquered foes. This was the case at the breakdown of the Slav revolt in 928. In 931 baptism was received by the prince of the Obotrites and perhaps by a Danish prince, in spite of the hostility of Gorm the Old, who devoted his life to the persecution of the Christians and to stamping out all remnants of Christianity from his dominions. In the autumn of 935 at Bodfeld in the Harz Mountains, while engaged in a hunting expedition, Henry was struck down with paralysis. Anxious to see the succession decided in his lifetime, he summoned an assembly of nobles at Erfurt in the beginning of 936. Thankmar, the eldest son, was excluded on the ground that his mother Hathburg of End was under a vow to take the veil when Henry sought to marry her. Though Henry, the younger and favorite son of Queen Matilda, had claims on the ground that he was born after his father's accession to the German throne, Otto, the elder son, seemed the most fit to carry on the work his father had begun, and was accepted as the successor by the assembled princes. At Memleben on 2 July, when nearly 60 years of age, Henry the Fowler succumbed to a second stroke and was buried in his own foundation, the Church of St. Peter at Quedlinburg. The chroniclers of the period are unanimous in their praises of Henry's character and achievements. He was a just and far-sighted statesman, a skillful and brave general. With foreigners and enemies he was stern and uncompromising, but to his own countrymen he was a lenient and benevolent ruler. He was a keen sportsman, a genial companion. In his own day Henry was recognized as the founder of a new realm. As Duke of Saxony, he was in a good position to inaugurate a new era, for the Saxons were in blood and in customs the purest Germans, the least touched by Frankish influence. It was the work of Henry that prepared the way for the more brilliant and the more permanent achievements of his son and successor. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Germany, Henry I and Otto the Great, Part 2, by Austen Lane Poole. Otto I. Otto came to the throne in the full vigor and idealism of youth. He was born in 912. He was possessed of a high sense of honor and justice, was stern and passionate, inspiring fear and admiration rather than love among his subjects. He was ambitious in his aspirations and anxious to make the royal power felt as a reality throughout Germany. The difference between father and son becomes immediately apparent in the matter of coronation. He had already been elected at an assembly of Saxon and Franconian princes held at Erfurt in his father's lifetime. But not content with this, he laid great stress on the importance of a solemn ceremony which took place early in August at Aix-la-Chapelle, the old Carolingian seat of residence. There the Archbishop Hildebert of Mayence presented the young duke to the assembled multitude of people with the words, quote, "Behold, I bring to you Otto, the elect of God, the chosen of our Lord Henry, and now made king by all the princes. If the election is pleasing to you, declare it by show of hands." End quote. Immediately the whole people lifted their hands and hailed the new king with clamorous shouts. He was invested at the hands of the archbishop with the insignia of royalty, the sword with which to strike down the enemies of Christ, the bracelets and cloak, the emblems of peace, the scepter and the staff by which tokens he is inspired to chasten his subjects and to stretch out the hand of mercy to the servants of God, to widows and orphans. Finally, he was anointed and crowned by the Archbishop of Mayence, assisted by Archbishop Wickfried of Cologne, and by them was led by a special stair to a throne set up between marble pillars where he could see and be observed by all. After the celebration of Mass, the company adjourned to the palace for a state banquet at which the dukes officiated, Gilbert of Lorraine as chamberlain, Everard of Franconia as steward, Hermann of Swabia as cupbearer, and Arnulf of Bavaria as marshal. It was a festival of the highest significance. It was a public recognition of the union of the German tribes, the foundation of the German monarchy. The royal influence was no longer to be confined to the limits of Saxony. While he retained the duchy in his own hands, he delegated many of the ducal functions to Hermann Billang, a noble connected with the royal house and founder of the later ducal house of Saxony. Another important post was granted to Count Siegfried, who is described as second only to the king among the Saxon chiefs, and on his death it passed to Count Gero. Hermann and Gero were the two men who, throughout the reign of Otto, by their untiring efforts, not only kept the Wends in check, but established German authority on a firm footing in the marches between Elbe and the Oder. They relieved the king of a difficult task, enabling him thereby to turn his whole attention to the policy of centralizing the government, of extending the royal influence, and later of adding Italy to his dominions and of restoring the imperial title. But these appointments were unpopular in Saxony. Wichmann was jealous of the advancement of his younger brother Hermann, and by the election of Gero, Otto lost the support of his half-brother Thankmar, who in spite of being barred from the throne had hitherto shown himself a loyal subject. Being akin to Siegfried, he had counted on succeeding to his position and estates. Disappointed in this, he joined with Everard in the rebellion of 938. At the coronation festival at Aix-la-Chapelle, the dukes had fully recognized Otto as king and, no doubt with the idea that he would continue his father's policy, had done homage for their dukedoms. But no sooner had Otto revealed his intentions than they were up in arms. The trouble began in Bavaria. Arnulf died in July 937, and his sons refused their homage. 2 campaigns in 938 were necessary to restore the royal authority. Berthold, Arnulf's brother, formerly Duke of Carinthia, was set over the duchy, but with limited powers. Otto took to himself the right of nominating to bishoprics, and also, now or shortly after, set up Arnulf, son of the late duke, as Count Palatine to safeguard the royal interests in the duchy. Between the 2 Bavarian campaigns, Otto had been called away to deal with a more serious rising in Franconia. Small raids had been frequent on the borders of Saxony, raids in which Duke Everard had been involved. In one of these, Everard burnt the city of Helmern and slaughtered the inhabitants. The duke was fined, and the abettors of the crime were condemned to the indignity of carrying dogs through the streets of Magdeburg. But the disturbance was not at an end. The delinquents were emboldened rather than deterred by the lenient treatment they received from Otto at a diet held at Steel on the Ruhr in May, and the petty warfare rose to the dimensions of civil war. Thankmar, who, as we have seen, had his own reasons to be displeased with Otto's rule, joined forces with Everard. Together they captured Bellica on the Möhne, and with it the king's younger brother Henry. But a reaction followed. The discontented Wichmann returned to loyalty, and the insurrection in Saxony completely broke down. The fortress of Eresburg, which Thankmar had taken, opened its gates at Otto's approach. Thankmar himself fled to the church of St. Peter, where he was slain at the altar, an act of sacrilege of which Otto was entirely innocent. Everard was restored to favor after undergoing a short term of honorable imprisonment at Hildesheim. But before making his peace, he entered into a secret compact with Henry by which they should, when the opportunity offered, combine against Otto. The crown was to be Henry's reward. Early in the year 939, everything was in readiness. The arrangements were made at a gathering of malcontents at Saalfeld. Gilbert of Lorraine had been drawn into the ranks of the disaffected dukes. All the three leaders, Henry, Everard, and Gilbert, according to Luitprand, Bishop of Cremona, had designs on the throne, trusting perhaps to the fortunes of war to bring one or the other of them to the uppermost. Hostilities broke out in Lorraine. Otto hastened to the scene of action while the enemy were advancing towards the Rhine near Xanten. The paucity of boats enabled but a small portion of the royalist troops to cross the river before their adversaries came in sight. While the king, with the main body of his army, watched from the opposite bank, this small detachment, perhaps no more than 100 men, by strategy, by cunning, and by a vigorous attack in front and rear, won a victory on the field of Bertin. It was little short of a miracle attributed by the legend to the holy lance which Otto held in his hand. This success relieved Otto from all immediate danger. The opposition broke down in Saxony and Thuringia. Dortmund, one of Henry's fortresses, had submitted to the king as he marched towards the Rhine. After the fight at Bertin, in which it was rumored that Henry had fallen, Merseburg and Scheidingen on the Unstrut alone held out. To the former of these Henry fled after his defeat, but with 9 followers. After a siege of 2 months, the garrison capitulated, and Henry was granted a truce of 30 days to quit Saxony. By the beginning of June, the first campaign was over, and, says the Saxon historian, quote, "there was rest from civil war for a few days." End quote. The second campaign of the year 939 had a different and more alarming aspect. It received the support of Louis IV. d'Outremer, son of Charles the Simple, who on the death of Raoul of Burgundy had been summoned from his place of refuge at the court of his uncle, King Ethelstan, and set on the throne of France by Hugh the Great, the powerful Count of Paris. The latter had expected to have things his own way under a king of his own choosing, but soon found he was mistaken. Louis had no intention of being a puppet in the hands of the great duke, and at once asserted his independence of action. Within a year of his accession, he had alienated from himself all the powerful nobility of France. When, therefore, Louis, in the hope of attaching Lorraine once more to the West Frankish dominions, joined forces with Duke Gilbert, Otto found abundant assistance ready at hand among the discontented feudatories of France. In September he actually entered into some sort of compact with Louis's chief antagonists, Hugh the Great, Herbert, Count of Vermandois, William, Duke of Normandy, and Arnulf, Count of Flanders. Henry, the king's brother, liberated from Merseburg, hastened to join Gilbert in Lorraine. Otto, following in hot pursuit, found them garrisoned in the castle of Chevremont near Liège. He laid siege to the fortress, but was compelled to relinquish it, for Louis was making headway in the neighborhood of Verdun, where several bishops, perhaps those of Metz, Verdun, and Toul, had submitted themselves to his authority. Otto set out against him and drove him back to his capital at Laon. At this point in the campaign, the scheming Duke of Franconia openly joined in the revolt. Otto besieged him in the strong fortress of Breisach on the Rhine. An attempt was made to come to terms. Frederick, Archbishop of Mayence, was employed to negotiate with Everard, but he went beyond his powers, conceding more than the king was prepared to yield, and Otto refused to ratify the treaty. The effect was to throw the archbishop into the ranks of the insurgents. He fled privily by night to Metz, where he expected to fall in with Henry and Gilbert, but the latter had already started to join forces with Everard. Whether Henry accompanied the dukes on the fatal expedition to the Rhine is uncertain. More probably, making Metz his headquarters, he remained behind to organize resistance in Lorraine. Everard and Gilbert made a plundering raid and returned westward, intending to recross the Rhine at Andernach. Part of their army had already crossed the river, and the dukes were quietly eating their dinner before crossing themselves, when a body of Franconian troops, led by Udo and Conrad Kurzpold, Franconian counts, whose lands had especially suffered from the raid, came up with them. Both the dukes fell in the fight that ensued. Everard was slain by the sword, Gilbert was drowned. According to one account, he got into a boat already overloaded with fugitives, and the boat capsized. According to another, he leapt with his horse into the river, and so met his end. By a mere stroke of luck, the 2 leaders of the rebellion were disposed of in a skirmish hardly worthy of the name of battle, at a moment when Otto's cause seemed desperate, and when, says Wedekind, quote, there seemed no hope of his retaining rule over the Saxons, so widespread was the rebellion. End quote. The effect was instantaneous. Breisach capitulated. Lorraine was restored to order. Of the remaining leaders, Frederick, after being refused admittance into his own town of Mayence, was captured and punished by a short term of imprisonment. Henry, on hearing the news which deprived him of all hopes of the crown, fled to his old stronghold of Chèvremont, but found the gates closed against him. He made his way to France, but finding his cause to be hopelessly lost, yielded himself up to his brother's mercy. Otto, with his habitual generosity and magnanimity, forgave him everything and took him again into his favor. The royal authority was now firmly established. Henry made one more attempt to overthrow his brother, but it was too late, and the conspiracy of 941 collapsed without recourse to arms. The intention had been to assassinate the king at the Easter festival at Quedlinburg. It reached the ears of Otto, who proceeded as usual to the feast, but with a strong guard, and there seized and executed the whole gang of conspirators. Henry fled, was captured and imprisoned at Ingelheim, but before the end of the year received the king's pardon. The unscrupulous Archbishop of Mayence was also implicated, but cleared himself of guilt by receiving the sacrament in public. The civil wars involved extensive changes in the government of the duchies. During the years which followed the restoration of order, Otto inaugurated and gradually established the policy of attaching the dukedoms more closely to himself by granting them to members of his own family. The administration of Lorraine was, in 931, entrusted to a certain Otto, son of Rickwin, and on his death in 944 the duchy was conferred upon Conrad the Red, a nephew of King Conrad I, who in 947 was married to Otto's daughter Luitgard. Franconia, after the death of Everard at the fight of Andernach, the king retained in his own hands. When Duke Berthold died in 947, his duchy of Bavaria passed to the king's own brother Henry, who, after the failure of his last attempt to win the throne in 941, had become one of the loyalest of Otto's subjects, and who was already akin to the Bavarian ducal house through his marriage in 938 with Judith, the daughter of the old Duke Arnulf. Lastly, on the death of Duke Hermann in 949, Swabia was given to Otto's son Ludolf, who married Ida, the daughter of the late duke. By these arrangements the ancient supremacy of the Franconian tribe was forever crushed, but in the southern duchies the order of things remained unchanged, for while granting the dukedoms to his own kinsmen, he maintained the traditions and customs of the tribal duchies by giving the new dukes in marriage to the daughters of the old ducal houses. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Germany, Henry I and Otto the Great, Part 3, by Austen Lane Poole. In the meanwhile, the eastern neighbors of Germany had taken full advantage of the intestine troubles which filled the opening years of the new reign. In the midst of the ducal rebellion of 939, Wittekind deplores the numerous enemies that beset his native Saxony. Quote, Slavs from the east, Franks from the south, Lorrainers from the west, and from the north Danes and more Slavs. End quote. He might have added Hungarians from the southeast, for their barbaric hordes swept into Thuringia and Saxony in 937 and 938. They were beaten back and never again ventured into Saxon territory. On the Wendish border there had been ceaseless activity. Fortunately for Otto, the frontier command was in capable hands. Hermann Billang and Gero repressed the risings with a firm hand and even extended German influence further eastward. The death of Henry the Fowler had been the first signal for insurrection, in which the Ridari seemed to have taken the leading part. Henry they had learnt to fear, but Otto was untried and had yet to prove his strength. He hastened back from his coronation at Aix-la-Chapelle and suppressed the rising. The Wends were held in check till the year 939, when Germany was in the throes of civil war, when the total subversion of the royal authority seemed inevitable, and an unrivaled opportunity of throwing off the German yoke presented itself. They made repeated inroads, which were beaten off by Gero, and even the king himself, it appears, found time on more than one occasion to enter into the border conflict. In Bohemia, Boleslav, who had in 936 gained the throne by murdering his brother Wenceslas at the gates of the church of Alt-Bonslau, asserted his independence, and though temporarily checked by a force of Saxons and Thuringians sent against him in 938, he continued to be a source of danger and disturbance till Otto in 950 made an expedition in person to Bohemia and was recognized as overlord. The results, however, of the frontier fighting were on the whole satisfactory. Partly by his own efforts, partly by his keen insight into character, which enabled him to select the right men for the work, Otto made progress, extended the German sway as far as the Oder, and prepared the way for the next stage in his eastern policy, the consolidation of his conquests and the conversion of the conquered peoples to the Christian religion. The newly acquired territory was divided into 2 marches under the control of Hermann and Gero. The tribute and rents accruing from these sources were appropriated to the maintenance of the frontier garrisons, to the establishment of colonies, and to the endowment of churches. In 948, probably on the occasion of the visit of the papal legate Marinus, Bishop of Bamarzo, to Germany, bishoprics were founded at Brandenburg and Havelberg in the province of Mayence, and at Rippen, Erhaus, and Schleswig in the metropolitan diocese of Bremen for the organization of further missionary work. On the western frontier also the state of affairs was troublesome. The possession of Lorraine was by no means entirely a source of strength to the German monarchy. Owing to its position between the East and West Frankish dominions, it involved the German king in the everlasting turmoil which characterized the history of France in the 10th century. Moreover, Lorraine was always firmly attached to the Carolingian tradition, and there was always a party ready to support the Caroling kings in their attempts to win back the province for the Western Kingdom. There, Louis IV was engaged in an incessant struggle to hold his own against a strong coalition of feudal nobles under the leadership of the all-powerful Count of Paris. During the decade 940 to 950, Otto was busily engaged beyond the Rhine. He lent his aid first to one side, then to the other, mediated between them, and compelled both parties to realize the weight of his power, the wide scope of his authority, the value of his mediation. In the summer of 940 he entered France to punish Louis for his interference in Lorraine and drove him into Burgundy, but the expedition had daunted neither the spirit nor the enterprise of Louis, who, as soon as Otto was back in Germany, again set out for Lorraine. Otto once more turned westward, but as it was late in the year, the kings effected a truce and parted without fighting. For 2 years Louis was pursued by his relentless adversaries. At last, however, in 942, possibly as a result of the visit of the legate of Pope Stephen VIII, who commanded the princes to recognize Louis as their king on pain of excommunication, a solemn assembly took place and a general peace was concluded at a place uncertain, but conjectured to be the Visay on the Meuse, a few miles north of Liège. A similar obscurity exists with regard to the terms, but it is clear that Louis on his side engaged to desist from interfering in the affairs of Lorraine, while Otto, for his part, agreed to refrain from assisting the French lords against their king. This settlement was but transitory, and 2 years later Otto was again drawn into the affairs of the Western Kingdom. But the position was altered. 2 of Louis's dangerous opponents, William of Normandy and Herbert of Vermandois, were now dead. For a moment the king and the Count of Paris were on terms of friendship. Then a trivial difference and an accident brought about another change, and Louis was a prisoner in the hands of his powerful feudatory. This was in 944. Hugh, with his valuable prisoner in safe keeping at Laon, sought an interview with Otto. The latter, however, perhaps anxious to abide by the compact of 942, perhaps from a genuine feeling of pity for the luckless king, declined to accept Hugh's overtures and espoused the royal cause. The menace of Otto's displeasure saved Louis. After nearly a year's confinement he was liberated, but only at the heavy price of losing his one sure stronghold, the fortress of Laon. Louis was free, but without shelter, almost without friends. Gerberga, his queen, made a pressing appeal to her brother. Otto's French campaign in the late summer of 946 met with very limited success. Laon, Rheims, and Senlis were all in turn besieged, but Rheims alone was captured. The 2 kings then made a plundering raid into Normandy. They even, according to one account, laid siege to Rouen, but in this enterprise they were alike unsuccessful, and Otto made his way back to Germany. The year 947 was occupied by a series of fruitless assemblies called together to decide a dispute over the archbishopric of Rheims. The two parties in France had each its candidate for the see, and the party uppermost unscrupulously imposed the man of its choice upon the diocese. These transactions, vain as they were, are not without their importance, for they led up to the solemn synod held at Ingelheim on 7 June 948. The legate of Pope Agapetus II, Bishop Marinus of Bamarzo, presided over it. It was an assembly of the highest significance. It was the first occasion since the accession of the Saxon dynasty, since the Synod of Hohenaltheim in 916, that a papal legate had appeared in Germany. It was attended by more than 30 bishops, and the two kings, Louis and Otto, were present in person. The business was not restricted to the Rheims dispute. The discussion on the political question at issue resulted in a canon being passed against attacks on the royal power, and a declaration that Hugh should make his submission under pain of excommunication. The dispute over the see of Rheims was decided in favor of Otto, the candidate of the royal party. His rival Hugh, son of Herbert of Vermandois, was excommunicated. Hugh the Great held the decrees of the synod at defiance. He was excommunicated at the Synod of Trèves, September 948. He continued in his obduracy, and carried on hostilities against Louis and his allies, Otto and Conrad of Lorraine, till 950, when, at a meeting held on the banks of the Marne, he made his submission, restored Léon, and, by his homage, recognized Louis as his lord. The affairs of France were no sooner settled on a satisfactory basis than a turn of events in Italy provided the occasion for Otto's first expedition across the Alps. The occasion was the death of King Lothar, leaving his widow Adelaide with a title to the Italian throne in her own right, defenseless and soon to be a prisoner in the hands of Berengar, Marquess of Ivry, who was himself crowned King of Italy at Pavia on 15 December 950. The old connection between Germany and Italy, founded on the empire of Charles the Great, though it had ceased to be a reality since the death of the Emperor Arnulf in 899, is recalled to memory by many minor incidents in the dark years of the first half of the 10th century. The Dukes of Swabia and Bavaria were frequently drawn into the Italian struggles. Berengar of Ivry, fleeing from the murderous designs of his rival Hugh of Arles, had crossed the Alps, taken refuge in Swabia, and even commended himself to Otto, 941, an act which perhaps gave Otto the right to expect an acknowledgment of overlordship from Berengar when the latter ascended the Italian throne in 950. With the opposite faction, Otto was also brought into close connection through Conrad of Burgundy, who had spent his youth at the German court, and whose sister Adelaide had married Hugh's son Lothar. The arrangements for the Italian expedition were settled at the Easter festival held at Aix-la-Chapelle, 30 March 951. Otto formed his plans in close consultation with his brother Henry, now his most trusted adviser, whose brilliant campaigns against the Hungarians, resulting in the acquisition of the March of Aquileia, gave additional weight to his counsels. Ludolf, on the other hand, was apparently not taken into the king's confidence. Indignant at his exclusion, jealous of his uncle, impetuous and anxious to make a name for himself on his own account, he determined to anticipate his father. He rapidly crossed the Alps with a small army of Swabians, but his expedition was a complete failure, and before long he returned to sow the seeds of rebellion, the news of which recalled Otto, who had assumed the title of King of the Lombards at Pavia and taken Adelaide as his wife, in haste to Germany. It was not only disappointment at his failure in Italy that led Ludolf to rebel against his father. Otto's second marriage was not likely to be to his son's advantage. It would lead to a new circle at the court in which he would take but a secondary place. He might even look to being ousted from the succession by the offspring of this new alliance, an event which in fact occurred, for it was Adelaide's son, Otto, who was designated as the successor, to the total disregard of the claims of his nephew and namesake, the son of Ludolf. The plans for the rebellion were formed at a Christmas gathering held at Saalfeld. The place is significant, for it was there that Henry had divulged to his friends his designs against Otto in 939. Among the conspirators was Frederick, Archbishop of Mayence, whose implication in the previous rebellions of 939 and 941 was more than suspected. He had been employed as Otto's envoy to the court of Pope Agapetus, and the failure of his mission may have led to a rupture with Otto. The news of this ominous assembly was the immediate cause of Otto's return to Germany. He crossed the Alps in February 952, and by Easter was again in Saxony. Conrad, Duke of Lorraine, was left behind in Italy to complete the overthrow of Berengar, but instead of pursuing the advantage which Otto had already gained, he made terms with Berengar and returned with him to Germany to obtain the king's ratification of his arrangements. They found the court at Magdeburg. Otto was, however, far from satisfied. He had counted on the complete subversion of Berengar. For 3 days the latter was not permitted to approach the royal presence, and even then through the counsel of Duke Henry. He was, quote, barely granted his life and a safe return to his country, end quote. The final settlement with regard to Italy was postponed to a meeting to be held at Augsburg. On 7 August, the Diet met in the spacious Lechfeld, which extended to the south of the city. Franks, Saxons, Swabians, Bavarians, Lombards, and even ambassadors from the Byzantine court attended the gathering, to which a contemporary annalist assigns the imposing Frankish title of Conventus Publicus. There, Berengar and his son Adalbert took the oath of homage and fealty, and by the solemn handing over of the golden scepter, received back the kingdom of Lombardy as a fief of the German crown. But Duke Henry had his reward for his consistent loyalty at Berengar's expense. The marches of Aquileia and Verona were added to the Bavarian dukedom. Up to this point there had been no overt act of rebellion on the part of the conspirators. Ludolf and the Archbishop of Mayence had been present at the Augsburg Diet. Indeed, the latter had taken a leading part in the ecclesiastical business transacted there. But as the rebellion matured, the causes of discontent increased. The marked displeasure of Otto at Conrad's management of the affairs of Italy had driven the Duke of Lorraine into the ranks of the malcontents. The appointment of the king's brother Bruno to the post of Arch-Chancellor of Italy was an additional grievance to Archbishop Frederick, who had counted upon that dignified sinecure for himself. Whereas Henry had gained by the settlement of Augsburg, Ludolf had received no share in the spoils. Possibly the birth of a child to Adelaide, a boy named Henry who died in infancy at the end of the year 952, was the decisive event which determined the outbreak of hostilities. Otto appears to have been blind to the dangers which surrounded him. It was only while journeying to Ingelheim on his return from Alsace, whither he had gone to visit his wife's relations, that he realized the critical state of affairs. Judging it imprudent to keep the Easter festival, as he had purposed, at so isolated a place as Ingelheim, he turned aside to Mayence, but Mayence proved no less dangerous. He found the gates of the city closed against him, and in an unseemly manner he was kept waiting until the archbishop, who was absent from the city performing his Lenten devotions in retreat, returned to grant him admittance. Ludolf and Conrad also appeared on the scene, and the king was caught in a trap. The conspirators made haste to clear themselves of having any designs against their sovereign, but they acknowledged that it had been their intention to waylay Henry in the event of his coming to Ingelheim for the Easter festival. Even towards the king their attitude was not so peaceable as they had affirmed. By duress they extorted from him some sort of treaty, of which the terms are unrecorded, but the nature may be fairly conjectured. It was no doubt as advantageous to Ludolf as it was detrimental to the interests of Duke Henry. Ludolf was assured of the succession, and possibly was even to have an immediate share in the government. Otto was glad to escape at any price. Nevertheless, once safe in Saxony, he did not scruple to revoke the treaty. He summoned Ludolf and Conrad to appear before him, and ordered them either to hand over their confederates or else to receive the punishment due for their offense. A diet for the discussion of their case was to meet at Fritzlar. The dukes did not present themselves at the diet. They were deprived of their dukedoms, and hostilities began in earnest. In this rebellion, it is remarkable that the duchies invariably sided against their dukes. The Lorrainers, under the leadership of Adalbero, Bishop of Metz, and Regenar, Count of Hainaut, were almost to a man loyal to the king and therefore in opposition to their duke, Conrad, whereas in Bavaria the king and his brother Henry met with their bitterest and most dangerous opponents. At first Conrad sought to recover his position in Lorraine, but on the banks of the Meuse, in a desperate battle lasting from noon to sunset, he was defeated, quitted his duchy, and betook himself to Mayence, which henceforth became the headquarters of the insurgents. With an army of Saxons reinforced on the march by troops from Lorraine and Franconia, Otto invested the city. He was soon joined by Henry with his Bavarians. For nearly 2 months the royal army tried in vain to capture the stronghold of the rebels. Every device of siege warfare was employed, but all to no account. Engines were no sooner brought up to the walls than they were destroyed or burnt. Assaults were made upon the gates, only to be beaten off with loss by the defenders. At last, wearied by lack of success, Otto made overtures for an armistice and sent his cousin Ecgbert as a hostage. But the negotiations came to nothing, and the king's ambassador was won over to the side of the enemy. For Otto, the situation was desperate. The defection had spread to Saxony and to Bavaria. In the latter duchy, Arnulf, the Count Palatine, put himself at the head of a tribal revolt against the rule of Duke Henry. This was perhaps the most serious phase in the rebellion. The Bavarians, led by their duke to assist in the siege of Mayence, went over in a body to the enemy. Leaving the defense of the city in the charge of Conrad, Ludolf hastened with Bavarian deserters to Ratisbon, seized and plundered the city, and drove Henry's family and adherents from the country. In September, Otto abandoned the siege of Mayence with the object of attempting to secure Ratisbon, but in this enterprise he was also doomed to failure. Shortly before Christmas, almost at the end of his resources, he withdrew to Saxony. Owing to the firm rule of Hermann, the insurrection in Saxony had broken down, and Lorraine also remained loyal, but the greater part of Franconia and practically the whole of Swabia and Bavaria had taken up arms against him. So widespread was the disaffection that it has been sometimes regarded as an expression of a national resistance against Otto's imperial policy, as though the interests of Germany were prejudiced by his acquisition of the Italian throne. It is, however, more in accordance with the facts to attribute the civil war rather to tribal than national causes. The separate tribes were rebelling against the authority of their dukes. It was the duke who was attacked in Bavaria, in Lorraine, and in Saxony. Only in Swabia was Ludolf's personal popularity sufficiently strong to secure the loyalty of the tribe, though even there an anti-ducal party was formed under the leadership of Burkhard, a kinsman of the former duke. The inception of the war may be traced to personal causes, to the personal jealousy of the leaders, its support to the tribal opposition to the centralizing system of the dukedoms. The issue was decided not by any military exploit, successful campaign, or victory in the field, but by the diversion created by a Hungarian inroad, and by the violent reaction which followed against the party which sought to gain advantage from alliance with the invaders. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Germany, Henry I and Otto the Great, Part 4, by Austen Lane Poole. The Hungarians had, at the outset of Otto's reign in 937 and in 938, made 2 abortive attempts to invade Saxony. In 948 and in 949 they had made incursions into Bavaria, but had been beaten off by Duke Henry, who in 2 campaigns in the following year had successfully carried the war into their own country. Nevertheless, early in the year 954, the Hungarians, who were always ready to turn the intestine troubles of their neighbors to their own advantage, once more poured into Germany. Contemporary historians have laid the charge of inviting the barbarians upon both parties concerned in the struggle, but the occasion was too obvious to require any solicitation. Certain it is, however, that the invaders were eagerly welcomed by Ludolf and Conrad, who supplied them with guides. They swept through Bavaria and Franconia, plundering as they went. They were publicly entertained at Worms on Palm Sunday and loaded with presents of silver and gold. Conrad himself led them across the Rhine in the hope of regaining his own duchy through their aid. But the raid of the barbarians did nothing to improve the duke's position in Lorraine. They penetrated as far as Utrecht, merely laying waste the land as they passed. Thence they moved southward through Vermandois, Laon, and Rheims into Burgundy, and the remnant of their band, much reduced in numbers by fighting and disease, returned to their own country by way of Italy. The invasion was Otto's deliverance. The royal army pressed hard upon the Bavarians, who were forced to crave a truce, which was granted till 16 June, when a diet was to be held at Langenzen, near the present town of Nuremberg, where the case was to be decided. At the Diet of Langenzen, all the leaders of the revolt, realizing that their cause was lost, made their appearance. During the proceedings, each party accused the other of introducing the Hungarians. The Archbishop of Mayence and Conrad made their submission, but Ludolf remained obdurate. He rode off in the night with his attendants to Ratisbon. The king followed in pursuit, fighting on his way an indecisive engagement at Rostal. Ratisbon withstood the assault of the royal army. A long siege followed, during which many skirmishes were fought before the walls, and the burghers were reduced to the point of starvation. Finally, after the city had been invested for some 6 weeks, Ludolf and the citizens obtained a truce, pending a settlement to be arranged at a diet to be held at Fritzlar. Ludolf made a last attempt to rally his cause in Swabia. Failing in this, he sought and regained his father's forgiveness. But neither he nor Conrad recovered their dukedoms. As a result of the civil war, there were many new appointments to be made. For this purpose, a diet was held at Arnstadt on 7 December. The dukedom of Swabia was given to Burkhard, probably the son of the old Duke of Swabia of that name, and so a first cousin to Queen Adelaide. Lorraine had already been granted to the king's brother Bruno, who in the previous year had succeeded Archbishop Wickfried in the metropolitan see of Cologne. The see of Mayence was also vacant, since the turbulent Archbishop Frederick had died a few weeks before the meeting of the Diet. His place was filled by William, Otto's natural son. Bavaria held out until the spring, but Henry was victorious over Harold, the rebellious Archbishop of Salzburg, and the burghers of Ratisbon, again reduced to the extremities of famine, submitted themselves to Otto. So by the end of the spring of 955, Otto was able to return in peace to his native Saxony. The Hungarians, encouraged by their successful raid of the previous year, made another inroad early in the year 955. It was checked, and Otto received in Saxony what purported to be a Hungarian embassy. In fact, its intention was nothing more nor less than to spy out the land, and immediately afterwards Duke Henry sent word that the barbarians had crossed the frontier. Their main body was encamped on the banks of the Lech near Augsburg. The city was defended by its bishop, St. Ulrich, whose contemporary biographer speaks of the desperate straits to which he was reduced. The city walls were dilapidated and unprovided with towers. It seemed impossible to withstand an assault from an enemy whose numbers are said to have amounted to 100,000 horsemen. Yet one day the bishop, arrayed in his pontifical robes, sallied forth, himself unarmed, into the ranks of the enemy and threw them into confusion. On the following day, the feast of St. Lawrence, 10 August, as the bishop quietly awaited the inevitable counterattack, he heard the welcome news of Otto's approach. When the news of the invasion reached him, Otto had hurried southward with a small band of Saxons. On his march, other troops collected, and he reached the neighborhood of Augsburg with a vast army drawn from all parts of Germany. The host was formed up in 8 divisions, 3 from Bavaria, 2 from Swabia, and 1 each from Saxony, Lorraine, and Bohemia. The battle was fought in the Lechfeld to the south of the city on the left bank of the river. As on other occasions, legend gives credit of the victory to the holy lance with which Otto was armed. At first the enemy made headway against the Swabian and Bohemian divisions, but the courage and resource of Conrad, the deposed Duke of Lorraine, who fell in the battle, restored the fortunes of the royal army. The victory was complete, and for 3 days the scattered remnants of the Hungarian hordes were pursued and killed or taken captive. The victory had far-reaching effects both for the conqueror and the conquered. Germany was forever relieved of the menace of invasion, and the Hungarians gave up their restless mode of life and took to a settled and peaceful existence. The Hungarians were not the only neighbors of Germany who had sought to take advantage of the civil war. The Wends rose in revolt against German rule. In 954, Margrave Gero and Conrad, it is characteristic of Otto to entrust his recent antagonist with a command, won a victory over the Ukraini. Further north, in the district under the authority of Duke Hermann, the trouble was more serious. The Duke's nephews Wichmann and Eckbert, who had already attempted without success to raise Saxony in revolt against their uncle, now joined with the Wends. No decisive victory determined the fighting, which continued intermittently and with varying success for a period of 2 years. It was the news of the defeat of the Hungarians on the banks of the Lech which struck the Wends with awe and compelled them to make an abject submission. They sent messages offering their accustomed tribute, but Otto was not disposed to let them off so lightly. Accompanied by Ludolf and Boleslav of Bohemia, he ravaged their lands as far as Recknitz to the west of the Isle of Rugen. Their leader Stoanef was slain. Wichman and Ecgbert fled the country and took refuge at the court of Duke Hugh in France. In 957, Wichman again appeared in alliance with the Wends, but he was finally defeated in 958 and received a pardon on taking, quote, a terrible oath never to conspire again against Otto or his kingdom, end quote. In Lorraine also there were signs of trouble, but the wise and statesmanlike rule of Bruno restored and maintained peace. Count Regenar of Hainaut was at the root of the disturbance. It was his hostility to Conrad that secured the loyalty of Lorraine during the Civil War. Apparently he expected reward for his services, and failing to get it, he stirred up revolts against the authority of Bruno. The archbishop suppressed 2 risings in 957 and 959, and, as a precaution against disorder in the future, deemed it advisable to divide the duchy into 2 units of administration. A certain noble of the country named Godfrey had already been placed over the lower, and Frederick, brother of the powerful bishop Adalbaro of Metz, was now set over the upper province. To the prudent and judicious policy of the Archbishop of Cologne, it may be added, was due the maintenance of friendly relations with France, and it is no exaggeration to assert that to his support Lothair, on the death of Louis IV in 954, owed his peaceful and uncontested succession in that kingdom. By the year 960, Otto's rule in Germany was firmly established. The Hungarians were defeated once and for all. The Wends between the Elbe and the Oder were quelled. Lorraine and the Western Kingdom, thanks to Bruno, were at peace. The presence of envoys from foreign courts at his solemn assemblies testifies to the strength of his rule and to the extent of his fame. Romans and Greeks, Saracens and Russians visited his court, bringing him gifts of gold, silver, and ivory, balm and precious ointments, and lions, camels, monkeys, and ostriches, animals hitherto unknown in Saxony. All nations of the Christian world, concludes Wittichen, looked to the great king in their troubles. So in 959 ambassadors from the Russian Queen Olga, who was baptized in 957, came to Germany to beg Otto to send missionaries to their heathen country. A certain Libertius was ordained bishop for the purpose, but died before he could embark on his difficult enterprise. Adalbert from the monastery of St. Maximin at Trèves was chosen in his place, but after a year's fruitless endeavor returned to his own country. So again, John XII, Pope and Patrician of Rome, sought Otto's assistance against the oppression of Berengar and his son Adalbert. The project suited Otto's own policy. The conduct of the vassal king of Italy had already earned his displeasure, but unable to go in person, he had sent Ludolf, who, since he had lost his dukedom, was in need of employment. A brilliant and successful campaign, 956 to 957, was, however, cut short by the death of its leader. Ludolf died of fever at Pombia, and the work was left unfinished. At the appeal of the Pope in 959, Otto prepared to cross the Alps himself. Anxious to secure the throne in his own line in the event of his death during the campaign, he caused his infant son Otto to be elected king at Worms, and to be solemnly crowned and anointed in the royal chapel of Charles the Great at Aix-la-Chapelle. Then, leaving the boy in charge of William, Archbishop of Mayence, he set out to deliver Italy from its enemies and to receive the imperial crown from the hands of Pope John XII. Of the last 12 years of his life and reign, the emperor spent scarcely more than 2 in Germany. The imperial title brought with it new responsibilities to bear, new difficulties to overcome. The work of his later years was beyond the Alps. Nevertheless, it is unjust to lay to his charge the neglect of Germany, a charge which can be supported against his grandson Otto III. Otto the Great never lost interest, never disregarded the affairs of his original kingdom. At Rome, one of his first considerations was the organization of the Church on the eastern frontier of Saxony, the carrying out of his cherished plan, the foundation of a metropolitan see at Magdeburg. As early as 955 he had sent Hadamar, abbot of Fulda, to Rome to discuss this project with Pope Agapetus. The jealousy of the Bishop of Halberstadt and of the Metropolitan of Mayence put every obstacle in his path. But at last, on 12 February 962, he was able to make the final arrangements and obtained from Pope John XII a bull for the erection of an archbishopric at Magdeburg and a bishopric at Merseburg. It was not, however, until 968 that effect was given to it by the appointment of bishops. Adalbert, the first archbishop of Magdeburg, was a man of peculiar interest. He began life in the monastery of St. Maximin at Trèves. For some years he was a notary in the chancery. In 961 he was sent as a bishop to preach the gospel in Russia. In 966 he became abbot of Weissenberg in Alsace, and in 968 archbishop of Magdeburg. He is also conjectured to be the author of The Continuation of the Chronicle of Reginald of Prüm, and his varied life and profound experience make his work of the highest value for the history of Otto the Great. The emperor returned to Germany at the beginning of the year 965. After an absence of more than 3 years, there was much work requiring his attention. The Wends, again assisted and roused by the turbulent Wichmann, had given much trouble to Otto's vice-regents, Hermann and Gero, and the intermittent warfare was only brought to an end in 967, when Wichmann, then in alliance with the Radarii, was defeated and slain. Nevertheless, in spite of the many difficulties in the way, Christianity and German influence had extended very rapidly. In a campaign in 963, Gero subdued the Lusatians and received the submission and tribute of Mesko, Duke of the Poles, who was also engaged in war with the Wends. Bohemia was on terms of close friendship with Germany when under the younger Boleslav, who appeared in person at Otto's court in 973. He was zealous in the cause of Christianity, and it was through the influence of his daughter Dubravka that Mesko was baptized and missionary work was set on foot for the first time in Poland. About the same time, Harold Bluetooth, King of Denmark, was baptized and enjoined the Christian faith upon his subjects. The death of Gero, soon after his return from a pilgrimage to Rome in 965, was a setback to German expansion. He was the real founder of the German dominion between the Elbe and the Oder, and his place was difficult to fill. It provided the occasion for the division of the conquered territory into the later system of marches. The death of Archbishop Bruno in the same year deprived the emperor of another of his most loyal and most valuable governors. In his ducal office he had no successor. The division of the duchy into the provinces of Upper and Lower Lorraine, carried out by Bruno in 959, rendered a duke or archduke over the whole superfluous. The years 966 to 972 were spent in Italy. 2 events which bear upon German history may be recorded. First, the young King Otto II was crowned emperor at the hands of the Pope John XIII on Christmas Day 967, and secondly, after a long series of negotiations, a Byzantine princess, a niece of John Zimiscus named Theophano, was given in marriage to the young emperor. At Christmas 972, Otto the Great was again in Germany. He was honored by embassies to his court from distant lands, even from the Saracens in Africa. His work, however, was completed. He had outlived his friends and associates. While he was absent in Italy, his son William and his mother Matilda had died, March 968. Soon after his return, he lost his trusted and loyal servant Hermann. He himself did not survive much longer. He died at Memleben, the little town in the Harz Mountains which had also witnessed the death of his father, on 7 May 973, in his 61st year. His body was taken to Magdeburg and buried in the cathedral he had built. The Saxon historian Wittekind sums up the achievements of his life in the voice of popular opinion. Quote, "The people, saying many things in his praise, recalled to mind that he had ruled his subjects with paternal piety, he had liberated them from their enemies, had conquered with his arms the proud Avars, Saracens, Danes, and Slavs. He had brought Italy under his yoke, he had destroyed the temples of his heathen neighbors and set up churches and priests in their place." End quote. All this he had accomplished. If he had failed in his attempt to centralize the government of Germany, his failure was due to the inevitable progress towards feudalism and the too deeply rooted tribal traditions. If in this direction his empire fell short of its model, the empire of Charles the Great, in another direction it was conspicuously in advance of it. His work, in the extension of German influence and civilization and in the progress of Christianity towards the north and east of his dominions, was of permanent value and stood as the firm basis of future expansion and future development. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Germany, Otto II and Otto III, Part 1, by Austen Lane Poole. Chapter 9, Otto II and Otto III. The stability of the Saxon dynasty is shown in a marked degree by the way in which son succeeded father almost without question until the direct line breaks off for lack of an heir with Otto III. Otto II, who was born towards the end of 955, had been elected and twice crowned, at Aix-la-Chapelle in May 961 and at Rome on Christmas Day 967, during his father's lifetime. When Otto the Great died in 973, he was universally accepted as his successor. It was not that there was no opposition, but the people of Germany as a whole were satisfied with the ruling family, and, in cases of rebellion, were prepared to give their support to the hereditary sovereign. This fact is proved not only in the frequent Bavarian revolts in the reign of Otto II, but also and more remarkably in the attempt of the Duke of Bavaria to wrest the crown from its rightful possessor, the infant Otto III. Otto the Red is described by the chronicler Thietmar as being possessed of fine physical powers, and though at first, through lack of experience, he shunned wise counsel, chastened by troubles, he set a rein upon himself and lived nobly for the rest of his days. During the first 7 years of his reign, his energies were directed towards Bavaria and Lorraine. Bavaria enjoyed a position of greater independence than any of the other duchies. Its traditions were more deeply rooted, the influence of the old ducal family was stronger. It had ties closely binding it with the other southern duchy, Swabia. Burkhard, Duke of Swabia, had died the year of Otto's accession, and the new king filled the vacancy by appointing Otto, the son of his half-brother Ludolf, former Duke of Swabia. Duke Burkhard's widow, Hedwig, was the daughter of Judith, the widow of Henry I of Bavaria, who was always anxious to advance the interests of her family. She and her son Henry, the ruling Duke of Bavaria, resented the favor shown to Otto, son of Ludolf, and broke into open revolt. In the first struggles we may see an arrangement of parties which remained unchanged throughout the reign. On the one side stand the sons of the children of Otto the Great by his first marriage with Edith, both named Otto, the one just elected to the Duchy of Swabia, the other, shortly after, appointed Duke of Carinthia. To this party the emperor first turned for support. The Bavarian family, Duke Henry and his cousin Henry, son of Duke Berthold, were the leaders of the opposite faction. Later it was openly favored by the Empress Adelaide, the Queen Mother, who had a somewhat natural aversion to the sons of her stepchildren, for it was these men who had headed the revolt against her husband in 955, just after and largely in consequence of her marriage. In the first rebellion in Bavaria, Henry's ambition seems to have aspired to the throne. It was the more serious as he was allied with Boleslav, Duke of the Bohemias, and with Mesko, Duke of the Poles. The plot was, however, discovered in time. Henry and his chief adviser Abraham, Bishop of Freising, were summoned under pain of the ban to appear before the emperor and were imprisoned, Henry at Ingelheim, Bishop Abraham at Corvey. Judith, who was also deeply involved in the conspiracy, entered a convent at Ratisbon. It was not until the autumn of 975 that Otto was able to take the field against Boleslav of Bohemia to punish him for his share in the Bavarian revolt. In the interval he had been called away to deal with a dangerous incursion of the Danes under Harold Bluetooth, who, having crossed the frontier wall, was ravaging the country beyond the Elbe. Otto hurriedly collected an army, marched against the invaders, and drove them back to the wall. He could not pursue his success further, for a formidable army of Norwegians under Jarl Hakon blocked his way. But his object was achieved. Harold opened negotiations offering all his treasure. This Otto declined and withdrew to collect a larger army, but when Harold offered not only treasure but also a tribute and his son as a hostage, his terms were accepted. To strengthen the frontier, Otto established a new fortress on the east coast of Schleswig. Before 2 years had elapsed, Henry, who well merited his name the Wrangler, had escaped from his imprisonment at Ingelheim and again broke into revolt. 2 brothers, Berthold and Leopold of the House of Babenberg, hurriedly mustered the local levies and held him in check, until, at the approach of Otto himself, the rebellious duke fled to Bohemia. At an assembly of princes held at Ratisbon on July 976, Henry was deprived of his duchy, which was granted to Otto of Swabia. For the first time the 2 duchies were united under one ruler, but the Bavaria granted to Duke Otto was not the same Bavaria as Duke Henry had formerly held. Several important changes diminished it in extent and in power. First, Carinthia, with the March of Verona, was completely severed and formed into a separate duchy which was conferred on Henry, called the Younger, son of the old Duke Berthold of Bavaria. Secondly, the 2 brothers, Berthold and Leopold, were rewarded for their fidelity to the imperial cause. Berthold was made more independent, the Nordgau of Bavaria being formed into a new Margravate on the Bohemian frontier, while Leopold was established on a firmer footing on the East March, which we now know as Austria, where his descendants flourished first as margraves and later as dukes down to the 13th century. Certain ecclesiastical changes were made at the same time. The church in Bavaria was freed from the control of the duke and became directly dependent on the king. Large grants were made to the bishops of Salzburg and Passau, and the bishopric of Prague, founded the previous year, was attached to the province of Mayence, thus freeing the ecclesiastical center in Bohemia from any Bavarian influence. Boleslav of Bohemia had been a principal accessory to the Bavarian revolts. The campaign of 975 had been without result, so in 977 Otto again took the field against him. Though he himself was successful, his nephew, Duke Otto, in command of an army of Bavarians, met with a disaster. One evening his men were peacefully bathing in the river near Pilsen when they were surprised by a body of Bohemians who slew many of them and captured much booty. Eventually, however, Boleslav was brought to submission and did homage to the emperor at Magdeburg, Easter 978. A year later, a successful campaign compelled Mesko, Duke of the Poles, to submit to the imperial authority. But while the emperor was engaged in the punitive expedition in Bohemia, a fresh conspiracy of an alarming nature was set on foot in Bavaria. Henry of Carinthia and Henry, Bishop of Augsburg, allied themselves with Henry, the deposed Duke of Bavaria. Even the church wavered in its loyalty. Nevertheless, in the War of the Three Henrys, as it was called, Otto was entirely successful. Accompanied by Duke Otto, he advanced against the rebels, whom he found in possession of Passau. By means of a bridge of boats, he closely invested the town and soon brought it to surrender, September 977. At the Easter Court, 978, held at Magdeburg, judgment was given against the conspirators. The 2 dukes were sentenced to banishment, and Henry of Carinthia also suffered the loss of his recently acquired duchy, which was conferred upon Otto, the son of Conrad of Lorraine. The Bishop of Augsburg was delivered over to the custody of the Abbot of Verden, where he remained till, on the intervention of Duke Otto and the clergy of his diocese, he was granted his liberty in July. The repeated rebellions in Bavaria occasioned a marked change in the character of the duchy. Its traditions, its independent position, its ruling family were crushed. Henceforth, Bavaria, like the other duchies, takes its place in the national system of Otto the Great. It was also in consequence of the new appointments in Bavaria and of the elevation of the 2 Ottos to the ducal dignity that the Empress Adelaide, who had in the first years of the reign exercised considerable influence over her son, now withdrew from court to her native Burgundy. Her place of influence in Otto's councils was afterwards taken by the Empress Theophano. Lorraine had from the beginning of the reign been a source of trouble to Otto. The lower province, after the death of Duke Godfrey in Italy, had fallen under the direct government of the king. In January 974, Reginar and Lambert, the sons of the banished Count Reginar of Hainaut, had attempted to regain their father's possessions and fortified Boussu on the river Aisne. Otto advanced into Lorraine, burnt the stronghold, and captured the garrison, but he allowed the brothers to escape. 2 years later they reappeared in alliance with Charles, the brother of Lothaire, King of France, and Otto, son of the Count of Vermandois. The revolt was, however, suppressed by Godfrey, whom the emperor had set over the county of Hainaut. The next year the troublesome sons of Reginald were reinstated in their paternal inheritance of Hainaut, and their ally in the recent rebellion, Charles, the brother of the King of France, was invested with the Duchy of Lower Lorraine. Charles, however, entertained no fraternal feelings for his brother. Indeed, Otto's object in granting him the duchy seems to have been a desire to gain an ally in the all too probable event of his coming to blows with the King of France. This appointment, therefore, together with the slight shown to the Empress Adelaide, whose daughter Emma, by her first marriage with Lothaire of Italy, was now Queen of France, provided ample pretext for Lothaire to try to regain Lorraine for the West Frankish crown. So long as a Caroling occupied the western throne, there was a party in Lorraine ready to transfer their allegiance to him. With so large an army that, quote, their erect spears appeared more like a grove of trees than arms, end quote, Lothaire marched against Aix-la-Chapelle. When news of the French advance was brought to Otto, he refused to believe it possible. Convinced of the truth only when the enemy were at the very gates of the town, he and his wife were compelled to make a hasty retreat to Cologne, leaving the old Carolingian capital in the hands of the enemy. Lothaire sacked the palace and reversed the position of the brazen eagle set up on its summit by Charles the Great. He then returned to his own dominions. Otto did not permit this extraordinary piece of audacity to remain long unpunished. With a large army he crossed the frontier in October, while the French king retreated before him to Étampes. Otto sacked the royal manor of Attigny, passed unchecked through Rheims and Soissons, plundered the palace of Compiègne, and eventually appeared on the heights of Montmartre above Paris. But as a fresh army was mustering to resist him, he contented himself with ravaging the country round and then withdrew to Germany. The French army harassed the rear of the retreating army and even fought a slight engagement on the banks of the Aisne. In the next year, Lothaire involved himself in a local dispute in Flanders, but finally sought an interview with the Emperor of Margou on the Chiers, 980, where he agreed to abandon all claim to Lorraine. During the first 7 years of his reign, Otto had been fairly successful. He had settled the troubles with which he was confronted in Bavaria at the outset of his reign. He had maintained his position in Lorraine in the face of repeated rebellions and attempts of Lothaire to recover it for the West Frankish crown. He had subdued the Danes, the Bohemians, and the Poles. Under his rule, the work of conversion of the heathen races on the eastern frontier made rapid progress. Bishoprics were established for Bohemia at Prague, for Moravia at Olmütz, and for Denmark at Odense on the island of Fun. Even the Hungarians, in spite of intermittent warfare in which Leopold succeeded in extending the East March as far as the Wienerwald, were inclined to be on better terms with Germany, and permitted Bishop Pilgrim of Passau to pursue his missionary labors among the heathen Magyars. The affairs of Germany were at last sufficiently settled to justify the emperor's absence in Italy. In November 980 he crossed the Alps accompanied by his wife, his infant son, Otto III was born in July 980, and his nephew Otto of Swabia. The disastrous end of Otto's Italian campaign of 980 to 983 led to revolts all along the German frontier, accompanied by a heathen reaction. Duke Bernard of Saxony, on his way to the Diet of Verona, 983, was summoned back by the news that Svein, who had deposed his father Harold Bluetooth, had overrun the Danish march. The Lusatians broke into rebellion, destroyed the churches of Havelberg and Brandenburg, and put many Christians to the sword. Hamburg was plundered and burnt by the Obertrites, Zeitz by an army of Bohemians. The faith of Christ and St. Peter, says Tietmar, was forsaken for the worship of demons. A combined movement of the Saxon princes under the Margrave Dietrich, the Archbishop of Magdeburg, and the Bishop of Halberstadt succeeded in checking the advance in a battle fought at Belkensheim, just west of the Elbe, but they failed to re-establish German influence or Christianity among the heathen tribes. The work of Otto the Great, carried on so successfully in the earlier years of his son's reign, received a blow from which it did not recover for more than a century. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Germany, Otto II and Otto III, Part 2, by Austin Lane Poole. It only remains to notice the complete reversal of German policy which is marked by the Diet held at Verona in June 983. The death of Otto, Duke of Swabia and Bavaria, at Lucca on his way back to Germany necessitated a new arrangement for the southern duchies. His death, combined with the disasters in Germany and Italy, involved the ruin of the party represented by the descendants of Otto the Great's first marriage, the two Duke Ottos, and the ascendancy of what we may call the Adelaide party. The emperor was not strong enough to stand against the powerful influences of his mother. Not only did he make her regent in Italy, but further he deposed Otto of Carinthia from his duchy, which, reunited with Bavaria, he gave to Henry the Younger. The unfortunate Otto was therefore kept from his duchy through no fault of his own, until Otto III, taking advantage of another vacancy in 995, reinstated him in his former dignity. Swabia was granted to Conrad of the Franconian family. At the same Diet, the infant son of the emperor was chosen as the successor to the throne. Misfortune and the Italian climate combined to ruin the emperor's health. After a short illness, he died at Rome on 7 December 983 in his 28th year and was buried in the church of St. Peter. Otto III, then 3 years old, was being crowned at the Christmas festival at Aix-la-Chapelle when news arrived of his father's death at Rome. The question of the regency at once arose. It would, according to German practice, fall to Henry the Wrangler, the deposed and imprisoned Duke of Bavaria, but Byzantine custom favored the Empress Mother, and it was not likely that Theophano would allow her claim to be lightly passed over. Henry, who was immediately set at liberty by the Bishop of Utrecht, took prompt action. Moreover, it soon became evident that he was aiming not at the regency but at the crown. He hurried to Cologne, and before his opponents had time to consider the situation, he had taken the young Otto out of the hands of Archbishop Willigis of Mayence. Though he won the support of the powerful archbishops of Cologne, Treves, and Magdeburg, and the Bishop of Metz, yet a strong party in Lorraine collected to withstand him. The strength of this party lay in the influential family of Godfrey, the Count of Hainaut and Verdun. His son Adalborough was Bishop of Verdun. His brother, also Adalborough, was Archbishop of Rheims. With the archbishop worked the most remarkable man of the 10th century, Gerbert of Aurillac. In 983, Otto II had made him abbot of the Lombard monastery of Bobbio, but, disgusted at the lack of discipline of the monks, he had just returned to resume his former work of scholasticus at the cathedral school of Rheims. From his correspondence for these years we can gather how indefatigably he labored in the interests of the young Otto. The situation was rendered more complex by the unexpected appearance of Lothair as a candidate for the regency. Perhaps his real motive was to induce Henry to give up Lorraine in return for the abandonment of his claim, which, being upheld by the Lotharingian aristocracy, by his brother Charles, and by Hugh Capet, was sufficiently formidable to cause alarm. Soon he actually made this proposal to Henry, and entered into a secret compact with him, by which he agreed to support the Duke's claim to the throne in return for the duchy. The Lotharingian nobles, alienated by the altered circumstances, at once prepared to resist Lothair's attempt to occupy the duchy. Verdun fell before the French attack, March 984, and Godfrey, who bravely defended it, was captured. The stout resistance of Godfrey's sons, Hermann and Adalborough, prevented Lothair from making further progress, and the hostility of Hugh Capet made it necessary for him to turn his attention to his own kingdom. With the departure of the King of France, the center of action shifted to the east. In Saxony, Henry's efforts met with no success. Though he had himself proclaimed king by his supporters at the Easter festival at Quedlinburg, where he received oaths of fealty from the princes of the Bohemians, Poles, and Obotrites, he was formally renounced by an assembly of Saxon princes. Loyal to the representative of the Saxon dynasty, they even prepared to resist the usurper with arms. Failing to reconcile them, though succeeding in staving off a war by a truce, Henry withdrew to his old duchy of Bavaria, where he found himself firmly withstood by his cousin Henry the Younger. Lothaire had made no headway in Lorraine. The loyalty of the Saxons and the energy of Conrad of Swabia and Willigis of Mayence, the leaders of Otto's party, prevented Henry from gaining ground in the other duchies. He was in no position to attempt to win the crown by force of arms. Driven by pressure of circumstances, he submitted his claim to a diet of German princes. The assembly, which met at Berstadt near Worms, decided unanimously in favor of the young Otto. Henry engaged to deliver the boy to the care of his mother and grandmother at a diet to be held at Rara, perhaps Rohr, near Meiningen, on 29 June. In the interval, Henry, supported by Boleslav, Prince of the Bohemians, tried his fortunes in Thuringia, but with similar lack of success. At the Diet of Rara, on the guarantee that he would be compensated with Bavaria, Henry handed over the young king to the charge of Theophano and Adelaide, who had been summoned from Italy. Henry the Younger made some show of resistance at being ousted from his Duchy of Bavaria, but a final pacification took place early in the year 985 at Frankfurt. Henry was re-established in Bavaria, and his cousin was forced to content himself with Carinthia and the March of Verona, now again formed into a separate duchy. At first Theophano and Adelaide acted as joint regents, but the influence of the former soon became predominant. In the administration of the kingdom she was assisted by Willigis, Archbishop of Mayence, who took charge of affairs in Germany during her absence in Italy in 989. The minority fell at a critical time. The death of King Lothaire of France in 986, followed a year later by the death of his son, Louis V, without an heir, plunged France into a civil war, during which the opposing parties of Hugh Capet and Charles of Lower Lorraine, the representative of the Carolingian house, each sought to win the help of the regents of Germany. Theophano succeeded in maintaining a neutral attitude, but the dynastic question was no sooner settled in favor of Hugh than another hot dispute broke out as the result of the decision of the synod held at the monastery of St. Basil de Verzy near Rheims, June 991. The Archbishop Arnulf of Rheims, the natural son of Lothaire, was deposed from his see, and Gerbert was appointed in his place. Germany was again called upon to play a part in the affairs of France. A synod of German bishops held at Ingelheim in 994 declared against the decision of St. Basil. The controversy dragged on until 998, when Otto solved the problem by making Gerbert Archbishop of Ravenna, thus leaving Rheims in undisputed possession of Arnulf. Still more serious was the general state of unrest on the eastern frontier. During the years 985 to 987, there was continual fighting against the Wends and Bohemians. With the help of Mesco, Duke of the Poles, Meissen was recovered for the Margrave Eckhard. When in 990 a war broke out between the Poles and Bohemians, Theophano supported Mesco, while Boleslav was allied with the Lusatians. The Bohemians, fearing to engage with the Germans, treated for peace. The Saxons acted as mediators, but barely escaped destruction through the treachery of the barbarians. It was Boleslav and not their ally Mesco who enabled the Saxon army to escape in safety to Magdeburg. On 15 June 991 Theophano died. Adelaide, who now returned from Italy and undertook the regency, had neither the energy nor the statesmanlike qualities of the younger empress, and the weakness of her rule soon became apparent in the frontier warfare. Brandenburg in 991 became the center of operations. The young king captured it with the help of Mesco, but no sooner was his back turned than it was reconquered for the Lusatians by a Saxon named Kiso. Otto renewed the attack in the following year with the help of Henry of Bavaria and Boleslav of Bohemia. Boleslav, who had succeeded his father Mesco as Prince of the Poles, being threatened with a war with the Russians, was unable to accompany the king in person, but sent troops to his assistance. But not till the spring of 993 was the fortress recovered, and then, not by the ineffectual efforts of his motley army, but by the same means as it was lost, the treachery of Kiso. His faithless conduct brought on an attack of the Lusatians. They fell upon and scattered an army sent to Kiso's support under the Margrave Eckhard of Meissen. However, when the king took the field himself, they were quickly dispersed. A brief notice of the Quedlinburg annalist informs us of a general rising of the Wends. Quote, All the Slavs except the Sorbs revolted from the Saxons, end quote, 994. After a short campaign in the following year, Otto seems to have patched up some kind of a truce and restored order sufficient to permit him to leave Germany and fulfill his cherished wish of visiting Italy. Unfortunately, the disturbances were not confined to the eastern frontier. In 991, the Northmen, taking advantage of the internal weakness of Germany, renewed their piratical descents on the Frisian coast. In 994, they actually sailed up the river Elbe and carried their devastations into Saxony. In an engagement fought at Stade, a small band of Saxons was defeated and their leaders were captured. While the Saxon chiefs lay bound hand and foot on the ships, the Northmen ravaged the country at will. Of the captives, some were ransomed. The Margrave Siegfried effected his escape by making his capturers intoxicated. The remainder, after shameful mutilation, were cast, more dead than alive, upon the shore. The pirates renewed their inroads in the next year, but the defensive measures taken by Bishop Bernward of Hildesheim successfully checked their aggressions. Our brief summary of the events of the frontier campaigns illustrates the difficulties of the situation in Germany. It shows how fatal and how lasting had been the effect of Otto II's Italian policy, how unwise the high imperial aims of Otto III. Fortunately for the regents, the southern duchies had given no trouble since the baffled attempt of Henry the Wrangler to obtain the crown for himself. Changes, however, had taken place in their administration. On the death of Henry the Younger in 989, Carinthia and the March of Verona had been reattached to the Duchy of Bavaria, but when Henry the Wrangler died in 995, they did not pass with Bavaria to his son Henry, afterwards the Emperor Henry II, but were restored to Otto, the son of Conrad the Red. Otto's first object was to visit Italy. He had taken the government into his own hands in 994 when he was 14 years of age, but owing to the unsettled state of Germany, it was not until 996 that he was able to achieve his purpose. It was after his return from his first expedition across the Alps that he began to develop that ambitious and somewhat fantastic policy for which perhaps he has been too severely censured. It must be remembered that from his earliest boyhood he had come under the influence of foreigners. The blame must rest equally on all those who had charge of his education. His mother, the Empress Theophano, and his tutor John, abbot of the monastery of Nonantula, a Calabrian by birth, had taught him Latin and Greek, taught him to despise quote-unquote Saxon rusticity, and to prefer quote-unquote our Greek subtlety. They had also made him familiar with the elaborate ceremonial of the Byzantine court. His intimacy with Gerbert, when he was still at an impressionable age, had molded him into the ideals of the Roman Empire. He was now, in 996, Holy Roman Emperor, and the title had for him a greater meaning than for his predecessors. The legend on one of his seals, Renovatio Imperii Romanorum, shows clearly that he realized he was making a change in the imperial position. The change is most apparent in the ordering of the institution where the business of the empire was transacted, the imperial chancery. Otto the Great had not revived the system which had prevailed under the Carolingians of treating Italy as a part of the empire under the same administrative machinery. He had established a separate chancery for Italy. Germany and Italy were to be two distinct governments under one ruler. When a vacancy occurred in 994 in the Chancellorship of Italy, Otto had appointed his chaplain Heribert. On the death of the German Chancellor Hildebald of Worms in 998, Heribert was placed at the head of the German Chancery also. Otto had departed from the system established by his grandfather, and, working on a definite plan, he returned to the Carolingian tradition of a combined chancery for the whole empire. The two titular heads, the arch-chancellors of Germany and Italy, remained, but their offices were sinecures. The business of the empire was done by a single chancellor in a single chancery. Equally significant is Otto's choice of councillors. He completely emancipated himself from the control of those men who had conducted the administration during his minority. Willigis of Mayence, Hildebald of Worms, were replaced by an entirely new body of men. With the exception of the Chancellor Heribert, who was appointed Archbishop of Cologne in 999, the men who exercised the most influence at court were foreigners. Gerbert of Aurillac, Marquess Hugh of Tuscany, Peter, Bishop of Como, the Arch-Chancellor of Italy, formed the Emperor's intimate circle of advisers. The reverential, though perhaps over-inquisitive, visit of the emperor to the tomb of Charles the Great at Aix-la-Chapelle in the year 1000 is symbolic of his attitude and policy. The famous story of the opening of the tomb is recorded by the chronicler of the monastery of Novalesa in Lombardy, who, though writing more than half a century later, gives his information on the authority of Otto, Count of Lomello, who is said to have been present on the occasion. Quote, "We entered in," he said, "unto Charles. He was not lying down, as is the manner with the bodies of other dead men, but sat on a certain chair as though he lived. He was crowned with a golden crown, and held a scepter in his hands, the same being covered with gloves, through which the nails had grown and pierced. And above him was a tabernacle compact of brass and marble exceedingly. Now when we were come in unto the tomb, we brake, and made straightway an opening in it. And when we entered into it, we perceived a vehement savour. So we did worship forthwith to him with bended thighs and knees. And straightway Otto the Emperor clad him with white raiment, and pared his nails, and made good all that was lacking about him. But none of his members had corrupted and fallen away, except a little piece of the end of his nose, which he caused at once to be restored with gold. And he took from his mouth one tooth, and built the tabernacle again, and departed." End quote. The emperor's genuine aim was to unite the interests of Germany and Italy. The appointments of his cousin Bruno, Gregory V, in 996, and of Gerbert, Sylvester II, in 999, to the papal chair, were intended to advance this end. But this policy in reality amounted to a neglect of Germany. Since 996 he had spent only a few months on German soil. It is not surprising, therefore, that he was regarded with distrust. The older generation of German prelates had their grievance. They disliked his close connection with the papacy. They had been ousted from their former influential positions by foreigners, and they resented it. Otto's premature death alone prevented an open outbreak in Germany. He himself realized that he had set his ambitions too high, that he had sacrificed Germany without gaining any material compensation. "Are you not my Romans?" he is reported to have said in bitter reproach. Quote, "For you I have left my country and my kindred. For love of you I have abandoned my Saxons and all the Germans my own blood. I have adopted you as sons, I have preferred you to all. For your sake I have brought upon myself the envy and hatred of all. And now you have cast out your father. You have encompassed my servants with a cruel death. You have closed your gates against me." End quote. These are the words of a disappointed man. He died in his 22nd year at Paterno on 24 January 1002 from an attack of the smallpox. It was his wish that he should be buried in the Carolingian capital. After fighting a way through the lines of the hostile Romans, his followers succeeded in bringing his body safely to Aix-la-Chapelle, where it was buried in the center of the choir of the Church of St. Mary. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Emperor Henry II, Part 1, by Edwin H. Holthouse. When Otto III, still a youth, expired at Paterno in January 1002, it seemed as if the life work of his grandfather, Otto the Great, had been completely undone. Animosity pursued the emperor even after death, for only by hard fighting could his friends succeed in transporting his remains through the plain of Lombardy for interment in Germany. The fate, therefore, alike of the Western Empire and of the German kingdom upon which it was based, depended far more than usual upon the qualities of the man who might be called to occupy the vacant throne. To this grave crisis there was added the misfortune of a disputed succession. Otto III, the last descendant in the male line of Otto the Great, had died unmarried, nor was there any one person naturally destined to succeed him. Descent and election were the two factors by which accession to the throne was legally determined, but the relative influence of these varied according to circumstances. On the present occasion, it was election, in practice confined to the magnates, which was bound to be preponderant. For though a candidate was forthcoming from the royal house, he was met at once by powerful opponents, and his claim in itself was not indisputable. The true representative of the Ottos was the son of the late emperor's only wedded sister Matilda, wife of Izo, son of Hermann, Count Palatine in Lorraine. But this heir was a child, and was the offspring of a marriage which had been deemed unequal. Matilda's son, therefore, was now passed over in silence. There were also 2 men who could assert some right to be accepted as head of the Ludolfing house. The one was Otto, Duke of Carinthia, grandson, through his mother Luitgard, of Otto the Great, and son of the famous Conrad, once Duke of Lorraine, who had fallen gloriously at the Lechfeld. To his great position, Otto added the personal qualities of dignity and uprightness. He must have been at this time at least 50 years of age. The other was a far younger man, Henry, Duke of Bavaria, son of Duke Henry, the Wrangler, and grandson of that earlier Henry, the younger brother of Otto the Great, who was the first of his family to rule in Bavaria. The present Duke, therefore, was the actual representative in the male line of King Henry the Fowler, the first of the Saxon kings. As it happened, no rivalry arose between the 2 kinsmen, for when Henry expressed his readiness to accept Otto as king, the latter declined to come forward, and acknowledging Henry to be the fitter man, urged him to secure election for himself. But election also was legally necessary, and the magnates were not disposed to let slip the present opportunity of choosing a king at their own pleasure. When, therefore, the funeral train of the late emperor reached Augsburg on its way to Aix, Henry, anxious to assert his claim, first took forcible possession of the imperial insignia, and then sought by profuse promises to win over the attendant magnates for the support of his cause, but he met with little success. Already, indeed, a formidable rival had appeared. The chief men of Saxony had met at Froza, and therefore the Margrave Eckhard of Meissen had revealed his purpose of gaining the throne. He was the foremost warrior of his time. He had fought with distinction against the Saracens in Italy, and at Rome in 998 it was he who had brought about the surrender of the castle of Sant' Angelo and the death of its defender Crescentius. As Margrave of Meissen, he had repelled the Wends, reduced Bohemia to vassalage, and restrained the Polish Duke Boleslav from assailing the kingdom. Though not of royal descent, he was sprung of an ancient Thuringian stock, and was connected with the Billungs, the new ducal house of Saxony. But a powerful enemy, the Margrave Lothar of the North Mark, now set himself to frustrate Eckhard's ambitious design. Having secured a sworn promise from most of the Saxon magnates to take no part in electing a king until a further conference, Lothar secretly visited the Duke of Bavaria, upon whom he urged the necessity of sending an envoy to represent his interests at the postponed meeting. And so skillfully did Henry's emissary, by means of lavish promises, work upon the Saxon nobles when they met at Werla, that he won from them a unanimous recognition of Henry's hereditary right to the throne and a solemn pledge of service. Eckhard's haughty abstention from the meeting had ruined his cause. By this time, a third competitor for the crown was in the field. This was Hermann II, Duke of Swabia. Timorous and retiring by nature, Hermann had come forward at the suggestion of others. After the obsequies of Otto III had been performed at Aix on 5 April, most of the magnates there present had expressed their disinclination to accept Henry of Bavaria as his successor. In the Duke of Swabia they saw a candidate more to their liking, and certainly Hermann's descent from a great Franconian house, one member of which had formerly occupied the throne, and his position as ruler of one of the chief races of Germany were plausible reasons for his elevation. In reality, it was his very gentleness of character that recommended him to his proposers, who might hope to find in him a king to be obeyed or not as they pleased. Through the Duke of Swabia, Eckhard hoped to revenge himself upon Henry, but on his way to Duisburg, where Hermann then was, he received an intimation that he would not be admitted to the councils of the Swabian party. Returning homewards after this second rebuff, he was waylaid at Poole on the night of 30 April by 4 brothers who cherished a private grudge against him, and was slain. This tragic event removed a dangerous enemy from Henry's path, but the contention with Duke Hermann proved long and bitter. Hermann could count upon the magnates of Bavaria, of East Franconia, and of Saxony, while Hermann had the support only of those of Swabia and of West Franconia. The Swabian faction, however, was resolute, and the Lorrainers were still doubtful. Archbishop Willigis of Mayence, the mainstay of the last 2 emperors, now stood for the principle of legitimate succession. At the beginning of June, Henry, with his Bavarian and Franconian adherents, approached the Rhine at Worms, evaded Hermann, and entered Mayence. There his election followed, and on 7 June that act was ratified by his solemn unction and coronation. This success decided the wavering Dietrich, Duke of Upper Lorraine, but the election had been carried through in haste by a few partisans of the new king, and not only did the Duke of Swabia and his friends remain defiant, but the nobles of Lower Lorraine still held aloof, while those of Saxony took umbrage at their total exclusion from the proceedings at Mayence. To force Hermann to submission, Henry turned southwards and began to ravage Swabia, but the Duke retaliated by assaulting and sacking his own city of Strasbourg, whose bishop had declared for his rival, and refused to be drawn into a decision by battle. Baffled in the south, Henry proceeded to make sure of the rest of the kingdom. In Thuringia, in July, he received full acknowledgment from Count William of Weimar and the other chief men, and gratefully abolished the ancient tribute of swine, due from the Thuringians to the crown. But from the Saxon magnates, Henry obtained a less easy recognition. There had assembled to meet him at Meersburg on 23 July a great company of the bishops and counts of Saxony, at whose head stood the archbishops of Bremen and Magdeburg, with their Duke Bernard and the margraves Luthar and Gero. Duke Boleslav of Poland also, fresh from an attack on the Mark of Meissen made after the death of Eckhard, presumed to appear among them. These men, though they received the new king with deference, were not prepared to offer him an unconditional allegiance. They stood upon their separate rights, and the next day, before any homage was paid, Bernard came forward in their name and in that of the Saxon people to assert their peculiar claims, and to demand of Henry how far he would pledge himself to respect them. Henry replied by extolling the steadfast loyalty of the Saxons to their kings. It was only with their approval that he now came among them as king, and so far from infringing their law, he would be careful to observe it at all points, and would do his utmost to fulfill their reasonable wishes. The speech satisfied the magnates, and Duke Bernard, taking the sacred lance in his hands, delivered it to the king. Their homage and oath of fealty then followed. From Meersburg, Henry hastened to Lower Lorraine. In the course of his journey, he was joined by his wife Kunigunda, whom he saw crowned queen at Paderborn on 10 August by Archbishop Willigis. A fierce conflict, which broke out between the king's Bavarian followers and the Saxon inhabitants of the city, marred the rejoicings. In Lower Lorraine, Henry found no ready acceptance. 2 bishops only received him. Others hesitated to join them, and Archbishop Heribert of Cologne, indulging a personal grudge, purposely held aloof. At length, the prelates concurred in choosing Henry to be king, and after tendering him their oath of fealty, accompanied him to Aix. There, on 8 September, the remaining Lorrainer magnates joined in placing Henry on the coronation chair of his predecessors and in paying him homage. Nothing, therefore, was now wanting but the submission of the Duke of Swabia. Hermann, however, finding himself now so far outmatched, was already prepared to yield. Through mediators, he besought the king's grace for himself and his adherents, and then on 1 October appeared in person before Henry at Bruchsal. On swearing allegiance, Hermann was suffered to retain both his duchy and his fiefs, but was required to make good the damage he had caused to the city of Strasbourg. Henry's title to reign, thus acknowledged in Germany, was also accepted by peoples outside. The Venetians renewed with Henry the treaty of friendship concluded with Otto II. In the vassal state of Bohemia, a revolution had lately set up a new ruler who at once sought formal investiture at the hands of Henry. Lastly, from Italy, there came letters and envoys of the imperialist party, urging Henry to intervene in rebellious Lombardy. Henry of Bavaria, the fifth of his house to occupy the German throne, is known in history as Henry II, both as king and emperor. He was born on 6 May 973, and had therefore lately completed his 29th year when he was crowned at Mayence in June 1002. His early life had been molded by adversity. By the rebellion of his father, Duke Henry the Wrangler, he had been deprived of his home, and after some time spent under the care of Abraham, Bishop of Freising, he had been sent, still a child, to be brought up at Hildesheim. There he received his first grounding in an education which made him in all ways a cultivated man, well learned both in Holy Scripture and in ecclesiastical lore. He became acquainted at the same time with the methods of church government, as he was meant for the clerical career, but his father's restoration in 985 brought him back to Bavaria. Further training under Bishop Wolfgang of Ratisbon helped to form those decided ideas upon church and state which afterwards shaped his policy as king. Upon the death of his father in August 995, Henry succeeded without question to the Duchy of Bavaria. The last exhortation of the repentant Wrangler to his son had been to remain ever loyal to his king, and by that advice Henry steadily walked during the next 6 years. Otto III had no more faithful subject than his cousin of Bavaria, who twice accompanied him to Italy, and on the second occasion was instrumental, with Marcus Hugh of Tuscany, in saving him from the wrath of the Roman mob. Moreover, when the German magnates were scheming to dethrone the absent emperor, Henry refused to take any part in their conspiracy. Until Otto's premature death opened to him the prospect of succession, he had been, as Duke of Bavaria, a just and vigorous ruler. Of Henry's outward appearance nothing certain is known. Later tradition indeed gives him the attribute of the lame, and 2 varying legends profess to account for the supposed infirmity. A real hindrance, however, was the liability to severe attacks of a painful internal complaint. Henry was in truth a sickly man, and his bodily weakness may have sometimes interfered with his plans. His life and actions were regulated by a strict conscientiousness and by a piety sober and restrained. The Christian faith and its founder, the saints and their sanctuaries, the German church and its officers, were the objects of his reverence. He punctually attended, and sometimes took part in, the ceremonies of the church. He was the determined foe of ecclesiastical abuses, and if he shared the prevailing superstition in regard to relics, this was balanced by an ungrudging liberality to the poor and a splendid munificence in the founding and maintenance of religious institutions. With all this, Henry was no mere devotee. He was sociable and took pleasure in the ordinary amusements of his day. He was not above playing a practical joke on a troublesome bishop, and once even incurred rebuke for encouraging a brutal form of sport. The chase was to him a welcome recreation. Henry was thus utterly unlike Otto III. He loved his ancestral land of Saxony. The glamour of Italy did not entice him away from his proper task as a German king, nor did he entertain any visionary idea of universal dominion under the form of a revived Roman Empire. The whole bent of his mind was practical. His undertakings were limited in scope and were pursued with caution. Prudence, indeed, was the quality by which he most impressed his contemporaries. Yet he was not without the kingly ideals of his day. He had a passion for law and order, and in his conception of the kingly office he was the guardian of the realm against attack from without and against disturbance within, the champion of the weak and the enemy of all wrongdoers, the defender of the church and the promoter of its spiritual work. No king before him was more untiring in travel to dispense justice among his people. No ruler could be more stern on occasion in executing judgment on rebels and lawbreakers. In spite of his weak health, he did not shrink from taking his full share in the dangers and hardships of a campaign. And with this courage there was joined a royal humanity which could show mercy to the vanquished. Alike in the limitation of his aims and the steady persistency of his rule, he showed no little resemblance to the earliest Henry of his race. In moral dignity, it may be safely said, he excelled any monarch of the Saxon house. The empire presented a complication of difficulties such as only patience and prudence could overcome. Nearly every province was seething in unrest. Not only were the lay magnates, as ever, at feud with their ecclesiastical neighbors, but each order was rent by quarrels among its own members. Among the clergy of every degree, worldliness and neglect of duty, avarice and loose living were widely prevalent. It was a heavy task, therefore, that Henry undertook, and he had now to restore by his own efforts the sovereign power in face of men who had hitherto been his equals. In these adverse circumstances, the new reign began, and by them its course was set. The history of the reign is confused, but through it all may be traced the king's unwavering purpose of bringing about a more settled state of things. The large measure of success that he achieved therein entitles Henry to a high place among the sovereigns of Germany, but his zeal for the suppression of ecclesiastical abuses was felt over a wider sphere and has set him among the reformers of the Western Church. And it is in the ecclesiastical policy that he pursued, combining as it did the political system of Otto the Great with the reforming energy of Henry III, and thus linking him with both those monarchs, that the chief interest of his career is to be found. The beginning of Henry's reign was marked by two grave losses to the empire. In the south of the Lombard kingdom, in the east of the tributary duchy of Bohemia. The former event, indeed, had taken place even before Henry had become a candidate for the throne. For within a month of the death of Otto III, Lombardy broke into open revolt, and on 15 February 1002, Edwin, Marquess of Ivrea, was elected king of the Lombards and crowned in the Basilica of St. Michael at Pavia. This new king was nearly related to, if he did not actually spring from, the Marquesses of Turin, and was connected also with the late royal house of Ivrea, with whose hereditary march he had been invested about 12 years since. His career as Marquess had been a stormy one. During a quarrel with Peter, Bishop of Vercelli, Edwin had taken that city by assault, and in the tumult the bishop was slain. Soon after, his violence towards Warmund, the bishop of his own city of Ivrea, had brought down upon him a severe rebuke from Pope Gregory V. Through the influence of Leo, bishop of Vercelli, Edwin was summoned to Rome in 999 to answer for his alleged misdeeds. Yet, in spite of papal censure and imperial forfeiture, he had kept fast hold both of his march and of his possessions until the turn of fortune raised him to the Lombard throne. Edwin may have been in truth little more than a rough soldier, yet he proved himself a skillful leader in war, and if his reign was unfortunate, it was not through any lack on his part of energy or courage. He certainly inspired his family and his friends with a devotion that shrank from no sacrifice. To the lay magnates, he was their champion against the domination of the prelates, some few of whom also, free from German sympathies, were on his side. But it was chiefly the smaller nobles, the secundi milites, or lesser vavasors, holding their lands at the will of episcopal or secular overlords, and with nothing to hope for from a foreign sovereign who turned naturally to a native king whose domestic enemies were their own. Beside them stood many of the secular clergy, equally impatient of episcopal control, while lower down were the serfs, the voiceless tillers of church lands, many of whom had obtained their freedom, but all of whom it was now sought to reduce to perpetual bondage. In this endeavor the two bishops of Vercelli, Peter and Leo, had been especially active, and it was the latter who, but a short while before, had drafted the terrible decree of Otto III that no serf of the church should ever be allowed to issue from his servitude. And to Ardoin, therefore, these freedmen and bondmen now looked as their only possible savior. The revolt, if primarily social, was so far national that it was directed against those elements of authority which leaned on foreign support. The German interest in Lombardy was still strong. Some prelates, the Archbishop of Ravenna and the bishops of Modena, Verona, and Vercelli, were openly hostile to Ardoin from the first, and in agreement with them was the Marquis Tedald, holder of the 5 counties of Reggio, Modena, Mantua, Brescia, and Ferrara, whose family had risen to eminence by service to the Ottos. But the real soul of the opposition was Leo of Vercelli, a German by birth, whose energetic character, strong intellect, and immense acquirements made him a dangerous enemy. For he was at once an accomplished man of letters, an able lawyer, and a practiced man of affairs. Worldly minded, though zealous for good order in the church, he was ever eager to advance his material interests, and the disappearance of the imperial system would mean his own utter ruin. His whole energies, therefore, were bent to the overthrow of the national king. A progress through Lombardy secured Ardoin general acknowledgment, and the administration went on without break. The hostile magnates were helpless, while the rest, whatever their secret inclinations, gave outward obedience to the monarch in possession. But Ardoin's insolent bearing enraged his opponents, and so both sides looked abroad for help. Ardoin sent an envoy to France to obtain a promise of armed support from King Robert. Leo of Vercelli in person, backed by the prayers of other Italian magnates, besought Henry, now recognized as king in Germany, to intervene in Italy. Accordingly, Henry in December 1002 dispatched a moderate force under Duke Otto of Carinthia, in whose hands was the March of Verona, to the aid of his Italian adherents. The latter, headed by Archbishop Frederick of Ravenna and the Marquis Tedald, were already on their way to join the Duke when Ardoin with superior forces threw himself between the allies, occupied Verona, and seized the mountain passes beyond. A few days later he made a surprise attack upon the enemy in the valley of the Brenta and routed them with heavy loss. This victory for the time made Ardoin's authority secure. Only a few weeks after Lombardy had thus asserted its independence, Bohemia was severed from Germany. Boleslav Chrobry, the Mighty, since succeeding his father Mesko as Duke of Poland in 992, had built up a powerful Slav monarchy beyond the Elbe. The various tribes occupying the plains watered by the Oder, the Varta, and the Vistula were united under his rule. He was allied by marriage with the neighboring princes of Bohemia, Hungary, and Kiev. By the indulgence of the late emperor, he had been relieved of the annual tribute due to the German crown. Through Otto also he had secured from Pope Sylvester II the ecclesiastical independence of his country, with the establishment of Nason as a metropolitan see. Only in his vassalage to the empire was there left any sign of political subjection. Now Boleslav saw an opportunity for enlarging his dominion in the west and achieving full independence. He overran the whole of the East Mark, or Mark of Gero, as far as the Elbe. Then, turning southwards, he seized the towns of Bautzen and Strela, and with the aid of its Slavonic inhabitants, gained possession of the city of Meissen itself. Pushing westwards, he occupied the Mark of Meissen as far as the White Elster, securing it with Polish garrisons. He had thus mastered all the territory known later as the Upper and Lower Lausitz, and the Elbe had here ceased to be a German river. Then Boleslav appeared at the Diet of Merseburg to make sure of his conquest, but his offer to Henry of a large sum for the retention of Meissen was rejected, and Gunzelin, brother of the late Eckhard and half-brother of Boleslav, was invested by the king with the mark of Meissen, while Boleslav himself was allowed to keep only the districts to the east of the Black Elster. Thenceforth, the Polish duke became Henry's determined foe. He found support at once in German disaffection. The Babenberg Henry of Schweinfurt, Margrave of the Nordgau, hitherto a staunch adherent of the king, claimed investiture with the Duchy of Bavaria as the promised reward for his aid in the succession contest. Incensed by the king's hesitation in granting the request, the Margrave now made common cause with Boleslav, whose own wrath was further inflamed by an assault made upon himself and his followers, though without the privity of the king, on their departure from Merseburg. And the opportunity soon came to Boleslav for revenge. In Bohemia there had ruled for the last 3 years, as a tributary of the German crown, his cousin and namesake, Duke Boleslav the Red, a tyrant whose jealousy had sent his half-brothers, Jaromir and Udalrich, with their mother, into exile, and whose cruelty now impelled his subjects to drive him out and to set up his kinsman Vladavoy as duke, while Vladavoy, to secure himself, took investiture from King Henry. The dispossessed prince sought refuge in Poland, but when Vladavoy's own vices brought his rule to an end early in 1003, and the Bohemians recalled Jaromir and Udalrich, the Polish duke intervened by force, drove the two princes a second time into banishment, and reinstated Boleslav the Red. It was not long before the ferocious vengeance which the restored duke took upon his enemies constrained the Bohemians in terror to implore protection from Boleslav of Poland. Seizing the desired occasion, Boleslav craftily enticed his kinsman into his power, caused him to be blinded, and then, hastening to Prague, secured his own acceptance as duke by the Bohemians. The act was an insolent defiance of Henry's authority, but the king, controlling his indignation, sent envoys to Boleslav offering recognition if the duke would acknowledge himself his vassal. Boleslav, however, haughtily rejected the proposal, and for the time Bohemia was lost to the German crown. Nothing, indeed, could be done as yet for its recovery because of serious trouble in Germany itself. Already, early in the year, Henry had had to suppress disaffection in Lorraine with a strong hand, and now he learnt that the Margrave Henry, secretly aided by the Polish duke, was in open revolt in the Nordgau. From Bavaria the king took vigorous action against the rebel, but the Margrave found two unexpected allies in his cousin Ernest of Babenberg and the king's own brother Bruno. Between King Henry and these three men a petty war was waged during the autumn of 1003, of which the Nordgau, the wide district lying north of the Danube between Bohemia and East Franconia, was the scene. Here the Babenbergs were firmly established, but the king's energy soon forced the Margrave to forsake his strongholds for lurking places in the countryside. The operations culminated in the siege of Creusen, a fortified town near the sources of the Main, which was valiantly held against the royal forces by Bucco, the brother of the Margrave, while the latter himself harassed the besiegers from outside. A surprise attack on his camp drove the Margrave into flight, scattered his followers, and delivered Ernest a prisoner into the hands of the king. Thereupon Bucco surrendered Creusen. Boleslav endeavored first to seduce Gunzelin into betraying Meissen to him, and on his refusal laid waste an entire Gau west of the Elbe. But this diversion brought no relief to the duke's confederates. The Margrave gave up further resistance, and accompanied by Bruno and other rebels, sought safety with Boleslav. though hostilities were renewed early in 1004 by a fierce attack by Boleslav upon Bavaria, replied to by Henry with an incursion into the Upper Lausitz, which was frustrated by a change of weather, the confederacy was soon after dissolved. Impelled by remorse, the two German nobles sought forgiveness of the king. Bruno through his brother-in-law, King Stephen of Hungary, Margrave Henry of Schweinfurt through powerful friends at home. The Margrave suffered imprisonment for some months, but both he and his adherents were spared the forfeiture of their lands. Bruno also was pardoned, and having later been ordained, became his brother's chancellor and eventually Bishop of Augsburg. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Emperor Henry II, Part 2, by Edwin H. Holthouse. With the failure of this domestic revolt, Henry was free for action abroad. The recovery of Italy and of Bohemia were equally urgent tasks, but the entreaties of certain Lombard magnates, including a special emissary from the Marquis Tedald and the faithful Leo of Vercelli, prevailed, and Henry, leaving the Saxons and Bavarians to hold Boleslav in check, started from Augsburg late in March at the head of an expeditionary force composed of Lorrainers, Franks, and Swabians, and after severe toil reached Trent on Palm Sunday, 9 April. In the face of this grave peril, King Edwin sent forward to secure the passes, while he himself gathered troops and took post as before in the plain of Verona. Henry thus found his advance checked along the Adige, and turning eastwards into the valley of the Brenta, seized a pass from the Val Sugana by surprise, and pitched camp on the left bank of the river. There he celebrated Easter, 16 April. At the critical moment, Ardoin had been deserted by most of the Italian leaders, and he had then no choice but to retreat hurriedly to the west. Henry entered Verona and advanced thence by Brescia and Bergamo to Pavia, being joined at each stage of his march by successive groups of Italian magnates, of whom the archbishops of Milan and Ravenna and the Marquis Tedald were the chief. At Pavia, on Sunday, 14 May 1004, he was elected King of the Lombards and crowned in St. Michael's the following day. Henry had thus attained his object with surprising ease, and the ceremony he had just gone through, omitted as superfluous by his Saxon predecessors, was the formal annulment of Ardoin's coronation within the same walls 2 years before. The same afternoon, a quarrel on slight cause arose between the Paves and the Germans, and the citizens, rushing to arms, attacked the palace. Most of the German troops were quartered outside, but the royal partisans within the city rallied to Henry's side, and the assault on the palace was repelled. A furious conflict then ensued, and as night fell, the royalists, for their own protection, fired the neighboring buildings. The troops outside, attracted by the conflagration, stormed the walls in the face of a stiff resistance. The Paves were now overpowered. Numbers were cut down in the streets, and such as continued to fight from the housetops were destroyed along with their dwellings by fire. The slaughter was stopped by Henry's command, but not before many hundreds of the citizens had perished and a great part of their city had been consumed. The survivors were admitted to grace, and either in person or by hostages swore fealty to the king. The fate of Pavia struck terror throughout northern Italy. All thought of further resistance was crushed, except in the remote west, where Ardoin in his alpine castle of Sparone was holding out manfully against a besieging force of Germans. The Lombards generally now made their submission to Henry, who a few days later, at Pontelungo near Pavia, held a general diet for the settlement of the kingdom, but the king's mind was already made up to leave Italy, and he started at the beginning of June on his way to Germany. After receiving, as his last act on Italian soil, the proffer of their fealty from certain Tuscan delegates, he reached Swabia by the middle of the month. The expedition had in fact failed, for in spite of his coronation, of the homage of the magnates, and of the forced submission of most of the Lombards, Henry had not ventured beyond Lombardy, and even there he left behind him an unsubdued rival and a disaffected people. The horror of the burning of Pavia sank deep into the hearts of the Lombards, for whom he had destroyed the hope of settled order under their native king without giving them a stable government of his own. And for himself, the sole advantage he had secured was the renewed assertion of the German claim to the crown of Lombardy. Want of time was the cause of this meager result, for Henry could not remain long enough in Italy to effect its settlement without neglecting the peril which menaced Germany from the east. It was necessary before everything to oust Boleslav from Bohemia. Henry gathered an army at Merseburg in the middle of August. The men of Saxony, East Franconia, and Bavaria, who had been exempted from the Italian expedition, were now called upon to serve against their nearest enemy. By gathering boats on the Middle Elbe, as though for a direct invasion of Poland, the king hoped to mask his real intention of entering Bohemia from the north. But the flooding of the rivers hindered his movements and gave Boleslav time to prepare his defense. In spite, however, of resistance by the Polish archers, Henry forced his way over the Erzgebirge, Mirakidi, where he was joined by Jaromir, the exiled duke. On the arrival of the Bavarian contingent, which had been delayed, Henry sent forward Jaromir and his Bohemians with some picked German troops in order to surprise Boleslav in Prague. Boleslav, however, received timely warning to make his escape. He attempted no further defense, and Jaromir forthwith occupied Prague, where, amid general rejoicing, he was once more enthroned as duke. Henry soon after reached Prague and solemnly invested Jaromir. In less than a month from the time he set out, Henry had made so sure of Bohemia that not only could he send the Bavarians home, but could claim the help of Jaromir for the recovery from Boleslav of the Upper Lausitz. The task proved difficult through the stubborn defense of Bautzen by its Polish garrison, but the surrender of the town at length released the king and his wearied troops from the toils of war. The recovery of Bohemia closed the earliest stage of Henry's career, a space of nearly 3 years, during which he had made good his claim to the German throne and had first tried his strength upon the tasks that lay before him. No striking events, indeed, mark off the reign into definite periods, its course being one of slow and often interrupted accomplishment. Yet the 3 Italian expeditions, made at long intervals, form convenient milestones for recording its progress. Nearly 10 years were to elapse before he should again cross the Alps. The interval was occupied by an unceasing struggle in which Henry was able by sheer tenacity to win some success. The enmity of the Polish duke was a constant menace. Though hostilities with Boleslav were not continuous, yet 3 actual wars were waged. The campaigns themselves present little of military interest. Whichever side took the offensive, the operations had generally the character of an extensive foray in which few pitched battles were fought, and decisive results were rarely attained. Boleslav, after losing Bohemia, possessed no chief city the capture of which would have meant his ruin, and thus final victory was only possible for Henry by the seizure or destruction of Boleslav himself. The duke, in turn, however successful he might be in the field, could not seriously endanger the German kingdom, though he might enlarge his border at German expense. This he sought to achieve in the region of the Middle Elbe. The territory lying to the east of that river, the northern portion of which constituted the East Mark and the southern belonged to the Mark of Meissen, was the usual scene of contention and the prize waiting on its decision. Not without difficulty, indeed, was Boleslav prevented from winning a foothold on the west of the Elbe. In Henry's absence, the jealousies of the Saxon leaders, upon whom lay the duty of defense, hindered united action. Some of them had become secret partisans of Boleslav, some were lukewarm in their service of the king, especially those ecclesiastical magnates who felt real zeal for the church were reluctant opponents of a prince who enjoyed the favor of the Roman See and who had done much to further the cause of Christianity among his own people. A strange act of policy on the part of Henry increased their repugnance to serve against Boleslav, for during the Easter season of 1003 he had received at Kedlingberg envoys of the Redari and of the Liutitsi, heathen Wendish tribes dwelling in the North Mark, and had made a compact with them. None of the Wends had been more stubborn in resistance to the German domination, which they had long ago shaken off. With it had gone their compulsory Christianity. Fear of a fresh subjection and forcible conversion by the sword of Boleslav drove them to negotiate with Henry, to whom they could offer protection on his northeastern frontier and active help in the field against the Polish Duke. These advantages he secured by allowing them to retain their practical independence and still to hold to their heathen religion. The treaty did in fact prove of no small value. Yet this alliance of a Christian king with pagan tribesmen against another Christian prince gave deep offense to many of his subjects, and German warriors saw with impatience the idols of their Wendish associates borne as standards on the march to overcome a foe who held the same true faith as themselves. Henry was not satisfied merely to regain Bohemia and to stand on the defensive against Polish attack. He aimed at recovering the whole of the lost territory between the Elbe and the Oder, once conquered and Christianized by Otto the Great. After suppressing early in 1005 a rising of the Frisians, Henry summoned a general levy at Leitzkau, halfway between Magdeburg and Zerbst, on the farther side of the Elbe, and thence, in the middle of August, the king led his army forward through the East Mark, where he was joined by the Bavarians under their new duke, Henry of Luxembourg, and by the Bohemians under Duke Jaromir. But the troops, delayed by false guides who entangled them in the marshes about the Spree, were harassed by ambushed attacks of the enemy. Just before the Oder was reached, the Liutitsi, headed by their heathen images, attached themselves to the royal host. On pitching camp by the Bober, near its junction with the Oder, Henry found Boleslav stationed in strong force at Krossen. The discovery of a ford enabled the king to send over part of his troops, whose appearance drove Boleslav into hasty retreat. The march was continued to within 2 miles of the city of Posen, but the German army was wearied and now halted to collect supplies. Its want of vigilance, however, while it was scattered in foraging parties, allowed it to be taken unawares and defeated with heavy loss. This reverse, though not the crushing disaster represented by Polish tradition, disposed Henry to accept an offer made by Boleslav to come to terms. Envoys, with the Archbishop of Magdeburg at their head, were sent to Posen to negotiate with the Duke, and a peace, the conditions of which are unknown, was established. The treaty, in any case, was hardly flattering to German pride, for at the utmost Henry can have won from Boleslav no more than a recognition of his authority in the upper and the lower Lausitz, and a renunciation of the Duke's claim to Bohemia. During the interval of uneasy peace that followed, Henry's attention was claimed on his western frontier. The Frisian coast was being harried by piratical Northmen. Valencians had been seized by the Count of Flanders. The kingdom of Burgundy was in a state of turmoil. In Burgundy, King Rodolph III, the last male of his house, was struggling vainly to uphold the royal authority against a defiant nobility. To Henry, the son of Rodolph's sister Gisela and his nearest heir, the present unsettlement, which imperiled his chance of succeeding to his uncle's crown, was a matter of serious concern. In 1006, therefore, he made his hand felt in Burgundy. The extent of his intervention is unknown, but the fact is clear that he now took possession of the city of Basel. This step, however brought about, was never reversed, and the sequel showed it as the earliest in a series by which the independence of the Burgundian kingdom was destroyed. The incursions of the Northmen, this year and the next, into Frisia were left to the local counts to deal with. It was otherwise when the ambitious Count Baldwin IV of Flanders, one of the mightiest vassals of the West Frankish crown, into whose hands had already fallen the castle set up by Otto the Great at Ghent, presumed to violate German territory east of the Scheldt and take forcible possession of the town of Valenciennes. Henry, whose repeated demands for his withdrawal had been ignored by the Count, in June 1006 sought a meeting with Baldwin's overlord, King Robert, the result of which was a joint expedition of the two monarchs in September for the recovery of the town. But the undertaking, though supported by Duke Richard of Normandy, the lifelong foe of the House of Flanders, came to naught, and Henry, to retrieve the failure, in the summer of 1007, led a great host to the Scheldt, crossed it, and then proceeded to lay waste the country. At Ghent, upon the supplication of the brethren of St. Bavos, he stayed his hand, but by this time Baldwin was ready to treat. His humble submission soon after, with the surrender of Valenciennes, won for him full forgiveness from the king. He swore peace, and also took an oath of fealty to Henry, by which, as it seems, he became his vassal for the royal castle at Ghent. 2 years later, to secure his help against disaffection in Lorraine, Henry granted Baldwin in fief Valenciennes, to which the island of Walcheren was afterwards added. In thus accepting vassalage to the German crown, Baldwin won for the Counts of Flanders their first footing beyond the Scheldt. But while engaged upon this successful enterprise in the west, Henry had been overtaken by disaster on his eastern frontier. Since the Polish campaign of 1005, he had been at pains to keep the Wends true to their compact, but in the spring of 1007, he was visited at Ratisbon by a triple embassy from the Liutizi, from a considerable town in their neighborhood, and from Duke Jaromir of Bohemia, which came to denounce the assiduous efforts of the Duke of Poland by bribes and promises to seduce them from their allegiance. They declared that if Henry should remain any longer at peace with Boleslav, he must not count on further service from them. The king, then preparing for the invasion of Flanders, consented, on the advice of the princes, to a renewal of war against Poland. The issue was unfortunate, for the Saxons, the proper guardians of the Elbe and of the marches beyond, proved utterly wanting. In the absence of the king, Boleslav invaded the marches in force, wasting a wide district east of Magdeburg and carrying away captive the inhabitants of Zerbst. The Saxon levies slowly gathered to repel him, and with Archbishop Tagino of Magdeburg in supreme command, sullenly followed the duke as he returned home. But at Jüterbog, long before the Oder had been reached, the heart of their leaders failed them, and their retreat enabled the Polish prince to reoccupy the eastern half of the Lower Lausitz, and soon after to secure possession once more of the Upper Lausitz. He had thus regained all the German territory that he had previously held and lost. He had established himself firmly on the west of the Oder, and from the ground thus gained, no subsequent efforts of Henry availed to expel him. In another sphere of activity, this same year of mingled success and disaster brought Henry, before its close, a peculiar triumph. This was the establishment, on 1 November 1007, of the new see of Bamberg. The completion of this cherished scheme was at once the fruit of Henry's religious zeal and the witness to his supremacy over the German Church. Nevertheless, it was just his claim to such supremacy in a particular case that involved him soon after in a bitter domestic quarrel, which ran its unhappy course for several years, and, combined with other troubles at home, effectually hindered further action abroad. At this point, then, it is necessary to explain Henry's ecclesiastical policy, upon which his whole system of government was based. In right of the crown, Henry had small material means at command to enforce his authority. The obedience due to him as their chosen and anointed king might be readily acknowledged by all his subjects, but was just as readily withheld when it conflicted with private interest. Especially was this the case with the higher nobility. The counts, though still in theory royal officials and responsible to the sovereign for the maintenance of public order in their several districts, had become in fact hereditary territorial magnates, whose offices, like their fiefs and their family estates, usually passed from father to son in regular succession. The privilege of immunity, which many enjoyed, and the feudal relation now generally subsisting between them and their tenants, still further strengthened their position. These petty potentates, however, who should have been the upholders of law, were too often its worst transgressors. Their greed for landed wealth urged them into perpetual feuds with one another or with their ecclesiastical neighbors, while the abuse of their seigneurial rights made them the oppressors of the classes below them. In these evil tendencies they had been encouraged by the lax administration of the last two reigns. Yet even more were the greater lay magnates, the dukes and margraves, disposed to regard themselves as hereditary princes. The dukes, in spite of past efforts to reduce their pretensions, were the recognized chiefs of the separate races which made up the German nation, and like Hermann of Swabia, were generally too strong, even in defeat, to be displaced without risk. The margraves, holding an office less venerable, had also won, by effective service on the frontiers, a firm position in the state. Though dukes and margraves alike required investiture by the king, it was rarely that a son was not preferred to his father's place. The control of men so firmly established in power and dignity could be no easy task, yet it now depended upon the vindication of the royal authority whether the nation should preserve its political cohesion or be split up, like the adjacent kingdoms on the west, into a loose aggregation of almost independent principalities under a nominal sovereign. It was the second Henry who by his energy postponed for 2 generations the process of disintegration which set in under Henry IV. To restore the rule of law was his prime object. In the decay, however, of local justice, the royal or palatine court, over which the king presided in person, was the only tribunal where redress could be sought against a powerful adversary, or whither appeal could be made from decisions in the inferior courts. Henry knew, as his biographer tells us, that the region left unvisited by the king was most often filled with the complaints and groans of the poor, and he did his utmost, by incessant journeys through the land, to bring justice within reach of all his subjects. In many cases he punished with severity high-born disturbers of the peace, yet the conditions were now such that the crown was not strong enough of itself to compel obedience to the law. To make his will prevail, alike in judicial administration and in large measures of policy, he had to secure the cooperation of the magnates assembled in general or provincial diets. At these meetings, which became more frequent under him than under his predecessors, he was generally able, by his fixity of purpose and his skillful address, to win consent to his designs. Even so, however, he was largely dependent for their accomplishment upon such material aid as the goodwill of the nobles might afford him. There existed no standing army. The national levy could still be summoned by royal command for the defense of the realm, but the only permanent force at the disposal of the king consisted of unfree retainers, ministerials, drawn from the crown lands or from his patrimonial estates. But they were insufficient for making expeditions abroad or for preserving order at home, and it was upon the feudal contingents furnished by the magnates that the monarch had to rely in the last resort. Furthermore, the royal revenues had for years been in steady decline. The immense crown estates, the villae on which Charles the Great had bestowed such care, had been broken up and largely dissipated by the later Carolingians, partly through the granting of fiefs to reward their supporters, partly through their lavish endowment of churches and monasteries, and in similar fashion the peculiar royal rights of coinage, tolls, and markets, with others of the same kind, all extremely profitable, had been also freely alienated to laymen and ecclesiastics. In the hands of Otto the Great, this practice had been turned to account for the strengthening of the throne, but under his son and grandson it had rather served to establish the local powers in their independence. What crown lands remained to the monarch lay scattered in fragments throughout the kingdom, and were therefore less profitable and more difficult to administer. Henry was a wealthy king, but more through his possession of the great Ludolfing inheritance in Saxony and of the patrimony of his Bavarian ancestors than through his command of such resources as were proper to the crown. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Emperor Henry II, Part 3, by Edwin H. Holthouse. Faced, then, by the growing power of the secular magnates, Henry, if he were to restore the German monarchy, had to seek some surer means than the bare authority of the crown. But the task was one beyond the powers of a single man, and required the steady action of an ordered administration. This was found in the organization of the Church. Its dignitaries Henry employed as crown officials, whom he appointed himself. Though the bishops and greater abbots were spiritual chiefs, they were called upon to act also as servants of the king, advising him in council, fulfilling his missions abroad, preserving his peace within their own territories. Further, they, even more than lay princes, had to provide him with military contingents of their vassals, often to follow him in person into the field, sometimes even to conduct his campaigns. And while heavy calls were continually being made upon their revenues for the public need, the right to dispose of their vacant fiefs was frequently claimed by the king for some purpose of his own. More especially did the royal monasteries suffer loss at Henry's hand, for the pious king in several cases did not hesitate at extensive confiscation of monastic lands. Yet these severe measures were not the outcome of caprice or greed, but of a settled policy for the kingdom's weal. In thus employing the Church, Henry resumed the policy adopted by Otto the Great. But while Otto, in using the Church to fortify the throne, had cared little to interfere in matters purely ecclesiastical, Henry sought to exercise over the Church an authority no less direct and searching than over the state. Filled with the ecclesiastical spirit, he set himself to regulate church affairs as seemed to him best in the Church's interest, and the instinct for order which urged him from the first to promote its efficiency developed at last into a passionate zeal for its reformation. To achieve his purpose, it was essential for Henry to secure an effective mastery over the Church. But only through its constitutional rulers, the bishops, could he, without flagrant illegality, obtain command of its wealth, engage its political services, and direct its spiritual energies. In order, however, to be sure of bishops who should be his willing agents, the decisive word in the appointment to vacant sees must be his. In the Frankish kingdom, the old canonical rule that the choice of a new bishop rested with the clergy and laity of the diocese had never been quite forgotten. But from early times, the kings had claimed and been allowed the right of confirming or disapproving an episcopal election, and this had been enlarged into the greater right of direct nomination. The claim of the crown to intervene in episcopal appointments had been fully reivindicated by Otto the Great. In a few German dioceses, the privilege of free election had been expressly confirmed or granted afresh by charters, yet Otto had never allowed the local privilege to hinder the appointment of any man he desired. The effect of such methods was to fill the bishoprics with royal nominees. Though the procedure was prejudicial to the independence of the Church, yet it freed episcopal elections from those local influences which would have made the bishops mere creatures of the secular magnates, or at best their counterparts in an ecclesiastical disguise. Otto's practice was followed by Henry, who insisted on his right to nominate the bishops. He made no fresh grants of privilege of free election. He often qualified it by reserving the right of royal assent, as at Hamburg, Hildesheim, Minden, Halberstadt, and Fulda, and sometimes he withheld it altogether, as at Paderborn. His general practice is fairly illustrated by the case of Magdeburg, which fell vacant 4 times in the course of his reign. This church had not received from its founder, Otto the Great, the right of choosing its own pastor, and it was by gift of his son, in terms unusually solemn, that the privilege was conferred in 979. Yet Otto II made light of his own charter when, on the first vacancy of the see, he allowed his favorite, the crafty Bishop Geseiler of Merseburg, to supplant the canonically elected nominee. At Geisler's death in January 1004, the clergy of Magdeburg forthwith unanimously elected their provost Walthert. But Henry was resolved that no Magdeburg cleric should occupy the see, and demanded the election of his own attached friend, the Bavarian Tagino. Neither the plea of right nor the humble entreaty of the electors was accepted by the king, whose insistence at length won the consent of Walthert and his supporters to Tagino's promotion. Through their presence at his investiture by Henry, they acquiesced in the reversal of their own previous act. Tagino died in June 1012. Again, Henry intervened by sending an envoy, but this time to ask the electors to submit a candidate for his approval. The clergy and vassals of the see once more chose the same candidate, Walthert, as archbishop. Only with great reluctance did Henry agree, and that upon condition of a fresh election being held in his presence, at which he himself proposed, and the electors concurred in, the nomination of the provost. Within 2 months, however, Walthert was snatched away by death. Next day, the Magdeburg clergy, still anxious to preserve their right, elected Theodric, a youthful cleric, to the vacant see, and the day following repeated the act. Henry, greatly indignant at this proceeding, determined to enforce his will on the presumptuous church. He made Theodric a royal chaplain, and then, coming to Magdeburg, directed another meeting to be held for the election of Gero, one of his chaplains, whom he had designated for the archbishopric. The electors, with an express reservation of their right for the future, obeyed, and Gero was chosen. Yet this reservation appears to have been no hindrance to Henry when, in the last year of his reign, the see of Magdeburg was again vacated by the death of Gero, and he secured the succession of Humphrey, another royal nominee. To Henry, therefore, the right of election was useful for giving canonical sanction to a choice made by himself, and the utmost allowed to electors was to name a candidate. Thus, in course of time, most of the German bishoprics were filled by his nominees. Yet Henry's bishops were men far from unworthy of their office. If few of them were learned, the lives of few gave occasion for reproach. If capable men of affairs, rather than sound spiritual guides, they were not generally neglectful of pastoral duty. Some were even distinguished for evangelical zeal. They were chosen oftenest, it would seem, for their practical capacity and for a sympathy with his political and ecclesiastical aims gained by long service in the royal chapel or chancery. Some, like the historian Thietmar, were chosen for their wealth, part of which they were expected to bestow on their impoverished sees. Not a few were recommended by their Bavarian birth. Henry was not the man to dishonor the church by giving it worthless prelates. Nevertheless, the bishops were his creatures, from whom he demanded obedience. In a word, the church had to accept a position of strict subordination to the state. It was not all at once that Henry was able to bring this about. The bishops whom he found in office at his accession owed nothing to him, and even when of proved loyalty, they were not inclined to be subservient. Some, indeed, were openly disaffected. Of such were the Archbishops Heribert of Cologne and Giesler of Magdeburg, and among bishops the celebrated Bernward of Hildesheim. Whether indifferent or hostile, however, it was not the spiritual independence of the Church for which most of them were jealous, but for the temporal power and dignity of their own sees. Their sense of ecclesiastical unity was faint, nor did any voice sound from Rome to remind them of their allegiance to the Church universal. To many, even the welfare of their own national branch thereof was of small concern beside the interests of their particular diocese. Papal impotence left Henry a free hand, and with the rise of a new episcopate, the cohesion of the German Church was strengthened and its energies were revived, but only at the cost of its independence. For the bishops learned to acquiesce in Henry's claim to ecclesiastical authority, and zealous churchmen were not slow to enjoin obedience to the crown as a duty of divine ordinance. But with the church thus submissive, all fear that the bishops might use their means and their privileges in a spirit defiant of the secular power was removed. They had become, in truth, royal officials, and the more, therefore, that their position was enhanced, the better service could they render to the king. Accordingly, it was with no sparing hand that Henry, following the example of the Ottos, bestowed territory and regalities upon the episcopal churches. His charters reveal also two other special features of his policy. The one is the frequency with which he annexed royal abbeys of the lesser rank to bishoprics, to be held by them as part of their endowment. The other is his extension of the recent practice of giving vacant counties into the hands of prelates. In the former case, the purpose was achieved of turning the smaller religious houses to better account for the service of the state than they could be as isolated corporations. In the latter, advantage was gained for the crown by the transfer of local authority from secular to ecclesiastical hands, since the bishops were now more amenable to royal control than were the lay counts. Thus, the process by which the bishops became territorial princes went rapidly forward, although the crown was strengthened rather than weakened by their exaltation. It is indisputable that the alliance between the church and the monarchy brought immense advantages to both. The former, favored by the crown, still further improved its high position. The king, on his side, obtained the services of men highly educated and familiar with business, who could form a counterpoise to the hereditary nobility, and yet could never establish themselves as an hereditary caste, who set an example within their diocese of upright and humane administration, and who showed themselves prudent managers of their estates. Besides all which, the revenues of their churches and the military aid of their vassals were at his command. Their corporate feeling as members of a national church had revived, and their general employment in the service of the crown, which claimed the headship of that church, made them the representatives of national unity on the secular no less than on the ecclesiastical side. Yet the coalition of the two powers contained the seeds of future calamity to the church. It was inevitable that bishops so chosen and so employed could not rise to their spiritual vocation. Even within their own diocese, they were as much occupied by secular as by pastoral work. Insensibly, they became secularized, and the church ceased to be either a school of theologians or a nursery of missionaries. At such a price were its temporal advantages secured. nor was the gain to the crown without its alloy, for the royal supremacy over the church depended on the monarch keeping a firm hold on episcopal appointment. That prerogative might become nominal, and during a minority it might disappear. The result in either case would be the political independence of the bishops, whose power would then be all the greater through the favors now lavished upon their churches. This was the latent political peril, and beside it lurked an ecclesiastical danger yet more formidable. Henry had mastered the German church, and so long as it remained the national institution he had made it, the tie of interest which bound it to the throne would hold. Yet it was but part of a larger ecclesiastical whole, whose acknowledged head was the Pope. The present thraldom of the papacy to a local despot made its claim to the obedience of distant churches a shadowy prerogative which could be safely disregarded. But with a future recovery of freedom and of moral influence, the pretension of the Roman See to apostolic authority over the Western Church would revive, and the German prelates would have to choose between king and pope. Within 60 years of Henry's death, that question presented itself. In his government of the Church, Henry was accustomed to act both on his own sole authority and in cooperation with the bishops in synod. No sharp distinction is apparent between the matters he decided himself and those he referred to the synods. In general, however, breaches of external order the king dealt with alone, while strictly ecclesiastical questions were more often disposed of in synod. How vigorously Henry meant to assert his right to regulate church affairs was seen soon after his accession in his revival of the See of Merseburg. That bishopric, established in 968 by Otto the Great as part of his scheme for evangelizing the Wends, had been held by Gisela for 10 years before his elevation to Magdeburg. Such a translation was liable to be impugned as invalid, and the astute prelate therefore induced his patron Otto II and Pope Benedict VII to decree the abolition of Merseburg as superfluous and to distribute its territory among the neighboring dioceses, including Magdeburg. Under Otto III, Gisela managed by skillful procrastination to maintain his ill-won position. Henry, however, made peremptory demand upon Gisela to vacate the archbishopric and return to Merseburg. The prelate's death before he complied enabled Henry by the appointment of Taggino to Magdeburg to bring back the old position. Taggino's first episcopal act was to consecrate Wigbert to the revived Merseburg bishopric, of which the king by his sole act, without reference to synod or to pope, had thus become the second founder. No less independent was Henry's procedure in settling the ignoble quarrel between two of Germany's noblest prelates over the monastery of Gandersheim. From its foundation by Henry's ancestor Duke Ludolf of Saxony in 842, and after an early subjection to Mayence, this religious house for women had been without question for nearly a century and a half under the spiritual authority of the bishops of Hildesheim. In an unhappy hour, Archbishop Williges claimed jurisdiction over it for Mayence, and the dispute so begun with one bishop was continued later with his successor Bernward, and by him referred for decision to Pope Sylvester II. The papal edict in favor of Hildesheim, when promulgated in Germany, was treated with open disrespect by Williges. To end the scandal, Henry won the promise of both bishops to abide by his ruling, and then, at a diet in 1006, gave judgment for Hildesheim. The result was loyally accepted by Williges and his next successor. This protectorship of the Church led Henry, whom Thietmar calls the Vicar of God on earth, to undertake on its behalf tasks of the most diverse kind. Thus he asserted his right both to order the due registration of monastic lands and to require strict observance of German customs in public worship. He took it upon him not only to enforce ecclesiastical discipline, but to prevent heresy from raising its head. In such matters, the synods had a right to speak, although they did so rather as organs of the royal will than as independent church assemblies. For they met upon Henry's summons. He presided over and took active part in their discussions. He published their resolutions as edicts of his own, but he called them to account in the tone of a master, and at the very first synod of his reign he rebuked them severely for slackness in their discipline. In pressing for the removal of irregularities, Henry certainly showed himself a conscientious ruler of the Church, but gave no proof of a desire to initiate any far-reaching ecclesiastical reform. His views at this time were bounded by the needs of the German Church, and so strictly national were the synods he convoked that they cared but little whether the measures they agreed upon were in consonance with general church law. With reform, however, in one wide sphere of organized religion, Henry had long shown his active sympathy, for already, as Duke of Bavaria, he had used his authority to impose a stricter life upon the monasteries of that land. He had thus helped forward the monastic reformation which, beginning in Lorraine in the early decades of the 10th century, had spread eastwards into Germany and had won a footing in Bavaria through the energy of the former monk Wolfgang, Bishop of Ratisbon. In his early years, Henry had seen the beneficent change wrought in Bavaria and exemplified at St. Emmeram's in Ratisbon. After becoming duke, he had forced reform upon the reluctant monks of Alteg and Tegernsee through the agency of Godehard, a passionate ascetic whom, in defiance of their privilege, he had made abbot of both those houses. In the same spirit and with little purpose, Henry treated the royal monasteries after his accession. They became the instruments of his strenuous monastic policy, while he also, as in the case of the bishoprics, insisted on the right of the crown to appoint their heads, notwithstanding the privilege of free election which many of them possessed. By this time, however, some of the greater monasteries had acquired immense landed wealth, and their abbots held a princely position. The communities they ruled, for the most part, led an easy existence. Not a few houses, it is true, did admirable work in art and learning, in husbandry, and in care for the poor. Much of the land, specially reserved to the abbot, was granted out in fief to vassals in order to acquit his military service to the crown, but these might also be used against the crown if the abbot were not loyal. Henry's monastic policy was revealed in 1005 by his treatment of the wealthy abbey of Hersfeld. Complaints made to him by the brethren gave him the opportunity for replacing the abbot by the ascetic Godehard of Altaish, who offered the monks a choice between strict observance of the rule and expulsion. The departure of all but 2 or 3 enabled Godehard to dispose of their superfluous luxuries for pious uses, while Henry seized on the corporate lands reserved for the brethren and added them to the abbot's special estate, which thus became liable to the crown for greater feudal services. In the end, Hersfeld, under Godehard, became again an active religious community. Between 1006 and 1015, Reichenau, Fulda, and Corvey were likewise dealt with and with like results. Further, the crown, by placing several abbeys under one head, was able, out of land hitherto required for the upkeep of abbatial households, to make grants to vassals. In these measures, the king was supported by the bishops, some of whom followed his example in monasteries under their control. The result was a general revival of monastic discipline and a serious curtailment of the resources of the greater abbeys. The lesser royal monasteries, from whose lands new fiefs could not be granted, needed the king's special protection to keep their independence. Henry had no use for feeble institutions and subjected 17 of them to various sees or greater abbeys. If they were not abolished altogether, they were generally transformed into small canonries, while part of their property fell to the bishop. Henry proclaimed his belief in the episcopal system by the foundation of the See of Bamberg. Near the eastern border of Franconia dwelt a population almost entirely Wendish. Left behind in the general retreat of their kinsfolk before the Franks, these Slavonic tribesmen still kept their own language and customs, and much of their original paganism. Baptized by compulsion, they neglected all Christian observances, while the bishops of Würzburg, to whose diocese they belonged, paid little heed to them. Close by them was the little town of Bamberg, dear to Henry from his boyhood. It was a favorite home with him and his wife, and he resolved to make it the seat of a bishopric. The scheme required the assent of the bishops of Würzburg and Eichstätt, but Megengod, Meingod of Eichstätt, flatly refused to agree, and Henry of Würzburg, though a devoted subject, was an ambitious man, and demanded, in addition to territorial compensation, the elevation of Würzburg to metropolitan rank. After a synod at Mayence, May 1007, at which Bishop Henry was present, had given its solemn approval, envoys were sent to the Pope to secure ratification. By bull issued in June, John XVIII confirmed the erection of the See of Bamberg, which was to be subject only to the authority of the papacy. Würzburg, however, was not made an archbishopric, and Bishop Henry thought himself betrayed. At a synod at Frankfurt, 1 November 1007, there assembled 5 German archbishops with 22 suffragans, 5 Burgundian prelates, including 2 archbishops, 2 Italian bishops, and lastly, the primate of Hungary. Willigus of Mayence presided, but Henry of Würzburg held aloof. The king, prostrating himself before the bishops, set forth his high purpose for the church, reminding them of the consent already given by the Bishop of Würzburg. Bishop Henry's chaplain replied that his master could not allow any injury to his church, but the absence of the bishop had displeased many of his colleagues, while the agreement he had made was on record. Thus, finally, the foundation of the See of Bamberg was unanimously confirmed, and the king nominated as its first bishop his kinsman, the Chancellor Everard, who received consecration the same day. Henry's intention to make God his heir was amply fulfilled. He had already endowed Bamberg with his lands in the Rodensgau and the Volkfeld, and he lavished wealth on the new see. Thus, Bamberg was among the best endowed of German bishoprics, and the comital jurisdiction given by Henry to some other sees can hardly have been withheld here. Yet Everard was for some time a bishop without a diocese. Only in May 1008 did Henry of Würzburg transfer to Bamberg almost all the Rodensgau and part of the Volkfeld. From this moment, the new see grew. Just 4 years later, in May 1012, the now finished cathedral was dedicated in the presence of the king and a great assembly, 6 archbishops and the Patriarch of Aquile, besides many bishops, taking part in the ceremony with Bishop Everard. Less than a year afterwards, the episcopal rights of Bamberg received the papal confirmation, and the last stage was reached in 1015 when, after the death of Megengod of Eichstätt, the king was able, by an exchange of territory with Megengod's successor, to enlarge the Bamberg diocese to the limit originally planned. It was to be the fortune of the first bishop of Bamberg to receive a pope within his own city, and of the second himself to become pope. Yet even these unusual honors shed no such real glory over the bishopric as did the successful achievement of the purpose for which it was founded. For from Bamberg, Christianity spread over a region hitherto sunk in heathenism, and the social arts made way among an uncultured people. A secondary result of its activities, whether intended or not, was the fusion of an alien race with the German population. For a far wider sphere than its actual diocese, Bamberg was a wellspring of intellectual energy. Its library grew to be a great storehouse of learning. Its schools helped to diffuse knowledge over all Germany. This may have been beyond Henry's aim, yet it was through the Bamberg which he created that the sluggish life of the district around was drawn into the general stream of European civilization. The action of dynastic and local politics upon the church was notably shown in the Queen's own family. Her eldest brother Henry of Luxembourg had been made Duke of Bavaria. A younger brother, Dietrich, contrived to gain the See of Metz, 1005, against Henry's nominee. On the death, 1008, of Ludolf, Archbishop of Treves, a third brother, Adalbero, still a youth, was elected successor there. Henry refused his consent and nominated Megengod. Civil war arose, and the king's nominee, although approved by the Pope, was kept out of his own city. In Lorraine there were other malcontents to be dealt with, and thence the discontented family of Luxembourg carried the revolt into Bavaria, where Henry had, with the consent of the magnates, deprived Duke Henry and taken the duchy into his own hands. Dietrich, the Bishop of Metz, supported his brothers, and all Lorraine was plunged into misery. Dietrich of Metz did not return to allegiance until 1012, and even then his brothers Henry and Adalbero kept hold of Treves. Lorraine was in smoldering strife. In East Saxony, in the North Mark, and in Meissen, the story was the same. Lawless vassals wrought misdeeds, and attempts at punishment brought on rebellion. And behind Saxony lay Boleslav of Poland, always ready to make use of local disloyalty. Against him, in August 1010, Henry assembled an army of Saxons and of Bohemians under Jaromir. The sickness of the king and many of his troops made this campaign fruitless, and others were as futile. The Saxons were slow to aid. Henry was often busied elsewhere, and when Jaromir was driven from Bohemia, his help was lost. Henry, anxious for peace towards the east, recognized the new Duke Udalrich, and Jaromir remained in exile. Thus, Bohemia was an ally, and the Liutici had long been such. Peace with Poland was therefore easier, and on Whitsunday, 1012, Boleslav did homage to Henry at Merseburg, carried the sword before his lord in the procession, and then received the Lausitz as a fief. Boleslav promised help to Henry in Italy, whither the king had long been looking. Henry promised a German contingent to Boleslav against the Russians. Henry had gained peace, but Boleslav had won the land he had fought for. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Emperor Henry II, Part 4, by Edwin H. Holthouse. Within the realm, Henry's firmness was forming order. He was able to rule through the dukes. In Saxony, a faithful vassal, Bernard I, had died 1011 and was succeeded by his son Bernard II. When in Carinthia, Conrad, 1004 to 1011, Otto's son, died, Henry passed over his heir and nominated Adalbero of Eppenstein, already margrave there. The next year, with the boy Hermann III, Duke of Swabia, died out a branch of the Conradins, and perhaps with Duke Otto of Lower Lorraine, a branch of the Carolingians. To Swabia, Henry appointed Ernest of Babenberg, an old rebel, 1004, but brother-in-law of Hermann, and to Lower Lorraine, Count Godfrey of the Ardennes, sprung from a family marked by loyalty and zeal in monastic reform. The Duchy of Bavaria he kept in his own hands, and thus all the duchies were safe under rulers either proved or chosen by himself. Upon Godfrey of Lower Lorraine a special burden lay, for Treves was disaffected and the Archbishop of Cologne was hostile. In the other archsee of Mayence, Willigis died, 1011, after 36 years of faithful rule. As his successor, Henry chose Ercambald, abbot of Fulda, an old friend in affairs of state and a worthy ecclesiastic. Next year, Henry had twice to fill the see of Magdeburg, naming Walthard and then Gero. Early in 1013, too, died Levitzo, Lebenschuss of Hamburg, where Henry put aside the elected candidate and forced on the chapter a royal chaplain, Unwan. When, 1013, all these appointments had been made, Henry could feel he was master in his own house and able to turn towards Italy. For a year at least he had felt the call. The years between 1004 and 1014 were in Lombardy a time of confusion. Ardoin had broken out from his castle of Sparone, 1005, only to find his authority gone. In the west he had vassals and adherents. Some greater nobles, bishops, and scattered citizens wished him well, but he was only the king over the middle and lower classes, and even that only for a small part of the realm. Yet even so, Henry was only nominally Italian king. Real power rested with the ecclesiastical and secular magnates, and though it might suit prelates and nobles alike to profess to Henry a formal allegiance, few of either order desired his presence among them. To be independent within their own territories was the chief aim of both. The bishops, by tradition, inclined to the German side. Some few, like Leo of Vercelli, remained steadfast for the German cause from political convictions, while the holders of the metropolitan sees of Milan and Ravenna stood haughtily indifferent to the claims of either king. But if the bishops generally might be counted as in some sort Henry's partisans, this was not true of the great noble families with which they were perennially at strife. Of these, the house of Canossa alone was firmly attached to the German interest. Its chief, the Marquis Tedald, and after him his son Boniface, continuing faithful. The rest, the most powerful of whom were those other marquises who had sprung up in Lombardy half a century before, by accumulating counties and lordships in their own hands, had formed a new order in the state especially inimical to the bishops, although equally ready with them to make outward acknowledgment of Henry. But no class could be less desirous of the reappearance of a sovereign who would be sure to curtail their independence, and in particular to check their encroachment on ecclesiastical lands. On the other hand, they had little mind to help Ardoin in regaining an authority which would be exercised over themselves for the benefit of their humbler fellow subjects. So far as can be discerned, the Alaramids, the progenitors of the house of Montferrat, whose power was concentrated about Savona and Acqui, appear to have played a waiting game, while the Marquises of Turin, represented by Manfred II, inclined first to the German and then to the Italian side. Only in the Ortbertines, the great Lombard house which held the comital authority in Genoa and Milan, in Tortona, Luni, and Bobbio, whose present head was the Marquis Otbert II, and from which sprang the later dukes of Modena and of Brunswick, can be found some signs of genuine patriotism. But in general, these powerful dynasts and the lay nobles as a class had little sense of national duty and were selfishly content to pursue the old evil policy of having two kings so that the one might be restrained by fear of the other. Year after year, Ardoin sallied forth from his subalpine fastnesses to attack his enemies and especially the bishops. Leo of Vercelli was forthwith driven out of his city to become for years an exile. The bishops of Bergamo and Modena also felt the weight of Ardoin's revenge, and even the Archbishop of Milan, by whom Henry had been crowned, was forced to a temporary recognition of his rival. The Marquis Tedald himself was threatened, while Bishop Peter of Novara only escaped capture by fleeing across the Alps. Yet Ardoin was no nearer being in truth a king. The Apennines he never crossed. The Romana remained in turmoil. Tuscany obeyed its powerful marquis. Henry had never dropped his claim to Italian sovereignty. Royal missi were sent at irregular intervals into Lombardy. Italian bishops took their place in German synods. From Italy came also abbots and canons to seek redress at the German throne for injuries done by their bishops. Thus Henry kept alive his pretension to rule in Italy, but he was bound sooner or later again to attempt the recovery of the Lombard crown. Yet after all, it was Rome that now drew Henry once more into Italy. Before the death of Otto III, the Romans had repudiated German domination, and soon after that event they had allowed John Crescentius, son of the patricius slaughtered in 998, to assume the chief authority over the city and its territory, which he ruled thenceforth for 10 years. But his power was finally established by the death in May 1003 of Sylvester II, which removed the last champion of the German cause in Rome and laid the papacy as well as the city at the feet of the patricius. He raised 3 of his nominees in turn to the papal throne. Nevertheless, Crescentius lived in dread of the German king and spared no pains, therefore, to conciliate him. John died about the beginning of 1012, and with the death a few months later of Sergius IV, his last nominee, there began a struggle between the Crescentian family and the house of the Counts of Tusculum, like themselves connected with the infamous Marozia. In the contention that arose for the papacy, Gregory, the Crescentian candidate, at first prevailed, but had to yield in the end to Theophylact of Tusculum, who became pope as Benedict VIII. Driven out of Rome, Gregory fled to Germany, and at Christmas 1012 presented himself in pontifical array before Henry at Poole. But the king was not likely to help a Crescentian pope, and he had already obtained from Benedict a bull of confirmation for the privileges of Bamberg. He now met Gregory's request for help by directing him to lay aside the pontifical dress until he himself should come to Rome. Honor and interest alike urged Henry to seize the occasion for decisive intervention in Italy. If his promises to return were to remain unfulfilled, the German cause in Lombardy would be lost. So, too, would be his hope of winning the imperial crown, which was to him the symbol of an enhanced authority both abroad and at home. As emperor, he would have a further, though indefinite, claim upon the obedience of his subjects on both sides of the Alps, and would regain for Germany her former primacy in Western Europe. Moreover, through a good understanding with the papacy, if not by entire mastery over it, he would secure finally his hold upon the German Church and so be able to frustrate the intrigues of Duke Boleslav at the papal court for recognition as king. During the earlier half of 1013, Henry had therefore sought an agreement with Pope Benedict. Through the agency of Bishop Walter of Spires, a compact, the terms of which are unrecorded, was ratified by mutual oath. Later in 1013, Henry, accompanied by Queen Cunegunda and many bishops, marched to Italy. Boleslav sent not aid but envoys who intrigued against his lord. The king reached Pavia before Christmas, while Ardoin withdrew to his fortresses, thus yielding up to Henry nearly the whole of Lombardy without a blow. Then he sent to Pavia offering to resign the crown if he were put in possession of some county, apparently his own march of Ivrea. But Henry rejected the proposal, and Ardoin was left in helpless isolation. At Pavia, meanwhile, a throng of bishops and abbots, including the 2 great champions of monastic reform, Odilo of Cluny and Hugh of Farfa, surrounded Henry, while many lay nobles, even the Autbertines and others friendly to Ardoin, also came to make submission. In January 1014, Henry passed on to Ravenna. At Ravenna there reappeared, after 10 years of obscurity, Bishop Leo of Vercelli, but beside him stood Abbot Hugh of Farfa, the man who had so firmly upheld in Italy the ideals of monasticism, resolved as ever both to combat vigorously the nobles, especially the Crescentian family who had annexed the possessions of his house, and to make his community a pattern of monastic discipline. Like many others, he had acquired his abbacy by unworthy means, partly in expiation of this offense, partly to get Henry's help against his enemies. He had resigned his office, though still deeply concerned for the prosperity of Farfa. His strenuous character, the moral dignity which placed him at the head of the abbots of Italy, and the identity of his aims for monasticism with those of the king, made Hugh an ally too important to be left aside. In Italy, the monasteries supported Henry, and there he showed them favor, especially Farfa, with its command of the road to the south, without any of the reserve he had shown in Germany. At Ravenna, a synod was convoked, the first business of which was to settle the disputed right to the archbishopric of Ravenna. Adalbert, its actual holder for the last 10 years, was generally recognized in the Romana, but Henry in 1013 had treated the see as vacant and had nominated thereto his own natural half-brother, Arnold. The intruder, however, failed to establish himself in possession, and now came back to be declared, with the authority of the Pope and the advice of the Synod, the rightful archbishop. Thereupon followed the issue in Henry's name of decrees for the suppression of certain ecclesiastical abuses then prevalent in Italy. The simoniacal conferment of holy orders, the ordination of priests and deacons below the canonical age, the taking of money for the consecration of churches, and the acceptance by way of gift or pledge of any articles dedicated to sacred use. Of no less serious import for the Church and for the nation at large was the further decree that all bishops and abbots should make returns of the property alienated from their churches and abbeys, of the time and manner of the alienation, and of the names of the present holders. Such a record was a preliminary to any measure of restitution, but this could not fail to arouse the anger of the territorial lords, against whom chiefly it would be directed. After Ravenna came Rome. On Sunday, 14 February 1014, he made his entry into the city amid applause. 12 senators escorted the king and queen to the door of St. Peter's, where the Pope and his clergy awaited them. The two chiefs of Western Christendom, whose fortunes were to be closely linked together for the rest of their joint lives, now met for the first time. Benedict VIII was a man of vigorous, though not exalted, character, belonging to the turbulent Roman nobility, raised to the papal throne while yet a layman, and after a faction contest. He was not likely to show any real religious zeal. Though his life was free from scandal, Benedict shone not as a churchman but as a man of action, whose principal aim was to recover for the papacy its external dignity and its material power. Already he had repelled the Crescentians from Rome and taken many of their castles in the Sabina. He had even wrested the duchy of Spoleto out of the hands of John, the elder nephew of the late Patricius. But these enemies, nevertheless, were still formidable, and it was not a mere formality when the Pope demanded of the king, before they entered the basilica, whether he would be a faithful patron and defender of the Roman Church, and be true in all points to himself and his successors. The pledge was heartily given, and then, within the church, Henry offered at the high altar the crown he had worn hitherto as king, and received unction and coronation as Roman emperor at the hands of Benedict. Queen Cunegunda at the same time was crowned empress. Soon afterwards, the Pope confirmed Henry's acts and canons passed at Ravenna. Adalbert was deposed, and Arnold recognized as Archbishop of Ravenna. Henry was on the point of starting for the south to force the Crescenti to disgorge the remnant still held of Farfa's lands, most of which Benedict had already regained for the monastery, when a sudden tumult broke out in Rome. After 2 days' riot, the Germans were victorious, but nevertheless, Henry did not venture to remain longer in Rome. Only a week had passed since his coronation, and already he had to make sure of his retreat. After another fruitless effort, therefore, to bring the case between the Crescentian brothers and the abbot of Farfa to legal decision, the emperor, with the concurrence of the pope and the judges, as his last act invested Hugh with the possessions claimed from the Crescenti. Having charged Benedict to give actual effect to this decision, the emperor left Rome. Nearly 2 months Henry spent in securing his hold upon Tuscany, the fidelity of which province, as commanding the route between Lombardy and Rome, was of prime importance for him. Since the death in 1012 of the Marcus Boniface, an ineffective ruler and a dissolute man, the march had remained vacant, and Henry now gave it to Rainier, a Tuscan, who had lately, through the influence of the Pope, replaced the Crescentian John as Duke of Spoleto. Since the Marquis of Tuscany enjoyed an authority superior to that of any other lay subject of the Italian crown, the union in a single hand of these two provinces, which had not been held together since the time of the Duke Marquis Hugh the Great, gave special significance to the choice of Rainier. In the new Marquis, Henry must have expected to find a stout upholder of the imperial cause. The fact that, like Henry, he was a generous and enlightened patron of monasticism probably recommended him to the emperor. The monastic question was acute in Tuscany as elsewhere, and families like the Autbertines, who there held wide territories, had incessant quarrels over property with the ecclesiastical foundations. At Easter 1014, Henry was again in Pavia. In Lombardy, although his authority was not openly disputed, and most of the prelates were on his side, and the secular lords paid outward obedience, disaffection permeated all classes. The Archbishop of Milan held aloof. Some of the great families still refused submission, and the hatred of the common people was shown by their reluctance to furnish supplies. Renouncing, therefore, any attempt to crush Ardoin by force, Henry sought to strengthen himself by administrative measures. He renewed an institution of Otto the Great by appointing 2 permanent missi for the counties of Pavia, Milan, and Seprio. He thus secured for royal officials the exercise of supreme judicial authority where disaffection was rife, and significantly enough, Henry now gave an Italian city its first measure of municipal freedom. The Alaramids, who were lords of Savona, had not shown themselves especially hostile to Henry, and were even now taking some share in the public administration. Yet just at this time, the men of Savona obtained through their bishop a royal charter which curtailed the feudal rights of the marquises over their city and relieved its inhabitants of many burdensome imposts. But Henry could not stay in Italy to secure the success of his administrative acts. After a month's stay in Pavia, he passed on to Verona and thence to Germany. Henry's second expedition to Italy, though it fell far short of complete success, ensured the continuance of the Western Empire. It renewed the alliance between the empire and the papacy, and it vindicated afresh the preeminence of the German monarchy in Western Europe. But in Lombardy, Henry had left his work half done. A hostile population, an alienated nobility, and an uncrushed rival remained as proofs of his failure. And hardly had he recrossed the Alps in June 1014 when a fresh outburst of nationalist fury threatened to overwhelm his adherents. Ardoin at once issued from Ivrea and attacked Vercelli with such suddenness that the Bishop Leo scarcely avoided capture. The whole of that diocese fell into Ardoin's hands. Then he went on to besiege Novara, to overrun the diocese of Como, and to bring ruin upon many other hostile places. Though more of a punitive foray than regular warfare, This campaign against the imperialists had yet some of the dignity of a national uprising. For besides the vavasors and small proprietors of his own neighborhood, not a few nobles in all parts of Lombardy took up arms on Ardoin's behalf. The 4 sons of the aged Marquis Otbert II, Count Hubert the Red, a man powerful in the west, with several other counts, and even the bishop of distant Vicenza were of the number. These men assuredly were not inspired by pure patriotism, but their association for a common purpose with other classes of their fellow countrymen under their native king affords some proof that they had also in view the higher purpose of throwing off an alien yoke. The fury of the nationalists found vent in ruthless devastation of the episcopal territories and made them for a few weeks masters of Lombardy. But sudden dismay fell upon them through the unexpected capture of all 4 sons of the Marquis Otbert, the chief pillar of their cause. Though 2 soon escaped, the others were sent as prisoners to Germany, whither Leo of Vercelli also now went to arouse the emperor's vengeance against the insurgent Lombards. At his instigation, Henry struck, and struck hard, at his opponents. At a judicial inquiry held in Westphalia during the autumn, the Lombard law of treason was invoked against the captive Otbertines and their associates still in arms. For having waged war upon their sovereign, they were declared liable to forfeiture. Thereupon, a series of confiscatory charters, mostly drafted by Leo himself, was issued. Though the full penalty was not exacted of the chief offenders, the Otbertine family was mulcted of 500 jugera of land, and Count Hubert the Red of 3,000, for the benefit of the see of Pavia. The church of Como was compensated out of the private inheritance of Bishop Jerome of Vicenza, and to that of Novara was awarded a possession of the Archbishopric of Milan. Far more heavily, however, fell the emperor's hand upon the lesser men. They had above all grievously afflicted the church of Vercelli, and Bishop Leo was only satisfied with their total forfeiture. To his see, accordingly, were transferred at a stroke the lands of some 60 proprietors in the neighborhood of Ivrea, nearly all men of middle rank. The recovery of Vercelli itself about this time was an important success, chiefly because it led to Ardoin's death. The spirit which had borne him up through so many vicissitudes sank under this blow, and he withdrew to the monastery of Frutuaria, where he laid aside his crown to assume the cowl of a monk. There, 15 months later, on 14 December 1015, he died. So passed away the last monarch to whom the title of King of the Lombards could be fitly applied. Yet for many months after his abdication, the insurgents kept the mastery in western Lombardy. This struggle is revealed in a series of letters addressed by Leo to the emperor. They show Leo, early in 1016, amid serious difficulties. He is backed, indeed, by some of his fellow bishops, as well as by a few powerful nobles, and he can count now upon Archbishop Arnulf and the men of Milan, who are kept true by the presbyter Aribert. But he can hardly maintain himself in his own city, and he appeals to Henry for a German army. He has against him the brother and the sons of Ardoin, the astute Marquis Manfred of Turin, with his brother Ulrich, Bishop of Asti, and most dangerous of all, the mighty Count Hubert. These men are intriguing for the support of King Rodolph of Burgundy, and are even negotiating for reconciliation with the emperor through their friends Heribert of Cologne and Henry of Würzburg. Not only, however, did Leo repel their attack on Vercelli, but by a successful offensive he recovered the whole territory of his diocese. Yet the siege of the castle of Orba, which was undertaken at the emperor's command by Leo with other bishops and some lay magnates, including the young Marquis Boniface of Canossa, ended in an accommodation. At the suggestion of Manfred of Turin, who was anxious for peace, the rebel garrison was allowed to withdraw, and the castle itself was burnt. This agreement was the starting point of serious negotiations. On the one side, the Marquis Manfred and his brother sought the emperor's favor, while Count Hubert sent his son to Germany as a hostage. On the other, Pilgrim, a Bavarian cleric lately made chancellor for Italy, was sent by Henry into Lombardy to bring about a complete pacification. Pilgrim's success was soon seen in the arrival of Italian envoys at Allstadt in January 1017 to offer greetings to the emperor. On returning to Germany in the autumn of 1017, Pilgrim left Upper Italy at peace, and the release, January 1018, of the surviving captive Otbertine marked the emperor's reconciliation with the Lombards. Leo of Vercelli, indeed, was dissatisfied because no penalty was laid on Count Hubert, and although he secured a grant to his church of the lands of 30 unfortunate vavasors, the vindictive prelate was not appeased until, by a sentence of excommunication issued many months later, he had brought the count and his family to ruin. Leo's personal victory indicated the political advantage that had been gained by his order over the secular magnates, for the emperor was bent on forcing the lay nobles into the background by an alliance with the bishops. Hence the great office of Count Palatine, the chief judicial authority of the realm, hitherto always held by a layman, now practically ceased to exist. The granting of Palatine rights to bishops, already begun by the Ottos, was continued. Similar rights were conferred upon missi, while the presidency of the Palatine court itself was annexed to the royal chancery, and thus invariably fell to a cleric. In Italy, not only did Leo of Vercelli regain his lost influence, but the bishops generally won a new predominance. Yet this predominance was bound up with control from Germany, whence the emperor directed affairs in church and state, thus working against Italian independence. The imperial crown enhanced Henry's position in Europe, but it added little to his power in Germany. For 7 years after his return from Italy, he had to face foreign warfare and domestic strife. Polish affairs claimed him first. Boleslav had not sent his promised help to Italy. He had tried to win over Udalrich of Bohemia. Henry tried diplomacy and on its failure set out on a Polish campaign, July 1015. An elaborate plan of an invasion by 3 armies did not succeed, and Henry himself had a troubled retreat. End section 34. Section 35 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Emperor Henry II, Part 5, by Edwin H. Holthouse. During 1016, Henry was busied in Burgundy, and Boleslav was entangled with Russia, where Vladimir the Great was consolidating a principality. In January 1017, Boleslav attempted negotiations, but as he would make no great effort for peace, a new expedition was made in August 1017, this time by one strong army and with the hope of Russian help. Sieges and battles did little to decide the issue, and Henry again retreated in September 1017. But now Boleslav was inclined for peace, since Russia, although it had done but little, was a threatening neighbor. The German princes who had suffered heavily were anxious for peace, and at Bautzen, 30 January 1018, terms were made. A German writer tells us they were the best possible, although not seemly. He speaks of no court service or feudal obligations on Boleslav's part. Moreover, he kept the marks he had so long desired. Henry had not gained much military glory, but he had the peace which was needed. He kept Bohemia as a vassal. He held firmly the German lands west of the Elbe. For the rest of the reign, he had peace with Poland. On the western frontier, Burgundy had steadily grown more disordered since 1006. It was the stepping stone to Italy, and Otto the Great had therefore played the part of a protector and feudal superior to the young King Conrad. This connection had continued, and it, as well as disorder, called Henry to Burgundy. The Welf dynasty had lost its former vigor. Conrad the Pacific, 937 to 993, was content to appear almost as a vassal of the emperors. His son, Rodolph III, far from throwing off this yoke, became by his weakness more dependent still. Henry, for his part, had to support Rodolph unless he meant to break with the Saxon tradition of control in Burgundy and to surrender his inherited claim to succession. But in Count Otto William, ruler of the counties later named Franche-Comté, he found a resolute opponent. It is probable that Otto William, himself the son of the exiled Lombard king Adalbert of Ivrea, aimed at the throne, but in any case, like most of the nobles, he feared the accession of a foreign monarch whose first task would be to curb his independence. By 1016, the ceaseless struggle between Rodolph and his unruly subjects had reached a climax. Rodolph sought for aid from Henry. He came in the early summer to Strasbourg, again acknowledged Henry's right of succession, and promised to do nothing of importance without his advice. Henry acted at once on his newly won right by nominating to a vacant bishopric. But the proceedings at Strasbourg were met by Otto William with defiance, and even the bishop whom Henry had appointed was forced to forsake his diocese. Henry undertook an expedition to reduce Burgundy. It was unsuccessful and was followed by the renunciation of his treaty with Rodolph. The moment, however, that the peace of Bautzen left him safe on his eastern frontier, Henry turned to Burgundy again. In February 1018, Rodolph met him at Mayence and again resigned to him the sovereignty which he himself found so heavy. But once again, the Burgundian lords refused to acknowledge either Henry's authority in the present or his right to succeed in the future. A fresh expedition failed to enforce his claims, and he never again attempted intervention in person. Possession of Burgundy with its alpine passes would have made the control of Italy easier, but the attempt to secure this advantage had failed. Thus, in 4 successive years, alternately in Poland and Burgundy, Henry had waged campaigns, all really unsuccessful. His own kingdom, meanwhile, was torn by domestic strife. Throughout the 2 Lorraines and Saxony, above all, disorder ruled. In Upper Lorraine, the Luxembourg brothers still nursed their feud with the emperor. But on the death, December 1013, of Megingaud of Treves, Henry appointed to the archbishopric a resolute great noble, Popo of Babenberg. Before long, Adalbero and Henry of Luxembourg both came to terms. At the Easter Diet of 1017, a final reconciliation was made between the emperor and his brothers-in-law, which was sealed in November of the same year by the reinstatement of Henry of Luxembourg in the Duchy of Bavaria. This submission brought tardy peace to Upper Lorraine, but Lower Lorraine proved as difficult a task. Since his elevation in 1012, Duke Godfrey had been beset by enemies. The worst of these was Count Lambert of Louvain, whose wife was a sister of the late Carolingian Duke Otto, and whose elder brother, Count Regenar of Hainault, represented the original dukes of undivided Lorraine. Thus Lambert, whose life had been one of sacrilege and violence, had claims on the dukedom. He was defeated and killed by Godfrey at Florens in September 1015, but another obstinate rebel, Count Gerard of Alsace, a brother-in-law of those stormy petrels of discontent and strife, the Luxemburgers, remained only to be overthrown in August 1017. With all these greater rebellions were associated minor but widespread disturbances of the peace, and not until March 1018 was the province entirely pacified, when, in an assembly at Nijmegen, the emperor received the submission of the Count of Hainault and established concord between Count Gerard and Duke Godfrey. But the Duke was soon to experience a temporary reverse of fortune. In the far north of his province, Count Dietrich of Holland, by his mother, the Empress Kunigunde's sister, half a Luxemburger, had seized the thinly peopled district at the mouth of the Meuse, made the Frisians in it tributary, and, violating the rights of the Bishop of Utrecht, built a castle by the river whence he levied tolls on sea-bound craft. On the bishop's complaint, Henry ordered the count to desist and make amends. When he disobeyed, Duke Godfrey and the bishop Adelbold were commissioned to enforce order. But their expedition miscarried. Godfrey was wounded and taken prisoner. Yet the prisoner interceded at court for his captor, and peace with friendship was restored. Saxony was disturbed like Lorraine, but chiefly by private quarrels, especially between lay magnates and bishops. In a diet at Allstedt, January 1017, Henry attempted a pacification, but a rising of the half-heathen Wends brought slaughter on the Christian priests and their congregations, with destruction of the churches. Bernard, Bishop of Oldenburg on the Baltic, sought but did not get Henry's help, and then Thietmar, brother of the Billung Duke Bernard, revolted. After he had been subdued, his brother the Duke himself rebelled, but a siege of his fortress Schalksburg on the Weser ended in a peace. Emperor and Duke joined in an expedition against the Wends, reduced the march to order, and restored the Christian prince Mitislav over the pagan Obotrites, Obodrizi or Abotrites. But though civil order was enforced to the north, the Wends remained heathen. Happily, the rest of Germany was more peaceful. In Swabia alone arose difficulty. Ernest, husband of Gisela, elder sister of the young Duke Hermann III, had been made duke, but after 3 years' rule he died in the hunting field, 31 May 1015. The emperor gave the duchy to his eldest son Ernest, and as he was under age, his mother Gisela was to be his guardian. But when she soon married Conrad of Franconia, the emperor gave the duchy to Popo of Treves, the young duke's uncle. Gisela's new husband, Conrad, afterwards emperor, head of the house which sprang from Conrad the Red and Lutgard, daughter of Otto the Great, had already one grievance against the emperor. He had seen in 1011 the duchy of Carinthia transferred from his own family to Adalborough of Eppenstein. Now a second grievance made him Henry's enemy. He had fought alongside Gerard of Alsace against Duke Godfrey. 2 years later he waged war against Duke Adalborough. For this the emperor banished him, but the sentence was remitted, and Conrad henceforth kept the peace. Henry's general policy was one of conciliation. As a commander in the field, he had never been fortunate, and therefore he preferred moral to physical means. He had learnt this preference from his religion, and he well understood how greatly ecclesiastical order could help his realm. In church reform, greatly needed at the time, he took ever more interest as his life went on. One question, indeed, which came up at the Synod of Goslar in 1019 was a foreboding of trouble to come. Many secular priests, serfs by birth, had married free women. It was asked whether their children were free or unfree. The Synod, at Henry's suggestion, declared both mother and children unfree. This decision tended to throw discredit upon marriages which furthered the secularization of the Church. For married clergy often sought to benefit their own families at the expense of their churches. But on the side of reform, Henry was greatly helped by the monastic revival which, largely beginning from Cluny, had spread widely in Lorraine. William, abbot of St. Benignus at Dijon, and Richard, abbot of St. Vannes near Verdun, were here his helpers. William had been called in by the Bishop of Metz. Richard worked in more than one Lorraine diocese. Outside their own order, such monks influenced the secular clergy and even the bishops. Simony and worldliness were more widely reproved. Henry would gladly have seen such a reformation spreading, and with some such help he asked the Pope to visit Germany. Benedict VIII was, it is true, more a man of action than a reformer. He had faced worse foes than the Crescenti at Farfa, for the Saracens under Mujahid of Denia in Spain had, 1015, conquered Sardinia and were harrying the Tuscan coasts. He urged on the Pisans and Genoese before their 3 days' victory at sea, June 1016, a battle which brought the victorious allies into Sardinia, and he had, 1016, made use of Lombard rebels and Norman help to try and shake the Byzantine hold upon southern Italy. But rebels and Normans had suffered defeat, and the Byzantines held their own. Benedict might hopefully turn to the emperor for further help. When on Maundy Thursday, 14 April 1020, he reached Henry's favorite Bamberg, he was the first pope to visit Germany for a century and a half. With him there came Melo, leader of the Apulian rebels, and Rodolph, the Norman leader, who had helped them. Melo was invested with a new title, Duke of Apulia, and held the empty office for the remaining week of his life. Thus Henry entered into the Italian schemes of Benedict. The Pope, on his side, confirmed at Fulda the foundation of Bamberg, taking it under special papal protection. Henry gave the Pope a privilege nearly identical with that given by Otto the Great to John XII. The second half of the year, 1020, was spent in small campaigns, including one against Baldwin in Flanders, where in August the emperor captured Ghent. The other was against Otto of Hammerstein, whom we shall mention later. When Henry kept Easter in 1021 at Mersburg, he could look on a realm comparatively peaceful. His old opponent, Heribert of Cologne, had died 16 March 1021 and was replaced by Henry's friend and diplomatist Pilgrim. Later, 17 August, died Ercambald of Mayence and was succeeded by Aribo, a royal chaplain and a relative of Pilgrim's. The three great sees were now all held by Bavarians. In July, a diet at Nemagun decided on an expedition to Italy. There the Byzantine forces had occupied part of the Principality of Benevento, drawing the Lombard princes to their side. In June 1021, the Catapan Basel seized the fortress on the Garigliano, which the Pope had given to Dato, an Apulian rebel. Thus, Rome itself was threatened nearly. In November 1021, Henry left Augsburg for Italy. Early in December, he reached Verona, where Italian princes joined his Lorrainers, Swabians, and Bavarians. Among them were the Bavarian Poppo, Patriarch of Aquile, and the distinguished Heribert, since 1018, Archbishop of Milan. Leo of Vercelli, of course, was there, and if some lay magnates kept away, others made a welcome appearance. Christmas Henry spent at Ravenna, and in January moved southwards. Before he reached Benevento, Benedict joined him. The army marched in 3 divisions, and the one which Pilgrim of Cologne commanded met with brilliant successes, taking Capua. Henry himself was delayed for 3 months by the fortress of Troia, built with almost communal privileges by the Catapan in 1018 to guard the Byzantine province, and strong enough to surrender on merely nominal terms. But sickness had assailed the Germans, and after visiting Rome, Henry came in July to Pavia. So far he had made Rome safer and had subjugated the Lombard states. Then, in a synod at Pavia, 1 August 1022, with Benedict's help, he turned to church reform. Clerical marriage, as common in Lombardy as in Germany, was denounced, and the ever-growing poverty of the church was also noted. Lands had been alienated, and married clerics were trying to endow their families. As at Goslar, it was decided that the wives and children of unfree priests were also serfs, and could thus not hold land. These ecclesiastical decrees, meant to be of general force, although passed in a scanty synod, the emperor embodied in an imperial decree. Leo of Vercelli probably drafted alike the papal speech and the imperial decree, and he was the first bishop to enforce the canons. Then in the autumn of 1022, Henry returned to his kingdom. The following Easter, he sent Gerard of Cambrai and Richard of St. Van to beg Robert of France to become his partner in church reform. The two kings met, 11 August, at Ivoire, just within Germany. It was agreed to call an assembly at Pavia of both German and Italian bishops. The assembly would thus represent the old Carolingian realm. But now Germany was not ecclesiastically at peace either within itself or with the Pope. Aribo of Mayence, on the death of his suffragan, Bernwald of Heldesheim, had revived the old claim to authority over Gandersheim. But Henry had taken sides with a new bishop, Godehard of Alteich, although his settlement left irritation behind. Aribo had also a more important quarrel with Pope Benedict, arising out of a marriage. Count Otto of Hammerstein, a great noble of Franconia, had married Ermengarde, although they were related within the prohibited degrees. Episcopal censure was disregarded. Excommunication by a synod at Nimeguen, March 1018, enforced by the emperor and the Archbishop of Mayence, only brought Otto to temporary submission. 2 years later, after rejoining Ermengarde, he attacked in revenge the territory of Mayence. At length, his disregard of synod and of emperor alike forced Henry to uphold the church's law by the sword. But Otto's irregular marriage a few years later raised even greater difficulties. For the present, Henry had shown his ecclesiastical sympathies and his readiness to enforce the church's decisions, even in a field where many rulers disregarded or disliked them. A synod at Mayence in June 1023 separated the pair, whereupon Ermengarde appealed to Rome. This appeal was looked upon by Aribo as an invasion of his metropolitan rights, and he persuaded a provincial synod at Seligenstadt to take his view. Here were forbidden all appeals to Rome made without episcopal leave, and also any papal remission of guilt, unless the ordinary penance imposed locally had been first performed. Henry sent the diplomatic pilgrim of Cologne to explain matters to Benedict, who nevertheless directed a fresh hearing of Ermengarde's case, and also significantly sent no pallium to Aribo. In reply, the archbishop called his suffragans to meet at Höchst, 13 May 1024, and it was hoped through the Empress Kunigunda to draw thither bishops of other provinces also. Meanwhile, all the suffragans of Mayence, except 2, signed a remonstrance to the Pope against the insult to their metropolitan. But Benedict died, 11 June 1024, before the matter was settled, being succeeded by his brother Romanus, hitherto called Senator of all the Romans by Benedict's appointment, who passed from layman to pope as John the 19th within a day. The new pope had no religious and few ecclesiastical interests, and the matter of the marriage went no further. Soon after Benedict, Henry himself passed away. During 1024, he had suffered from both illness and the weakness of advancing years. On 13 July, the end came. His body was fittingly laid to rest in his beloved Bamberg, itself an expression of the religious zeal which was shown so strongly and so pathetically in his closing years. Religion and devotion to the Church had always been a leading interest in his active life. As death drew nearer, it became an all-absorbing care. The title of saint, which his people gave him, fittingly expressed the feeling of his age. End of section 35.